Bam! We are live. All right. Let's go see or hear. Let's see that our video is playing. We have to give it a few seconds for the stream to start. Good audio. Okay. All right. So this morning, Sabine Rosenfelder has given us another gem. She's going full power on her global warming crusade or anti-global warming crusade. I mean, I don't understand her. I honestly don't understand this. This is so ridiculous. But anyway, before we start, I noticed because I'm trying to think, why is she going balls to the walls on this ridiculous nonsense? So I know that she always. I mean, I'm thinking maybe she's driven by money. I mean, maybe that's what's driving her. I don't know. So I noticed she's selling merch, like a $30 t-shirt. A $30 t-shirt? $42, I guess it's a sweatshirt or a hoodie. $40 t-shirt? A $40 t-shirt? What? Anyway, and she's promoting her course. Try out my quantum mechanics course and many others, math and science on Brilliant, using the link. You can get 200. Yeah, 200. I think this isn't this false advertisement with the 200. They always say the first 200. Anyway, so 20% off the annual premium subscription, as she pronounces it. Anyway, let's get started with this nonsense. This is such. I don't know how to deal with this. This is really bizarre. And she makes her faces. Oh, and I made some comments, but YouTube doesn't show all the comments that I made, so I made snapshots of the comments. Oh, there's people with us. So I see Chad Maxer lies, and you say you should sell Mr. Slave merch. Yes, I want to sell Mr. Slave merch. I need to get to that. Yes, absolutely. We had many ideas, but I need to get to it. Anyway, let's get started with this garbage truck, with this dumpster fire. Okay, so let me go to the beginning. This is going to be, I don't know if we're going to go through the whole thing. Um, there's a bunch of points that I wrote down, like in my comments, but we might as well listen. I mean, it's no harm. Let's go.
Imagine you come home on a cold winter day, take off the gloves, and turn on the heating. You heat with oil and feel a little bad about it, but we've got used to that worry. So here's something new to worry about. What happens with the heat itself? Doesn't that also, well, heat up the planet? It does, and it will become a problem eventually. If that's true, then why doesn't anyone ever mention this? Can't we just build an air condition for the planet?
Anyway, she's talking about like the heat created while we create energy. So there's like I guess, I mean, you could say that your body even is warm, like that is heat, and like when you turn your car engine on, it releases heat. So why can't we use that heat? The excess heat is her question. Mr. Slave Masks. Yes, we could do that. Sure. Good idea. Wait, Chad Max, why don't you join me so that I don't kill myself? Why don't you join the stream? And you don't have to say anything. If you interrupt me, it's good. I like being interrupted because if I'm not interrupted, my brain overheats and it's less fun. So if you constantly interrupt me, even just make noises, it actually relaxes me. Anyway, if anyone can join, please join. Here, let me make a comment. So, where is that? I recently this. If anyone can please join. Karen, this is Karen. I'm at work. Oh, Karen, you're at work. I see Karen. Wait, where is that? So, Karen, you're at work. That's a nice picture. Is that you? Probably not, right? But is that a guy or a girl? But it's good stuff. Anyway, let us continue.
We can, in principle, and
So she says we can use the excess heat from like a car engine. It's releasing heat. We could use it. All right.
that's what we'll talk about today.
That's what we'll talk about today. Ugh. She's science without the gobbledygook. Yeah, sometimes. Many people say that. I mean, many religions also say that. I mean, it would be nice, but I would say most of her channel, I mean, the biggest topic that she covers, I think statistically, is global warming, which is utter nonsense. No matter how you look at it, it's just such nonsense. So incredible, but at the end of the day, I mean, and she has good ideas. I love her science without the gobbledygook. I mean, I love the principle, but that's not what this channel is about. This channel is about gobbledygook. This is a gobbledygook channel. Unfortunately. Let's continue.
You've probably noticed that your phone gets warm when you use it. I hate to break the news to you, but it's not because it likes you so much. It's because
And her humor, it's so terrible, so cringe. Your phone gets warm. It's not because it likes you so much. And it's like the worst dad jokes in the world. I would kill myself before I would tell these, if before I would have such cringy humor. But I don't know. It's like all the lefties. I think it's like lefties. They think they need to be hip. They need to be in with the youth. I don't know. I guess that's she's just trying to be popular. I don't know.
it's doing a lot of calculations. Those require energy. The heat is a byproduct of using energy. That's why phones get warm, it's why lamps get warm, car engines get warm, and it's also why power plants of all types get warm. They all emit heat into the environment, and eventually all that heat warms up the planet, in addition to the heating that we get from greenhouse gases. The reason for this
So all that heat warms up the planet in addition to the gases? What? The gases warm up the planet? Let's hear that again.
in addition to the heating that we get from greenhouse gases.
I guess she means from the sun, in addition to the sun. Um so she says this is ridiculous. Even her introduction is so ridiculous and wrong. So she says, in addition, I guess in addition to the sun, because when she says let's hear it again. Ugh, so terrible.
Warms up the planet, in addition to the heating that we get from greenhouse gases.
In addition to the heating that we get from greenhouse gases, we don't get heating from greenhouse gases. You could claim that greenhouse gases, and greenhouse by itself, of course, is utter nonsense. I mean, greenhouse means you have an enclosure. Our atmosphere is not enclosed. We have no rooftop on the atmosphere. It's open, and the heat can escape all the way to the top and then to outer space. So we don't have a greenhouse. Okay, whatever. Anyway, but so I guess she means the sun. So the sun warms up the planet, the surface, and the gases trap the heat. It's like a blanket. Yeah, but then she says, and in addition, like, so the car engine, the heat of the car engine, but the heat of the car engine comes from fossil fuels. And fossil fuels are fossils, and fossils are ancient trees. And ancient trees are trees, and trees get their energy from, drum roll, the sun. So it's not an addition. It's everything is from the sun. You could claim, I guess, maybe what do you call it? Like thermal, like from the ground, like when they use like volcanoes for energy. That's not from the sun, theoretically, I guess. And when you use atomic energy, that's not from the sun. But I think everything else is from the sun, pretty much. Every other source of energy is from the sun. Anyway, so I don't know. I mean, she's supposed to be a physicist, and she's supposed to be, accurate when she speaks, but she's not accurate. It's like, why are you spreading misinformation? This is literal misinformation. Why would you do that? I mean, you teach quantum mechanics, and that's, like, super super duper accurate. I mean, if you're so inaccurate when you talk about things that basically everyone understands, like, if I understand it, then I guess many people understand it. So I can only assume that what do you want me to assume about your quantum mechanics? I have to assume it's as bad as this video, unfortunately. All right, Gangstar. Hey, Slave, do you want to ask about anything? I've been away, but I've seen you have had a lot of heat since we last spoke. You can join Gangstar. We can talk. I mean, this is going to be a boring video anyway, so why don't you hop on? Uh, do I have any? Do I want to ask about anything? I mean, we could talk. I mean, I don't have any questions. I resolved all my questions already. I'm happy. I'm content watching the snow from my window. It's so beautiful. Anyway, if you want to join, you have the link in the pinned comment. Now I will continue with this boring Sabine.
The reason for this is, once again, physics. When we colloquially talk about
And again, with her cringe, she misspells physics as if. Why would you do that? I don't understand. What's the point? What's the point? I don't understand.
energy, we mean the stuff that comes out of a battery, or that we get out of fuel, or out of a power outlet. Physicists call this more specifically free energy. That it's free doesn't mean it insists on taking guns on a trip to the mall. It means it's useful energy, energy that you can do
Again with her cringe humor. What was that about the mall? Oh my god.
on a trip to the mall. Free energy.
Trip to the mall.
That it's free doesn't mean it insists on taking guns on a trip to.
Free doesn't mean that it. What? Wait, do we have subtitles? Physicists call this, more specifically, free energy. That it's free doesn't.
Free energy. That it's free doesn't mean it insists on.
Doesn't mean it insists on taking guns? Guns on a trip to the mall? Holy. I can't believe this. You know who wants to take guns away from citizens. You know that, right? It was Hitler, it was Stalin. It's like the dictators. They're the ones that take away guns from free citizens. You know that. That's history. What I mean, yeah, she I mean the leftists, they hate America, they hate freedom, they hate our freedom. They just hate it. They hate our guns. That we walk around with guns, it drives them insane. No, for them only they don't hate guns, but they want government to have guns. The government should have guns and the citizenry should be disarmed. That's how they view the universe. Oh, such terrible people. Terrible people.
Taking guns on a trip to the mall, it means it's useful energy, energy that you can do something with, like making a phone call or driving down the road. You don't just need energy for that, you need free energy. The other energy, the energy that you can't do anything with, is called heat, or sometimes more specifically, waste heat. How can energy possibly not be useful? Well, for example, while you're watching this video, there are lots of air molecules bumping off your head.
So this thing, 1 second, I'm just gonna take a sip. Oh, we have a comment. J-Rock. Yo, Gainstar, if you hop on, I'll hop on to chat with you. Wait, why don't you... J-Rock, you should join. Anyway, so she's talking about the air molecules bouncing off your head. So, by the way, I mean, I'm producing heat right now. So humanity produces heat. And humanity, by the way, produces carbon dioxide. And there's a lot of humans. I mean, I mean, they never talk about that. I mean, they should, right? Obviously, reduce population. Isn't that what they all love? The leftists. We shouldn't be billions of people. According to them, we should probably be closer to I don't know what number. Any number for them is always too high. I mean, they love extinction. They just want to drive humans into extinction. They consider humans to be a virus on this planet. That's their joke. That when Earth, they have this meme, when Earth comes to the doctor says, "Yeah, you have humans. Humans are a disease on this planet as far as these people are concerned. Everything we do is bad, basically by definition, because nature without humans is pristine, but humans, even though they are part of nature, I mean, this is science. Humans are a part of nature. No. Humans are the bad part of nature. Humans are not natural. Humans are artificial. Anyway, terrible people.
These air molecules move, so they have a type of energy called kinetic energy. The average kinetic energy of the air molecules is the air temperature. There's a lot of energy in the air around you, unless your room temperature is at absolute zero, in which case physics would like to have a word with you.
Another cringe joke. Ugh. Where is that? Let's hear
Your
it
room
again.
temperature is at absolute zero.
So unless your room temperature is at absolute zero, in which case physics would like to have a word with you. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Why would she be so cringe? Who's telling her it's a good idea to be cringe?
In which case physics would like to have a word with you. But if there's so much energy in the air, why can't your phone just recharge from that? Because the air molecules are randomly buzzing around. They are very disordered. They have high entropy. And something that has a high entropy doesn't change any further. It stays on average the same. You can't extract energy from the air because that would require reducing the entropy of the air. So almost...
I don't know why she's saying that. I mean, Theoretically, I mean, my room temperature, it's kind of warm in here and it's freezing outside, so there is a difference. So you could use the difference to get energy out of that, but then you would cool down the room and you'd be uncomfortable. I mean, you could anyway. I mean, okay, whatever. Who
Almost all
cares?
the energy that's in the air is heat, and basically none of it is
Another comment, J Rock Slave, I will join you after I serve my son breakfast and get him ready for the day. That would be terrific, J Rock. I would love that. Let's continue.
free energy. Free energy, loosely speaking, is the counterweight to entropy. If you want free energy, you need something with low entropy. If you want to bring down entropy, you need free energy. If you had air that was somehow ordered and therefore had smaller entropy, then you could do something with it. It would contain free energy. That could be, for example, because the temperature in one part of the room was lower than that in another part. If that was so, then you could indeed extract energy from that. That's what a thermoelectric generator does. Now, when we colloquially talk about sources of energy or renewable energy, then we usually mean sources of free energy. There are many different types of free energy. For example, chemical energy, like that in fossil fuels, or nuclear energy, that's in atomic nuclei, or electromagnetic energy, that's in solar radiation.
So, electromagnetic energy is fossil fuel energy. I have to assume she knows this. The energy in the fossil fuels is solar energy. It's green, whatever you want to call it. It's solar energy. Fossil fuels are nature's batteries. The energy is solar. They're nature's solar batteries. But for some reason, they don't say it. No, no, no. Fossil fuels. No, no. Fossil fuels are terrible. They're not from the sun. No, they're not. But they are. No, 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 no. They're not. They're terrible. But it's just solar energy. No, 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 no. Fossil fuel, terrible. Why? Why are they waging war against fossil fuels? Okay. Let's see. So Ganstar says, J-Rock, I'm trying to get on, but my internet is having issues setting up stream yard, but I'll try jump on for a bit if you want to talk. Wait, you guys want to jump on my stream to talk? That would be terrific. And Darth Squidward the Hedgehog says, Hey, Mr. Slave, would you be down to take an IQ test on stream? Ugh, I hate IQ tests. I'd rather not, honestly. Yeah, my IQ test is making this video. You can test my IQ through that. Um, yeah, let's continue with this utter nonsense.
We use this type of energy by converting it into something else, often multiple times. For example, you may burn coal and convert the energy into electricity.
I mean, when you look at coal, you see the tree. You it's just black tree. It's a tree. You see the tree. You see the wood. Coal is wood. You can see it. Sometimes it's an actual branch. Many times it's an actual branch. So what? It's not natural? It's 100% natural. Ugh. Okay.
Which you then use to run a fridge. The issue is now this. Each time you convert one type of free energy into another, something of it gets lost into heat. It's kind of like currency conversion. If you convert euro to US dollars to British pounds to yen, eventually nothing's left. In a similar way, if
That's not true. I mean, people trade in foreign exchange, and Oh, almost clicked the refresh button. Um, People trade in foreign exchange and make money. So, I mean, if you just trade, I guess randomly, maybe then you would lose. Maybe then you'd get nothing statistically. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know. Again, she's being inaccurate, but she said it's kind of like, I guess, the commission, because there's always a commission. I mean, she should say because of the commission, not there's nothing inherent with the exchange. I mean, if you just exchange it without a commission, like with friends or something, or I don't know. I don't know.
If you convert energy,
I mean, even if you say with the exchange, I mean, right? The exchange makes money. So the exchange changes and makes money. The, the client that comes to the exchange, they pay the commission, but the exchange take the commission. So even this allegory or whatever doesn't make sense. I mean, she needs to explain. I mean, why do you have to lose heat? Let's continue.
energy from nuclear to thermal to chemical to electrical to mechanical, eventually nothing's left. You must either store the energy again in some other form or it's emitted as waste heat. This means the more energy we use, the more we heat up the environment. And this is a different cause of global warming than the increase of carbon dioxide levels. How big
Again, she says global warming increased carbon dioxide. The increase of carbon dioxide, you could say, captures the sun's energy, but that same sun's energy is trapped inside fossil fuels and coal. So let's hear it again.
cause of global warming than the increase of carbon dioxide levels.
So cause of global warming. What?
The more energy we use, the more we heat up the environment. And this is a different cause.
The more energy we use, the more we heat up the environment. I guess I'd have to think about that. The more energy we use, the more we heat up the environment. I mean, the energy is trapped inside, let's say, the chemical bond of the fossil fuel. So the energy is trapped in there, meaning it's like a spring that is locked in like it's pushed in and locked. That's the chemical energy. And then we come and we heat it up a little bit, and then it blows up and we get a lot of energy out of it. And that motion that we get, the explosion of the chemical bond, that motion, so anyway, I'd have to think about it.
Cause of global warming than the increase of carbon dioxide levels. How big is the effect of this waste heat? A few months ago, Thomas Murphy from the University of California said,
I mean, this has to do, by the way, this whole discussion has to do with steady state. I mean, because all the time the Earth is radiating heat. When you look at the Earth from outside with thermal imaging, like infrared, then you see that the Earth is radiating heat. So the Earth is always radiating heat. So it's always cooling down. But simultaneously, the sun is warming it up. So there is input and there is output. Now, at any given instant, there is a certain amount of heat in the Earth, which is right. But it's called in physics a steady state. That it's not static, it's dynamic, but it's a steady state. It's the temperature on average. There's an average temperature that doesn't change, doesn't fluctuate. It fluctuates a little bit, but not too much. So Okay. So what did I want to say?
Waste heat. A few months ago, Thomas Murphy from the University of California waste heat increase of carbon dioxide levels. How big is the effect of this waste heat? A few months ago, Thomas Murphy from
Right. How big is the effect of this waste heat? I mean, the question is, if everybody turns on their engines, and if we burn, let's say we burn up fossil fuels fast. Let's say we take all the fossil fuels and all the coal, all the energy available, and we burn it right now. So we're going to increase the temperature of the Earth, but then the Earth is going to radiate that heat away, and the Earth is going to cool down. Now we could, right, but we would hit a spike in the temperature. Now, if we all keep on living our lives as we are right now, and we keep, let's say, increasing using our engines, and our engines create this extra heat, then just regarding this extra heat, yes, it's going to increase the temperature of the steady state. So the Earth is radiating it out simultaneously, but you are affecting the temperature of the planet. But this is just the waste heat. But of course, people warm their homes, and that's like the free energy, but that's still we're warming our homes. So why don't you discuss that? I mean, you're discussing the extra, the extra energy, but people live. Right. So when you drive a car, you could say that's like you're using the energy to drive, and the excess energy is the heat, that's the that's the waste energy, and that's warming the planet. But you driving around, that's not warming the planet. But when people warm their houses, and I think a lot of the energy is just warming the house or cooling the house, that also releases heat. But I guess you would call that waste heat. Anyway, let's continue.
from the University of California, San Diego, published a comment in the journal Nature Physics in which he crunched the numbers. It roughly works like this. We know how much energy comes in from the sun to the surface of Earth. The energy which comes from the sun is free energy. It's useful. Plants can use it to grow, and we can use it to power lawnmowers to cut down the plants, which is okay because physics isn't concerned with the meaning of life.
Again, cringe, 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 cringe. But what she said now, this is one of the points that I brought up in the comments. So this is an interesting point.
To the surface of Earth. The energy which comes from the sun is free energy. It's useful. Plants can use it to grow, and
plants can use it to grow. So, yeah. So plants can use it to grow. So that energy, plants use it to grow. Okay, that's not. I thought it's a different point. Yeah, she's right. Plants use the energy to grow. I mean, okay. So how does that work? I mean, they absorb the sunlight into the carbon molecule. So they take carbon dioxide from the air, they use the energy to break this bond between the carbon and the oxygen. They dispose of the oxygen, and they take the carbon and they build their fibers. The body of the plant is the carbon that it captures from the air. And it uses the sunlight to break the bond. Now, this breaking of the bond is unstable because the oxygen really wants to go back, and it wants to become carbon dioxide again. It's a lower energy state. Carbon dioxide is lower energy than carbon separate from oxygen. So, so this is a temporary breaking. So the energy stored in the fact that the carbon is alone, that's the solar energy. And then when we add fire, a little bit of fire, then we start with oxygen, then the carbon from the plant recombines, like when you take wood and you burn it. So the carbon in the wood recombines with the oxygen in the atmosphere, and you get light coming out, and that light is the sunlight that was captured. So the sunlight is captured in the carbon being alone. It's like a spring that is compressed. And then when you put it next to oxygen and add a little bit of heat, then the oxygen snaps back onto the carbon, and the snapping releases energy, releases light, and that's the sunlight. That's the very, I don't know if it's a very sunlight, I don't know what that means, but it's the energy that was captured. Okay, let's continue.
We can use it to power lawnmowers, to cut down the plants.
Oh my god, with her nonsense. So we use
Plants can use it to grow, and we can use it to power lawnmowers, to cut down the plants, which is okay.
So she doesn't cut down her grass, and she doesn't eat food, because cutting grass and plants is obviously a terrible thing. Okay.
Because physics isn't concerned with the meaning of life. Actually,
Physics isn't concerned with the meaning of life. She makes no sense. No sense. Just no sense. I don't know where she's going with these jokes.
we're not interested in the energy, we're interested in the energy per time. Energy in and by itself doesn't tell you much. If someone tells you they have an income of 100 euro, it makes a difference whether that's 100 euro per hour or per year. And energy is like that. We want to know how much comes in per time. Energy per time is called power. We currently don't use most of the power that comes from the sun. It's absorbed by the surface of Earth and re-emitted as radiation in the infrared. It heats up the atmosphere from the surface up and eventually escapes back out into space. I talked about this in more detail in a recent video. The temperature on Earth remains the same so long as the total power in is the same as the total power out. But because we're increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, less goes out than it used to, which is why the surface temperature is rising. It'll continue to rise until the power that comes in equals the power that goes out again. The difference between the power that goes in and that goes out is called the forcing. But this isn't all. We're also adding to the energy that's emitted on the surface, because all our power plants emit this waste heat. And that waste heat now also must get out. This means that the temperature on Earth will increase more than just from the greenhouse gases, because the difference between in and out just got larger. The forcing increased. Murphy calculates that at present, the contribution to the forcing from the waste heat is about 1 order of magnitude smaller than that from the greenhouse gases. So at the moment, it doesn't make a big difference. But in the past centuries, our collective energy consumption has increased almost exponentially, and the waste heat increases exponentially with that. Exponential increases have this weird property that they sneak up at you from behind. They look like
Yeah, they love exponential increases. That's what they kept telling us. They kept telling us in the beginning of COVID. It's exponential. It's exponential. It's exponential. For them, everything is exponential. Oh, everything is exponential. It's exponential. It's exponential. Yeah, if COVID was exponential, so I mean that's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Of course, COVID was. I mean, uh, was COVID exponential? Really? Was it? Exponential means like one person infects two, and two infect four, and four infect, I guess, eight, and eight. It's like a doubling, for example. So it's to the power of two. Is it to the power of 2? It's to the power of x. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, so the fact that our energy consumption has increased exponentially, I mean, so what, you think our energy use is going to continue increasing exponentially? I mean, one would argue that we're becoming more efficient with energy use. Like, for example, the light that we use today, we don't use incandescent light bulbs. We use LED light bulbs, which are very efficient. And our homes are built so that, I mean, they stay cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter without even using air conditioning or with less air conditioning. I mean, we're becoming a more efficient society. Our um yeah, I mean, so we don't know if that's going to continue. I mean, obviously we had what did she say in the previous 2 centuries? What is she comparing this?
Increases have this weird property, exponential increased almost exponentially in the past centuries.
Centuries, Jesus Christ. She's talking about the industrial Jesus. She's talking about the industrial revolution. Basically, we used to use no energy, and because of the industrial revolution, so we started using energy, and that went ballistic, and then China also ballistic. Everything went ballistic. Yeah, so you expect, you expect this trend to continue? You expect, like, I mean, everything is becoming so much more efficient, especially with computers and AI. We're becoming so much more efficient. So, yeah, okay. Also, I don't know. I mean, if you're so concerned about this waste heat, what about nuclear power plants? Um, Are they more efficient or less efficient? I'm wondering. Not that I care. I'm wondering what she would say about that.
Our collective energy consumption has increased almost exponentially.
Almost exponentially. Oh, okay. All right. Whatever.
And the waste heat increases exponentially with that. Exponential increases have
That's also not necessarily true. I mean, the waste heat is lack of efficiency, but as technology progresses, you get more and more efficiency. So I don't know if the waste heat progresses, linearly relative to the exponential, meaning also exponentially. Let's see.
this weird property that they sneak up at you from behind. They look like nothing for a long time, and then suddenly
Yeah, they're always the lefties. They're so concerned with the future. Our children and the grandchildren and the grandchildren. They're so concerned with what's going to happen 1,000 years now, 1 billion years. Oh, what's going to happen? Let's deal with it right now. With what's going to happen in 1 trillion years, we have to deal with it right now. That's their philosophy. They, instead of, I mean, our children and our grandchildren, they will figure things out if the problems actually arise. You have to, one thing you learn when you're an engineer is you have to be lazy. You cannot deal with future problems now. You cannot predict the problems because many times, most times, when you predict a problem, at the end, that problem never happens for many reasons. I mean, you think that, oh, I'm going to create this efficient because I'm going to have this issue, so I'm going to plan ahead and make this super efficient. I'm going to plan ahead. With all these planning aheads, you're just wasting time and energy. Don't do it. Just be lazy. Whenever you have a problem, deal with the problem. Don't predict problems. Many problems simply will not occur for many reasons. So don't predict problems. But these people, they're all about predicting problems and dealing with the problems as if it's super urgent for yesterday, when it's a terrible strategy to deal with predicted problems. I mean, you're never going to get out of bed if you just predict problems.
They blow up and overtake everything. The same is going to happen.
What is she talking? Could you give me an example? They blow up and such nonsense. I mean, can you give us like actual? Could you do a science? Can you make a scientific statement about what you just said? I mean, you're just saying words. I can make assertions. The problem with lefties is that they exist and they just sneak up behind you one day, and then you get the end of the universe. That's the problem with lefties. So let's deal with it right now. Well, I mean, that's an actual problem. Okay, let's hear it again. This nonsense is worth listening to multiple times.
That they sneak up at you from behind exponentially, and the waste heat increases exponentially with that. Exponential increases have this weird property that they sneak up at you from behind. They look like nothing for a long time, and then suddenly they blow up and overtake everything.
No, exponential always look the same. Always looks the same. That's the math of it. Exponential always looks the same. Always feels the same. So if, for example, our quality of life is rising exponentially all the time, but we feel the same. I mean, we expect our quality of life to rise exponentially. This is expected. No one thinks it's weird. It doesn't creep up behind. I mean, she's also saying that exponential things happen to be so terrible. Anyway, exponential means that at any given time, it grows by the same percent. So if our GDP per capita, which is basically our quality of life, so if our GDP per person, the amount of stuff we produce per person, which means the amount of stuff each person has available for their lives. So this grows at a constant rate. Let's say even a low estimate is like 1% per year. So every year we get 1% extra stuff of what we have. So this year I have an iPhone. Next year my iPhone is going to be 1% better. And every year it's going to be 1% better compared to the year before. So it always feels like the same thing. It always feels like it's improving by the same amount. Our houses have grown every year basically by 1%. Our cars have grown basically every year by 1%. Our medical equipment has improved by 1% every year. No one thinks no one thinks it's what it's normal. And actually it's called natural growth. This is natural growth by the definition. It's because nature grows this way, right? Populations grow this way. They grow in a percent compared to the current state. So right now I have a population of, right, the United States has 350 million people, and it grows, let's say, by 1% a year or something, who knows? So whatever, it's like, who knows the numbers? Anyway, so, but every year it grows. So this year it grows, let's say, by 30 million, but 10 years ago, when we were, let's say, 300 million. So I mean, so it's always relative to the amount of people, but this is natural. Exponential growths are natural. They feel the same at any given point. So it's not true to say that they suddenly blow up. They don't suddenly blow up. Why would they suddenly blow up and overtake everything? What does that even mean? What is that statement? What is this nonsense? Why is ugh? Absolutely terrible people. Okay, let's see. Chad Maxer. So Mr. Slave, PP grows by Can't stop. Oh my God. Yeah, Gangstar, I see you. What's up, man? Can
Whoa.
you hear me? I can hear background noises. I can't hear you. Are you saying something?
Yo, can you hear?
Yeah, not so good. I mean, your mic is not. Yeah, I guess you're using your laptop mic.
It takes a while, but the sound normally gets a bit better, yeah?
It's there's echo. It's a little echoish, but not the end of the world. What's up, man?
So yeah, look, I've been away, right? But what has been going on?
What's been going on? What do you mean in reference to
Yeah,
what?
like Greg, Alex, Ashley, like
I
you're
don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Greg. Greg basically banned me a couple
yeah,
of days ago, weeks ago, because I was telling him I went to Hormaxer. I went to
yeah.
Hormaxer's channel, and Greg
Hmm.
forbade me to do that. And in response, he banned me, and his mods banned me, and so yeah, so I detached. I mean, in the beginning, I was trying to make him realize that I'm just trying to make peace between everyone because Greg kept calling Hormaxer Pedomaxer, and I
I
didn't
know, I
like
know.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't like
yeah.
that,
But
and
what?
I
But did,
tried to go
yeah,
ahead.
go on. Sorry. No, keep going.
So I try to get Greg to stop it, and I told Alex, and Alex said I told him to stop, and but Greg wouldn't stop, and and that was so that's between me and Greg. So I guess
Well,
that's
what's your
dead.
opinion? What's your opinion about it now? Like on Greg, do you think you still like him or what?
Um, do I still like him? I mean, obviously not. The person that bans me because I go to someone's channel, and the
Yeah.
fact that
So
Greg
you
kept
think he's yeah, yeah, go on.
And the fact that Greg called Hormax or Pedomax, or that's terrible. That's unacceptable. So yeah, I
Okay.
think he's a.
And
But even before that, I mean, Greg called me. He called me duplicitous slave. But even before that, he said that I was bad faith in debating Mr. X about God, which
yeah,
was
I never
ridiculous.
saw
I
I
was.
never saw that, but I think I heard him talk about it one time. Yeah. Okay, so your opinion on Greg at the moment is you just think he's not a good guy, or do you think he's an idiot, or what? Like,
Yeah, I think he's kind of terrible. Yeah.
okay, what about his intellect? You think he's smart or stupid or what?
Difficult to say. I don't know if he's smart or stupid. I mean, I guess he's.
Okay,
You can't be dumb and stream. You gotta be kind of witty in order to stream. You have to think fast, and So I mean,
it
he.
takes a level of intelligence, I guess. Okay, fine. What about Alex? You cool with him or what?
Wait, what about Alex? Am I cool with him? You said.
Yeah, yeah,
Am I cool with it? Yeah, I'm cool with Alex. He hasn't banned me yet, but he came very close to it many times, and I don't appreciate that. Yeah, these guys are kind of difficult to deal with, but
yeah.
you look, you have to compare them to the alternative. What is my alternative? Who is my alternative community? I don't have one. I mean, I tried being part of a Discord server on debates, and they banned me. I mean, I wiped floor with all of them, and they just banned me. I mean, I guess they couldn't stand the fact that I was wiping the floor with them. So I can't be on a
Yeah,
debate Discord server.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
the vegans, they're pretty terrible.
You are vegan. You
Okay.
know
I
that.
mean, I'm not saying all vegans, but the vegans, the vegan community, some of them that I've debated, they're kind of terrible. Not all of them, but a lot of them are kind of terrible.
Would you like that furry notes guy or what?
Fury notes.
He's vegan too, right?
Yeah. What?
He's vegan as well, right?
Yeah, he's vegan, but I think he eats something. I don't remember what he eats, but I don't know. He's okay. Wait, we have J Rock. Let's add J Rock.
Oh, snap.
Hey, J Rock, what's
Can,
Can you hear us, J Rock?
can you hear me?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, your
Yeah,
audio
no, I
is
can
not
hear him. I can hear him. It's all right.
okay.
What was I just to clarify with Mr. Slade before we talk J Rock. So okay, so you're cool with Alex, so right? Even though you know the way you said you don't like Greg for calling Hormaxer, you know, the P word basically.
You
Well,
can
you do
say
know Alex.
pedo.
You do know Alex accused me of that as well, right?
Alex accused me of that as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. So why are you cool with him if you're not cool with Greg doing it?
I'm not cool with Alex doing it, but again, what is my alternative? Look, I'm
Yeah,
not. No one is perfect. I mean, you have to assume that no. You don't even have to assume. You just have to, choose your poison. Who are you going to talk to? You want to be
yeah.
alone? You can be
No,
alone.
I mean, but the point is, you can talk to them, but you don't have to like them. You know?
You don't. It's impossible to like someone. Liking is something that you do or don't, whether you like it or not. So,
Oh,
so the
wow.
word have to and like doesn't go together. You cannot. That's like
No,
saying the
no.
sky.
I said you don't have to like them. Is what I'm
I'm
saying, right?
saying it doesn't. It's like saying the sky doesn't have to be 7. That doesn't mean anything. You cannot like
Okay,
someone
okay,
if you want or don't want. You cannot
okay,
wish.
okay,
Yes.
okay. It's like, look, I can't stay on too long. Okay, I have a company, but I just wanted to quickly just ask because I've been away, like and then I seen all this stuff going on a couple of the streams, them talking about you and all that. So I just wanted to hear your perspective, because I hear them talking trash, like so. I just want to hear from you. Um, so yeah, how about Ashley and all that? Is that cool or no?
It's Ashley. We had a problem. She banned me on one
She
of
banned
her.
you as well.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
banned me on one of her streams after the Minka affair because I couldn't figure out why they hate Minka. So they
yeah,
banned
yeah,
me because I need to hate Minka or something like that. That was weird.
yeah, yeah.
And
I swear, it's like they're trying to control you, like saying, "Oh, you're not allowed to like or dislike certain people," And I'm like, they don't even know you in real life. So like, what? Who are they to tell you who you can talk to or not?
yeah, but again, what's my alternative? I mean, they are the community of which I am part. So
Yeah, yeah, I understand. That's my point. And you can still participate in the community, but again, like I said, you don't. Well, I don't want to say the word have to because you don't like that, but it doesn't mean you need to be friendly with them. You can just go on just to socialize, but have differing opinions. But they seem to want you to like agree with their takes, without hearing your perspective.
but look, I mean, I go on streams with these people, and sometimes it's productive,
Yeah,
sometimes it's more productive, sometimes less productive. All right, yeah, I wait, what can I do? I mean, it's sometimes it's better than being alone. Sometimes it's worse than being alone.
yeah.
It's
But
you.
are you in America? Yeah.
Yes, I'm in New York City.
Wow. What it's like? Is it super early there? Yeah.
No, it's noontime.
Oh, okay. It's late here, like So I was wondering. That's why I was surprised when I saw you were streaming.
It's
I thought
10
it was.
a.m. for me.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yo, J Rock, what did you want to talk about?
Okay, so I just wanted to ask you, if Mr. Slade could pull up my Instagram, I just wanted to show you my physique and my workout because I feel like me and you have a similar build. Like,
Okay.
so I know you're 5'9", I'm
Yeah.
5'7", so you're only 2 inches taller than me, but we have the same body type. Like, we're both ectomorphs, so me and you kind of struggle to put on weight, but it's easy to, like, when we work out. It's easy for our gains to show easier. So I just wanted to ask you, after Mr. Slave showed you my Instagram and my physique, do you
Wait,
think I could have
J,
made it
wait,
as a
J Rock,
model
wait,
in
J
the
Rock,
industry you were working on?
wait, J
Or
Rock. 1 second. You can share your screen.
I don't know how to do that because I'm using my phone. So
Oh, okay.
I've never shared a screen on a phone. I don't know how to do that.
So
Does Mr. Slave have your Instagram? Yeah.
no, I don't.
Oh,
I
but
Yes,
do.
you
yes,
find it.
yes, you
I
do.
do. All right, let me look for it.
Yeah, sure. I'll look at your physique and tell you what I think. What? So you want it to be a model, yeah?
Um, maybe kind of back in the day, like 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, like I thought about it, but I don't know. I didn't know where to look for, So I just wanted to ask. Yeah, hey, Mr. Slave. So
What
yeah,
is
we're friends
what
on
is
Instagram.
what is
I'm
your
the one that messaged you. Remember?
what is your Instagram? What is your
Um,
name?
the official Juan Perez. Remember that?
Let me look. Yeah, I got
Hey,
it. Okay.
hey J Rock, what did you think about last night? Did you see what like me versus Indian P and all that? Yeah.
Are you talking about like on the stream? Where I
Yeah,
said
yeah.
what's so go down, Mr. Slave. Go down, go down. That one, that video.
Oh, okay, okay.
Go up, Mr. No, that go up. That in the middle. That one, yes. This was when I was in shape, working out back then.
Okay, okay.
That's a flagpole.
Yeah, yeah. Um, 5'7". Do you mind giving what weight you were or what?
Look at that. Hold on. Afterwards.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh yeah, you were definitely at some strength. Yeah. I don't know if I could do that. Maybe I can. 75. Yeah. That's pounds, right?
Yeah, that's the biggest weight they had at the gym. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Dang, going for reps. Impressive, yeah.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so Gangster, so now that you know what I look like and stuff, so based on that video, do you think that if I had applied to the same company as you did back in the day when I was in shape and working out, do you think I could have also gone higher too, or not quite, or something like that?
Can,
What do you think?
Mr. Slave, can you go down to the pic of him like showing his muscle? One sec. That one there at the left. Can you click onto that? Yeah, yeah. Let me just see. Um, I mean, I would say, I think you're. Yeah, I mean, similar. We definitely would say. Would you say, Mr. Slave, it's a similar physique to mine, or what?
I'd have to put them one next to the other.
From what you remember, can you kind of have an idea, no? Or?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
That's all
Wait,
right. It's fine. Just forget it.
kind of
Yeah, yeah,
similar,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
need to see full body. I mean,
No, no,
for
but he just wants a basic thing. He doesn't want full analysis.
okay.
So J Rock, would you say? Oh yeah, what weight were you again?
Oh, you were asking me about what I weigh?
Yeah, that in this picture.
Like about 133 or 135.
What really?
Yeah,
Whoa! You
I
look
know I'm very light.
a bit fuller. I was expecting more than that, but okay. What ethnicity are you? Are you like
I'm Mexican.
you're Mexican? Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah. I don't know. Okay, okay. And are you just on about physique, or you on about your face as well? For
Well,
modeling.
let me ask you this: did the company that you worked for, whether it's the modeling company or the adult film company, do they take face into consideration too, or just physique?
With modeling, yeah, the face is very important. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess if it matters, I guess you could go ahead and tell me if, yeah, I mean, I don't think I have the best look. I don't think I'm the best looking face out there. But yeah, go ahead and tell me that I'm below. You can go ahead and tell me I'm below average.
I don't know. I didn't say that. Wait, are you? Could you say back in the day? So are you old now or what?
No, um, I'm 31.
Oh, 31. Okay, okay. That's not that bad. No. Okay, Mr. Slave, can you show me a picture of his face so I can rate him?
Go to the most.
Yeah, not with sunglasses. I need to see his eyes
Go to
properly
the
and all
very top. Very top. That. What about that one? That's
that. Okay. Your chin to filtrum ratio is quite decent. Would say it's better than mine anyway. uh, facial turds are I say your best feature is your hair. You have a pretty good hairline. You know, it's a lot better than mine as well. Um, your jaw, I don't think your jaw structure would have been good enough for modeling.
okay.
Because you're quite lean in this picture, yeah.
Was that?
You're very lean in this picture. Like you're not. That's not you if you put on a bit of weight, no, or what?
Oh no, that's actually I uploaded that picture today.
Oh, okay. So at the moment you're not as lean as you used to be. So like, what is your physique like in this picture? Because I just want to see. Because if you have a lot more fat, then maybe your bones aren't showing as much because you're not as lean. You know.
Oh, I haven't weighed myself in a while. I'd have to get back to you on that, but
Do you still have
you know,
abs?
huh?
Do you still have abs?
Not as much as before, but somewhat, yeah.
Okay,
If
yeah,
I
but you're not.
flex, they should
Yeah,
still be there.
yeah. You still have a bit of your muscle definition. It's not all gone. You haven't let yourself go completely. Like that's what I'm saying. Um,
Yeah, we're both ectomorphs.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. Honestly, right, I don't think you have the bone structure for modeling.
Okay, I
But
appreciate the honesty.
no. Physique wise, though, I mean, you could have probably tried fitness modeling though with the physique, because you were quite lean and aesthetic. So that would have been the market for you, I'd say. Um,
Fitness modeling, okay.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, man. I mean, what, you want me to give you the rating or not?
I don't. I guess since we're here, why not? Although I don't think it's gonna change how I do with my. Yeah, go ahead. Since we're here, might as well.
Okay, okay. And you know the way I rate, yeah? You know the scale and all that, right?
You look at everything. You look, yeah. When I saw your video of yourself rating Sarah, Ashley, and all them, I saw that you were looking at the distance between the eyes, and yeah, you look at. I know you look at every detail. So yeah.
Yeah. Based on these pictures, just face. I'm not, I don't know what your body's like now because you say it's just a little worse, but just the face, I'm gonna say maybe like 3. So like average, yeah. Would you say that's about right or
Yeah,
not?
yeah, I would think so. Yeah, like I've never thought very. Yeah, I've never really thought too highly of myself face wise. So yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would say
No,
okay.
I would say 3, maybe 3.5. So maybe a tiny bit above average because you definitely do have some like positive features. Like I said, your chin to filtrum ratio is quite ideal. You have a good hairline. So those are all things that might, for some girls, put you a bit above average. But I would say the majority of girls would just see you as just a normal looking guy.
Yeah, but
But are you single because you have a kid, right? So,
yeah, I'm a single dad.
oh snap. Is that like, I don't know if you want to get into it, but like, is that like your choice or did you have a bad breakup or what? Like,
No, it was my choice. Yeah, like before I had my kid, I used to kind of be like you. I used to play the field and sleep around and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know my exact body count. I know it's over 20, but yeah, I know it's
okay,
over. I stopped keeping track after 20, but
yeah,
then I settled down, and that's when I had a kid. And now that I'm not with the mom anymore. I'm kind of getting back into the field. That's why um yeah, that's how I found the community because yeah, I found the community because I saw Do you know Hormaxer?
Yeah, yeah.
I found his speed date with Sarah, and from there I started looking at other people's speed dating, and that's how I found that.
Yeah. And what's are you looking for? Like, are you picky with the girls or not?
Um, I am now because back in the day I didn't have any responsibilities like
Yeah, yeah.
everything that all the money that I made at work, I used to just spend it on, mingling and paying for hotels to get laid and stuff. I blew my money on getting laid. Let's just put it that way. But now that I have a kid, I can't just, I can't just blow all my money on that. I gotta put food on my son's table and stuff. But if I do get a chance to hook up with maybe one or two, then I'm on the same boat as you in terms of I'm only approaching like the very good look. Like I don't go for average anymore. I go for slightly above average at least now. And yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because you're not trying to well, are you doing it just because for yourself, or is it because you don't want to inflate the egos of like the average girls as well, or what?
Oh, it's both for
Oh,
like for
okay.
myself because I figure if I'm gonna spend my money on a girl, whether it's taking her out on a date or paying for a hotel for the hookup and
Yeah,
whatnot,
yeah.
they better be worth the money. So I'm no longer going after average girls anymore. So I guess I'm shooting for out of my league now. So let's just put it that way. And
Oh, you're going out of your league. Oh, okay.
and I've done back in my days, like pre you know pre having a kid, pre settling down, I've done quite well. I think that the best looking girl that I've been with was like maybe a 7 or so. I would put her in a 7, but yeah.
Okay. Um, oh yeah. So quickly, just to establish your standards. So how would you rate like Alex's girlfriend, Natty, or Sarah, or something like that?
Um. Okay. So Sarah. Good. I don't mind her face. Face is good and stuff, but all of these women in our community, like the manosphere and stuff, like they're not body wise, they're not my type. Like
Okay.
I go for like thick girls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
So I
Um,
guess you can say that I'm kind of like Mr. Slave in the sense that Mr. Slave cares more about body than face, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of the same way, but except I just like mine with a little meat on their bones. So let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
okay. So how about Ashley, Nadia, and Sarah? Who would you say is the best out of them?
That's me, Nadia. I would say that Sarah's the best.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
if you
So,
had to give me those three choices, then yeah, like it would
What's wrong with Nadia? No.
yeah. Oh, she doesn't have my body type, and I kind of and yeah, I don't think I would go for her in real. No, dude, I
Wow.
don't think I would approach her, dude. She's not my type.
Goodness. But what do you want about? She's like Megan Fox, right? That's what Alex says. So,
I don't buy that.
what's your opinion on Alex? Do you think he's all right, or do you not like him, or what?
You know what? What I like about Alex is that he's willing to have a conversation with anyone about anything, like, and he's also like one of those few dating coaches who even tried Omigo, like I feel like he'll try anything, that, he's got nothing to hide, unlike the other big names who have a lot to lose if they get on a dating site or infield and they screw up. No, that's
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
No,
so
I admit I like that he's willing to speak with people, and he has people on. Like I do admire that, but there's a lot of stuff I don't admire about him too, obviously. But yeah, no, it's good to finally hear your voice because obviously you've commented on some things and we spoke, but not like this, you know.
Oh yeah, dude. Like yeah, I've been a fan of yours after your. Yeah, I discovered you after your second debate with Alex on on everything. After you sent him that long email about photography and everything else, like that's how I discovered you. Oh, hey, guess what, Gensler? Speaking of which, I'm a photographer myself too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh yeah, hey, Mr. Slave, can you pull up my photography portfolio? It's on Instagram.
Oh, what? You have a
Uh,
portfolio. You don't need
I
that
do.
according to Alex, right? So,
what should I
Okay,
search for?
it's it's all Juan Perez Media Creations. Uh, it's all like without spaces. I think that's the first one right there.
All right.
So yes,
hmm.
I like to do a lot of low light photography.
Okay, okay. So, yeah, see, this is what I mean. So, if you put up a post saying that you're a photographer, you can send them this and say, "This is my portfolio. This is some of my
Yeah,
work," so you get an idea of my skill level, right?
yeah,
And that's how it works, right?
yeah. That's my portfolio.
Yeah. So when I told Alex about his friend not having a portfolio, he was saying he doesn't need a portfolio. And I was like, yes, he does. Like, obviously, technically, he doesn't need one, but I'm saying that no one's going to buy his work if he doesn't have a portfolio. So the only people that would buy it is because they trust Alex. But I'm saying he wouldn't get any money or work if it wasn't for him. So, so I mean, this is my point. Like, this people like you are exactly the cases I was talking about. You know, so he thinks he knows everything, like, when he has no idea what he's on about.
Yeah, maybe I could have. Maybe during your debate with him, I could have hopped on and kind of advocated for you, but it was a one-on-one. It was like a one-on-one debate with you. It was not an open panel at the time, so.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah,
no, I understand. Yeah, it would have been helpful, but it's all good. It's all good, man. I don't know. I think he's a joke, like, but I don't know if I'll even have another debate with him or whatever. But like, I think it's more now.
but
Indian
anyways,
Phi is the
yeah.
one. Say, go on.
Okay, I was gonna tell you that. Yeah, like so when I first commented on your videos, the Gangstar polyglots, I said that like I went through most of your videos, even the old ones of you working out, and yeah, like I was thinking that maybe I want to follow in your footsteps. Like maybe if I start to work out again and I go to Omega and I do what you did, show off in front of the girls. Maybe that's how I want to start a channel, just to get some content going and maybe host my own live streams and talk about stuff. So, you know,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's what.
definitely, man. If you did, I'd come on, like, So yeah, that'd be good. And as a point, like, if you you already have a bit of like communications with some of the people in the community, so you'd automatically get more like viewers than like someone like me. When I started out, I had no connections, so everything I got was like it took so long to build anything. So
Right. So at least I won't be starting from scratch. At least I already have some people in in the social circle to be like the first 5 or 10 subscribers.
yeah, yeah. Well, I'd expect you might get more than that, especially like if like think about Greg. Like if you go on Greg's stream and you're talking about your own one, then I'm sure a decent amount of them will also check you out. Like so it's like that.
But yeah, that's the plan going forward. Work out more and just ask the girls. Like I guess I could do what you did. Like ask them what would they rate me, and I don't know, just have a normal conversation.
What what do you think about like the way I say that the girls like rate harsher now? Like when I say the girls rate average guys is like 3 out of 10. Like you obviously watched the Omegle stuff with me asking the girls to rate guys. Do you agree with that, or do you think that I'm a bit ridiculous or what?
Are you talking about the one where you were had pictures of other guys and you were asking them?
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't watched it in a video, so I don't exactly remember how the interaction went. But
Okay.
if I went back and saw it, maybe I'll let you know in another stream or something.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. No, I was just curious on your kind of perspective. What about with Greg? Are you okay with him, or do you have any opinion, or what?
He hasn't done anything to me personally, so you know, uh,
Mm,
but I but what I don't like this whole Hormaxer witch hunt. Like, yeah, I'm not a fan of the witch hunt either. So, because he hasn't been convicted of anything, it's not like he tried to ask these girls for their information and actually try to go meet up with them. I don't know. I just feel like there's too much of a witch hunt against Hornmaxer right now. That's the only. I guess that would be the only thing I don't like what he's doing. But other than
yeah.
that, he hasn't done anything to me, so
Okay,
can't say
okay.
anything.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I just, I haven't spoke to him in quite a while. Like, but it's just that thing with Mr. Slave, the way he's telling him he can't speak to
Oh
certain
yeah, and
people.
I don't like how he's banning Mr. Slave for being friendly with Hormaxer and going on Hormaxer's stream. Like, because Mr. Slave is just a nuke show. He wants. Yeah, I like that Mr. Slave is trying to bring peace between the community, and for trying to do a good thing, they just ban him from Greg's stream, and I guess that's another thing I don't like, that they're trying to attack the peacemaker.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, like, if Mr. Slave wants to be friends with whoever he wants, it shouldn't be an
Yeah,
issue, right? So I
It's
don't
not
know.
yeah.
just that. It's so I was on Ashley's stream and we were doing a technical discussion, a legal discussion about Hormaxer or a moral, ethical analysis of Hormaxer, like whatever they claim that he did. And then Alex comes on and he starts attacking me for analyzing, if Hormaxer is whatever accusations they want to make against him. So Alex starts coming at me that I'm a pedophile because I'm justifying Hormaxer, where I'm just trying to analyze Hormaxer. So just for analyzing Hormaxer and analyzing the accusations of pedophilia, Alex started calling me a pedophile. And he made videos about me. He made, I think, a video about me. It's the title is Mr. Slave Pro Pedo question mark. It's like it's accusing me with a question mark. And in the video, when you watch the video, I'm just asking Alex like, okay, so what do you think Hormaxer did that is wrong? Like let's talk about it. No, it's just for asking the question. Basically, oh, Mr. Slave, are you pro pedophilia? Mr. Slave, are you a pedophile? No, you gotta answer the question. And then he did that to me again when the Crucible was on the other day, and I told Alex I hate you, and he said you're such an ingrate. He tells me, I tell him, but you accuse me of pedophilia. So Alex
Yeah,
says I didn't accuse you of being of pedophilia, and then he starts accusing me of pedophilia.
yeah. He's a joke. He did the same to me. He accused me, and then obviously when people went against him for it, then he was saying, "Oh well, I didn't mean it like that, but I still agree
I
with what I
remember that.
said." So he's a joke. Anyway, Mr. Slave, all you have to say to him is that his girlfriend is the size of a fourth grader. So if anyone likes kids, it's him, not us.
That's actually true. I mean, I told him the fact that you're accusing me of being a pedophile, that is an indication that you're a pedophile. Just
Well, oh,
the fact that it's on his mind. I mean, why would it even be on your mind? So, I mean,
yeah, like obviously, Mr. Slave, I've seen, obviously, I don't think that Nicole one you were like involved with before was attractive, but she at least was like a tall woman, right? But, you know, Natty is like, she's tiny. She's like I said, a fourth grader. So if anyone likes kids, it'd be a guy who's going after girls who resemble a child like that.
right, but and who accuses others of being a pedophile? I mean, for real. I mean, who does that?
Yeah,
who does?
without concrete evidence. Yeah,
No,
I
no, no.
agree
It's
with
not
you.
even without the very fact that you would think in that direction. Why is it on your mind? It sounds like deflection. It sounds like you feel guilty and that's why you're deflecting. Why would you bring it up? Like, it's like we're having a discussion about Hormaxer, and then you're coming and attacking me for justifying pedophilia because we're analyzing the ethics, we're analyzing the legality, we're analyzing Hormax. So it's just an
Yeah,
analysis. So
yeah,
just for that, he's coming after me. It's like he wants to shut down the discussion. It's like the discussion is is causing an imbalance. It's like he cannot have the discussion. So he's sensitive to the discussion. Who is sensitive to a discussion about pedophilia? I mean, I mean,
yeah.
you
Look,
you
yeah. Sorry, go on, go on.
No, I mean, it's an indication that he is uncomfortable with pedophilia. Who's uncomfortable with pedophilia? I mean, obviously, I mean, a pedophile would be uncomfortable with pedophilia. Who else? I mean,
Well,
unless you have something
I,
against me. Yeah, go on.
I mean, look, Mr. Slave, I did see the recent one where they were trying to get you to answer the question. I saw a little bit of that. So, look, I'm just gonna say, right, this is actually why I wanted to come on to you because I just wanted to like understand that obviously I get that you're like a hyper analyzer, so you like to fully understand what you're like, if you answer something, you want to know the details of what you're saying. So I get your like logic, but obviously you have to take into account that some people are not that smart, right? So if they ask you a simple question like that, and if you don't give a straightforward answer, they're going to say, "Oh, you must be one." Because if it was me answering, it'd be a straight no. I wouldn't be asking for all the details. So I just think
Yeah,
sometimes you need to
I
not give them so
don't.
much credit and just assume that a lot of them are brain dead. So you can't be like, with your intelligence, you can't use it because they're not going to understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, if I'm speaking to someone who's dumb, I'm not going to dumb down. I'm not going to look, I'm not I was thinking about it. I'm not going to be investigated. I mean, I'm open to debating. I'm not open to being interrogated.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not open to being accused and having to defend myself. If you want to accuse me and have me defend myself, then I'm not interested. That's not a conversation I'm interested in. And
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah,
Alex
sorry.
from the beginning, he's been trying to do this. He always tries to put me on the defense. In the beginning, he called me a little bitch.
Yeah.
And he never took it back. He still to this day has not taken it back. Um,
Yeah, he doesn't like
he's
admitting he's wrong. I've said that to him loads of times when
Yeah, yeah.
so
I mean, these are just awful people. I mean, they're very um they don't feel safe. They don't have self-respect. They don't have self-esteem. That's why they're
yeah.
such bullies. I mean, who attacks people? I mean, why would you attack a person? Like we're having a nice discussion. Why would suddenly any one of us start attacking the other? The only reason can be is like if one of us is weak within ourselves. It's like
Ye-
like who becomes a bully? A person who is bullied becomes a bully.
Yeah,
So
I understand your logic. Yeah, yeah.
these people are weak. Like and Alex says that. Alex says he was a loser growing up.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
he
know.
never
Yeah,
right. So in his mind was molded as a loser, and
yeah,
he can never shake that feeling off. So
yeah.
he's always a bully because he's trying to prove to himself that he's not a loser.
Yeah,
But he
I know. So that I always had that perspective of him as like he's that dorky kid who's trying to prove, oh no, I'm a cool guy now. So he tries to act all like like you said, trying to bully people and act all tough and macho. But he's still deep down that dorky little nerd that was like like a loser in school. So
it's not even just that. It's also he has to take testosterone supplements
yeah,
in order to
because he
be a
wants to be
man.
macho. Yeah, he wants to think I'm a big man, strong. I'm a man's man.
And
So,
just the testosterone that he's taking could be causing him to be such a bully. I wouldn't be surprised. But the fact that he has to take it, and probably for the rest of his life he has to take it just to get, I guess, a boner, or just to be masculine. I mean,
Yeah,
that could by itself make a person feel, oh, I'm such a loser. I don't even have what makes a man to be a man. I don't have even that simple thing.
yeah.
So,
Look, the guy's
so
a joke. Like that's my point. Alex is a
I wouldn't.
joke.
No, I
He's a
look. I
joke.
don't want. No, I'm not saying that he's a joke. I'm just analyzing the situation. I told him
You
this.
analyzing sounds like a joke to me, but okay.
No, no, no. I'm not saying he's a joke. I'm just saying I told him this, that this is what might be driving his behavior to be a bully. I mean, he's a bully. There was the other guy. There was a guy the other day. There was a guy that believes in flat Earth, and Alex started attacking him really,
Yeah,
really mean. And I came on the show and I asked Alex, why are you being so mean to this guy? And Alex said, well, it's a flat earther. You got to be mean. I said, why do you have to be mean? No, no, it's useless. It's useless to talk to them. I said, why is it so? Why do you have to be so mean? And then I told him, you know what, Alex? Okay, I'm a flat earther. What are you going to say? So he starts saying, wait, Mr. Slade, are you a flat earther? Mr. Slade, are you telling me you're a flat earther? It's like someone. I just like this guy. So strange. So
yeah,
strange.
yeah. Well, Mr. Slave, look, I'm just going to say it quickly because I have to go quite soon. But like, okay, with the whole thing with the pedo thing, right? So it's
Mhm.
fine that you say you don't want to dumb down, but when something like that's like very serious, I think sometimes you have to because you can put yourself in a lot of trouble with it. If people classify you like that, then it could really ruin. Well, I'm not saying it's going to ruin your life, but it could potentially. That's why I took it so serious when he accused me of it because if in the area I'm at, if people really thought that about me, I'd be killed the next day. So it's very
What?
serious. So they shouldn't be saying things
So,
like that without proper evidence, against me. So I'd say with you, just to be a bit careful when if they're saying serious questions like that, then I think sometimes you might need to be a bit more straightforward, just to protect yourself. And it's their own stupidity because they can't understand that you're a smart man who's
Right,
trying to
but
analyze. But
there's nothing you can.
hey,
That's
Genstar, question since you brought it up. So
wait
like, I'm
one
assuming
second.
that,
One second. Let,
um,
let me. No, no, no. Hold on. This is
okay.
important. 1 second. So I mean, I tried that. I tried accusing Alex, you're a pedophile, which might be, but I told him, look, if you're going to accuse me of being a pedophile, then you're a pedophile. You must be a pedophile because only a pedophile would accuse someone of being a pedophile. And it's like he still made a video about me with the title Mr. Slave Pro Pedo question mark.
yeah,
So I decided uh and I thought about it. And my decision is to, like everything else, just make a joke out of it because if you take it seriously, they're going to come after you. This is the mob. This is the mob effect. If you
yeah,
take it
yeah,
seriously and you show that you're sensitive to the topic, they're going to say, "Oh, only a pedophile would be sensitive to being called a pedophile."
yeah,
So,
yeah.
you got to joke, you got to so everybody started coming after me. You saw Sarah came after me and Ashley. Mr. Slade, are you a pedophile? Are you get a boner when you see a 4-year-old little girl? So what are you going to say to that? You either going to accuse them back and then start a war, which they're going to say, oh, only a pedophile react. No, so
Yeah,
my answer is I'm going to ignore you guys and I'm going to smile and laugh at
and,
you
and
and make
that's
a
my point,
joke
Mr.
out of
Slade.
you.
I could understand your answer and I can understand what you were doing. But for them, like I said, if they're low IQ, they're just going to take that as, oh, he can't say no. That means he must be. So I think what you should say is that
Fine.
you should say, I'm not attracted to kids, but I just want to understand.
Look, I will not be interrogated. I'm not going to be in that position. I'm not going to be in a defensive position. I no way. That's not going to
Okay,
happen.
okay, I get that, I get that.
I
Oh,
will not be interrogated. If you start interrogating me, then I will start, making fun of the conversation. I'm not interested in that conversation.
okay,
I
okay,
am
that's fine, Mr. Slade. That's fine. I get it. That's your belief system, whatever. But I'm just saying, just to be a bit careful. That's all I'm going to say. J Rock, what was your question?
Okay, so yeah, so in Europe, where you're from, is the age of consent also 18?
No, I think where I'm at, it's like 16.
Okay, and
I'm not 100% sure, but it's definitely under 18. It might be between 15 to 17, I think. But yeah.
okay, and I think somebody mentioned before, I don't know if it was Mr. Slave or someone else, that in other parts of the country, like Germany, the age of consent is 14 and stuff. So like, you know, this topic can be varied between different locations around the world. So, you know, different
Well,
parts.
yeah, of course, of course. I mean, personally, I'm into older women, so it's not an issue for me. But yeah, that is something to consider when you accuse people of that. You have to take into account
Yeah,
their location as well, just in case, because it is a very serious, accusation to throw at someone. So you definitely shouldn't say it unless you're 100% certain that the guy is guilty of the act. So
yeah,
yeah, I just
that's what
thought that was
I,
pretty ridiculous of him to
yeah,
do
that's
that.
why I'm not, that's why I'm not a fan of this Ormax or picking on him witch hunt. You know, that's why, yeah. And also,
Yeah,
I wanted to say that, in my opinion, people don't really look their age nowadays. Like there are grown women who look like little kids. They're called midgets, and there's also I've seen like teenagers, 15 or 16, who look like they could easily pass for being 18 or older. So like, so that's why I'm kind of open-minded about this. Like, don't attack the guy for thinking
yeah,
thinking a
okay.
certain way.
And I get that, man. Look, and that's the point because you're being open-minded. But I'm just telling you, some people, especially in this community, well, I'm sure other people too, but they'll listen to that and they'll think you're defending those people, and then say, "Oh, you must be like that too. That's why you're defending it." That's how brain dead they are. Like, they can't understand your
Yeah.
mindset. But so you just say you have to just telling everyone just to be a bit careful when you're like talking about these things because people can clip this and then like edit it to make it look like you trying to say that you're like that, and it's just a joke.
Yep. Yeah, these people are, pretty much evil.
Oh yeah, just before I go as well, I just want to say as well, what do you think about Alex? The way, the way with this whole thing with the competition he had, and he's doing it with Looksmaxing as well, and he's saying like, "Oh, I bought your plane ticket," and you're complaining like that. He's like throwing it in their face, like, going, "Oh, I paid for you," and rubbing it in their face, basically. What do you think about people like that? That if they do something for you, but then they use it against you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
I
not
think he should have paid
evil.
for gas for his plane ticket instead.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
he
what
is.
they were saying, but
I don't find that to be so terrible. I mean, that's not on the same
yeah, of course it's not on
level.
the same level as what the things he said about you, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, what does that tell you about him as a person? That he doesn't something he considers nice for someone, and
He
then he'll use
wants,
that
but
against
he
them.
needs he needs everyone to know that he's paying. So it's like
Yeah.
status, which is fine. I don't mind that.
Yeah, no, not that. I mean that, like, when Lux Pharrell was complaining about something, he was like, "Oh, I paid for your plane ticket. What are you complaining about? Be grateful. I done this for you." Like throwing it in his face, like, I'm saying that that's not a humble person. I'm saying I'm just saying a lot of the stuff he talks about, it just shows his true nature isn't that good.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, okay. I mean, fine. I mean, look, uh he's got problems. He's not, but no one is perfect. I'm not, at the end of the
yeah,
day, no one is perfect. You got to pick your battles, and I mean, if I want to stay away from them, like right now I'm staying away from Greg basically. Maybe sooner or later I'll have to stay away from this entire community because it's so dangerous and so toxic.
yeah. No, that's my point, Mr. Slave. Like, I mean, I don't get along with a lot of people in the community as well. Like, so it's fine. You can still be in it, but, just have your own beliefs, and then, you're going to be challenged, but just, be confident in what you believe and represent yourself accurately. So you don't need to leave, just because people are disagreeing with you. You can still partake, just have
It's
a
it's
different
not
perspective.
about disagreeing. It's about if you're being accused of, such terrible crimes, or it's for them.
Yeah,
They're actually accusing you of thought crime. I mean, they're saying, are you turned on by prepubescent children? So that's thought crime.
Yeah,
They're
that's why I'm
interested
saying just
in,
to be a bit careful, yeah, because
right, but but it's, I mean, it is legal. I mean, just for the record, I mean, as far as the legality is concerned, of course, it's legal to have thoughts. It doesn't matter what the thoughts are. I mean, if you have
yeah,
certain, what, like a guy goes to sleep and he dreams about whatever, so what, that's illegal, so you're gonna punish him? It's like, I mean,
yeah, yeah.
that's where
I
the,
understand that. I understand, but you just have to understand that these people that, they if they want to take it personal, like they will try to find out your identity and try to screw your life. Some people will take it that far because they're very against this type of thing. So you just have to be careful. Like I'm saying, like obviously you keep yourself private, so that's good. But if you did have your info out and they spread this, like Alex making videos about you being like that, some people in your area might see that and then want to do something to harm you. So just be careful.
right, you know, I remember I read once about this judge that was the harshest with this kind of crime. He was so
Yeah.
harsh. Everyone knew. I don't remember where I read this. Everyone knew that if a case comes to this judge, he's going to destroy you for pedophilia. And then
Mm.
one day they discover that this judge is a pedophile, an actual
Hey
pedophile.
guys, real quick, I'm gonna have to get going now, but I just wanted to ask Ganstor one more question before I go. So,
Hmm.
I didn't get, I didn't get too much into the, I was also wondering, in the, in the adult film industry or company that you worked for, did they look for body, face, or what did they look for? Do you think they would have hired me too?
Um, Honestly, you'd have a better chance doing that. But yeah, they still obviously cared about how you looked overall. You don't need to be like super. People think like, oh, that you need to be like a bodybuilder, but no, they actually prefer someone like with your build. And
Okay.
with that, yeah, so that wasn't an issue as long as you're like toned and stuff and lean, then that's fine. But yeah, you obviously just have to have like a decent sized, downstairs.
Oh
and
yeah.
and as well, if you're open to doing more kind of taboo stuff, then you definitely
No.
will have a better chance of making it. Because if you're just trying to do normal straight stuff,
Yeah.
then it's very difficult because they have tons of guys that will do that for free. But if you're willing to do stuff
Oh,
like Mr.
I can.
Slave, then they're willing to pay because not many guys are, well, there's still a lot of guys willing to do the stuff he does, but if you're willing to do it on camera, then there's a market for that. So if that would be something you're open to, then you'd have a much better chance of making it.
Okay, and obviously you don't want to disclose the companies that you worked for, right? So I can't look into if they would they would hire
But
me. If,
but would you be open? Would you have done stuff crazy, or were you just trying to do like normal stuff?
no, I'm too straight for anything else, man.
Yeah. Well, I would say it probably wouldn't have worked out then because it's very hard to get just normal straight porn. I mean, well, so yeah,
Or
that
do
would
you
be
mind if I ask then, like the scenes that you did do, like did they pay you or did you do them for free?
no, I got paid.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And you said it was kind of like the draw. It was a lucky draw that they chose you.
I mean, for the straight stuff that like yeah, money wise was not the best though. Obviously, the ones where I got offered a lot of money were to do like I said, the crazy stuff or stuff with men, and I wouldn't
Yeah,
do that.
no, I can't do that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, to you can yeah, that's my point. You would probably have to do some free work. I have done some free work too, but the majority I'm not counting those. I'm only counting the ones I got paid for. So I did about maybe less than 10 shoots, so not that many, but
Okay, but all right. So you said that you wouldn't disclose the companies anyways, so I could look into it.
yeah, I just don't want. I don't care if people find my stuff, like, because obviously I know their videos are out there somewhere. So Like they used to be on
Okay.
Pornhub before they took all their, you know, like 90% of the videos got taken down from there. But
Like,
yeah,
was
I'm
it like
sure they're going.
was it a big name like Brazzers, Bang Bros, anything like that?
No, no, no. I did get offered with Hot Guys F, if you know them. Yeah, I got one job offer with them, but they didn't know I wasn't in America. But if I go to America, they said they would still be kind of interested.
Oh man. Yeah. Oh man, I kind of wish Alex would have bought you that plane ticket, and maybe you could have done some other work here too, you know?
Yeah, because they were offering 2.5K for the one scene, like so that was quite good, and free accommodation. So
Okay, but
Wait, Ganstar, can I ask you a question about the industry?
yeah, yeah,
So, I mean, if I want to get into it as like in the stuff that I do,
yeah.
the who how would I do that? I mean, that it sounds incredible. Like
Well, yeah, I
getting
would. I think you would have a decent chance because you would be so open to doing anything. That would be like a huge appeal because not every guy is willing to allow the most extreme things to happen to them. So you would definitely be in a niche market. So you'd be very appealing. But if you wanted to do it, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I got it through connections with the modeling, and then they knew people in the industry that worked with them. So then they could recommend me. So yeah, I would say it is easier, obviously, if you know people, but you probably just have to look online and see if there's anything going, and then build some connections, and maybe you can find some work. You know,
you said, did I hear you say that you still have connections with the people that you worked with?
I'm saying like because I was trying to do modeling properly, right? And then
Yeah,
a lot of them told me that I just don't have the right kind of look in terms of like height and all that, saying it's just not going to work out probably.
yeah.
So they said I'd be better with adult film, and then they said we actually have like connections, and they thought that I would do quite well in that. So then they hooked me up basically, and then from there I also was looking online and stuff, and I was, that's my point. It was very difficult though. So I wouldn't say it's like an easy task. Like, it's just a lot of searching and negotiating because then most of the people, they still just try to get you to do gay stuff. Like, even
Oh,
though you're applying for straight porn, they'll try to get you to do gay porn. They're like, oh, you have to do gay porn. You have to be open to it as well because, we need people who are diverse and open-minded. And I was just like, I just can't do it. I was offered so much money, like, and I was just like, if I was bisexual, I'd be like so rich, but I just can't.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, so again, you don't want to say at least one company that you worked for, just it's
I
not gonna
mean,
dox you.
I just, I mentioned the hot guys F thing. If you want to try them, I don't know, but
Oh, okay, you mentioned.
do you know who they are? No,
That's a brand or company I've never heard of before. That's why I was like, oh, I don't.
it's
Hmm,
it's hot guys, and then F is obviously I'm not cursing, but you get what it means, right? So
gotcha. Okay, I guess that's something I could look into. But all right, it was nice to finally like talk to you voice to voice, and we will have more conversations in the future.
yeah, where are you normally on? You on Greg or what?
No, I haven't been on Greg's. I mean, sometimes I'll just say stuff in the chat, but no, Mr. Slave's stream is pretty much the only one that I've ever like hopped on and actually spoke.
Oh, okay,
Everyone else,
okay.
it's just I don't really like to get on a panel with too many people talking at the same time. I prefer if it was one on one or just two or three people, like a small
Yeah.
group.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. No, yeah, I was just wondering if you're around, like, because it'd be definitely good to talk and hear your updates with your workout and all that. Actually, just before you go, do you want to quickly say what's your diet like? Are you like careful or what?
Oh, absolutely not. I eat what I can, to put on some weight, to put on some calories, and it's worked out for me. Like, I don't really, yeah, my body burns regular fat too very quick, so I don't need to watch my diet.
Is your protein intake high though, or like do you actually monitor it, or just do what you want or what?
I have taken supplements like whey gainers and whey protein, and even just like a protein bar here and then, but
Yeah. Okay.
since
Okay.
I'm actively working out, I haven't spent too much money on supplements. But once I do get the ball rolling, I definitely plan on, you know, investing into, you know, supplements to help me out. And
Yeah.
yeah, so
I
hopefully,
would just advise that if you're getting back into the workout and trying to get your physique back to top optimal level, then I would just say try to get 40 grams of protein per meal and have like 4 to 5 meals a day, something like that, just to, give you the best kind of protein balance with your workout, so that might give you a tiny bit of assistance, to get you a quicker result. Because I'm sure, because you're an ectomorph, so you'll get it eventually anyway, but.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
But all
okay,
right.
all good. I'm gonna go as well. So yeah, it was cool talking to you as well, Slave and J Rock. And yeah, definitely I might pop in some other time as well. So all good.
Oh, good.
All right, guys. All right. We'll talk to you guys later.
All
Okay, bye.
right.
All right.
Bye.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Yeah, look, Slave. If I do debate with Alex again, I'll definitely bring up some of the stuff you talked about and just tell him that he's a joke for the stuff he said about you. So don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Sure. If that's how you feel, you should say how you feel. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, because you heard that when he was insulting you, and I said that you had a more attractive girl than he has, so I was defending you then as well, and he didn't like it. So I'm just saying, if I hear him doing that trash, I will. If I speak with him, I will call him out for it.
the question is, when you tell him that, you you're you're striking him where it hurts, so he's gonna lash back, and
And
then
that's
and that's
fine.
how, and then he becomes a bully. So
He
I
can try
mean,
to be a bully if he wants, but I don't care. He can say what he wants to me.
I think it's better to just make fun of him, just ignore uh, his his terrible behavior. I mean,
Actually, hey, Mr. Slave, just before I go, would you quickly review my video on the one where I rated Ashley and Sarah and Natty?
sure. Let me
Just before, it's
go.
only like 4 minute video, just and you can make it go faster if you want.
Yeah,
I
sure.
just it might make it entertaining if people do check it out.
All right. Let me see. So, what should I look for?
Just my name, right?
Ganstar, or something else?
With You're missing a T.
Oh, the
You have to type it in
Ganstar.
properly.
Why is it? What does it mean, Ganstar? Does it mean something?
Um, it's just a name, right?
You have 1,000 subscribers? That's a huge channel.
Really? I don't think so, but okay.
How long have you had it?
That's why I've been long. It's like 4 years, I think. But see,
Oh.
I never had any like connections with anyone. Like Greg and all that. Obviously,
Hmm.
like he's getting all of like Alex's kind of like viewers to his channel. So his channel is growing a lot faster than mine did. It took so long for me to grow mine. But yeah, just go to the videos and you'll see Sarah's pictures on the thumbnail. So you'll see it if you go down. Yeah, yeah, there.
Of our facial analysis video. So today we're going to be analyzing Ashley, Sarah, and Michelle, or as I call them, the three witches from Hocus
Yeah,
Pocus,
you can
and their
fast forward.
cat
Yeah,
Natty. This isn't going to be too in-depth, as I'm just going to highlight some of the positive and negative features that I observe. So let's commence. So we'll start with Michelle. So the first flaw I see is that her eye spacing seems to be quite unideal. As you can see, her eyes are nowhere near one eye apart. However, due to her high body fat percentage, it makes her face wider. So the distance between her eyes relative to the facial width is a bit more harmonious. Another flaw would be that
Wait,
her
Mr.
eyebrows
Slave,
appear
you
to be
pause?
kind of thin.
Yeah.
So I know you don't agree with the like face and all that, saying that's most important. But like,
Hmm.
can you see here, like when I'm analyzing Michelle's face, can you see like the flaws that I'm talking about, or are you just like I don't understand what I'm on about, or
Yeah,
what?
sure. I mean, I agree with the analysis. I just think first you need to discuss the body, because a good face with a bad body for me is useless. I got nothing to
Yeah,
do with
yeah.
that.
Okay, I understand. No, I just wanted to know if you could see, like, obviously, if we put up like Megan Fox's picture, there would be hardly any flaws to her face, which is why I'm saying that Michelle's face is lacking.
Sure, okay.
What would you rate can you rate Michelle's face just without the body type? And I know she's overweight.
No, it's very difficult to rate a face without a body. I mean, what am I gonna do with that? I mean, I guess I could. I mean, she's okay. She's her face is kind of nice. She's not repulsive, not repugnant. She's a 5, even a 5.5. No, yeah, she's okay. Face is okay.
What do you give her?
A 5.5.
Wow, but she's overweight like a lot, right?
But that's the body. You wanted me to discuss
Yeah, but her face is overweight. You can see she's got a lot of fat in the face, right?
I like fatty face. I mean, I like
Oh.
thick chicks.
But like that thick, or you really?
I mean, I like chicks that are like thick. Like my current girlfriend. I mean, she's really thick. I mean,
But
the thickest that I've ever been with.
not like Michelle, though, right? You mean she's obviously skinnier than her, right?
I mean, it depends on the body type. I've never seen Michelle's body type, so Michelle
Oh,
might
really?
have.
Oh, okay.
Michelle might have.
I've seen her full body. Well, you know, I've seen pictures of her body, so you know, it's
No,
very...
you need to see a girl walking on a runway back and forth, fully nude, and even
Yeah.
then, I would be able to give you my true perspective.
Okay, cool. Okay, so you're saying 5.5 for Michelle. Okay, that is really
Face.
high. But okay, can you fast forward? We'll get to the next girl, and then you can
Or she
rate
could
her.
darken and make these.
Wait, you want to go to the next girl?
Yeah, go on.
Like, okay.
Ashley. Whoa.
But in the current dating market, I would say she's about a 1 to 1.5 out of 10. Okay, so next we'll do Ashley. So surprisingly, the first thing I noticed is that her eye spacing is quite decent. They're not quite one eye apart, but this is definitely better than most people I've seen so far. Her eyebrows, as you can see, are much fuller than Michelle's. However, I think they could be styled a bit better. Her chin to philtrum ratio is also quite ideal. As you can see, her philtrum is about 2.25 times smaller than her chin. And for a woman, I would say 2 times would be more ideal, but this is still an above average measurement. It's hard to tell with her lips because she's smiling in a lot of these, but the edges of the lips seem to connect with the pupils of the eyes, which is quite an attractive feature for women to have. So yeah, her facial harmony score is going to be a lot higher than I was predicting. However, one flaw she does have is that her facial turds are definitely not proportionate. She definitely has quite a large forehead. But yeah, overall, I know what Ashley looks like, of course, and these pictures, the makeup is definitely making her appear more attractive. So in the current dating market, I'm still going to say Ashley is about a 2 to 2.5 out of 10 naturally. But with the makeup on, she's at least average to slightly above average.
Pause. What would
Moving on,
you
we'll get to
rate
Sarah.
Ashley?
Mm-hmm.
What would you rate Ashley's face?
Wait, Ashley. I mean, this is not Ashley.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I know what she looks like in real, like, you know, and it's not this. This is the makeup, but you know, what would you rate her though? In not this picture, but just in general, how would you rate her face only?
Also like a 5.5.
So you give Michelle and her the same. Okay. Go on. We move on to Sarah. So.
All right.
Ashley looks like, of course, and these pictures, the makeup is definitely making her appear more attractive. So in the current dating market, I'm still going to say, we'll get to Sarah. So the first flaw I noticed is that her eye spacing appears to be almost too close set compared to her facial width. Again, I wouldn't say it's a major flaw as it's not too extreme. However, if her eyes were a bit wider set, I think it would be more attractive. Another issue is that the length of her eyebrows from the frontal region appears to be a bit off. It would be more ideal if the eyebrows would begin before the eye area. However, this could be due to her eyes being a bit closer set, but this is easily masqueraded with a bit of contouring to make the eyebrows fuller. I haven't commented on the girls' noses so far as they all appear to be quite average. None of them have very good noses, but not bad either. One surprising thing I've noticed with Sarah is that on her left eye, the canthal tilt seems to be close to 7 degrees, which is quite ideal for a Caucasian woman. But on the right eye, it seems to be close to like 5 degrees. So they're definitely not symmetrical. Her chin to philtrum ratio appears to be quite good. As you can see, the chin is near 2 times the size of the philtrum, so that is very ideal. Her lip fullness seems to be quite ideal as well, as the lower lip is about 1.75 times the size of the upper lip. The edges of her nose seem to connect with the inner canthal part, and the edges of the lips do seem to connect with the pupils. However, I think this is due to her smiling. So when she isn't smiling, I would say they still connect with the iris area, so that is still decent. Her facial turds are okay. The forehead, again, seems to be a tiny bit too long. So overall, I think Sarah, when she has no makeup on and she's natural, she's about a 2 out of 10.
What would you say for Sarah?
6.5.
Okay, so you think she's the best so far? Okay, and then move on to the last girl.
But I feel she benefits.
There's another girl? Oh, Natty, okay.
It's the most from compared to the Megan Fox doppelganger herself, Natty. So the first flaw I noticed is that she has some upper eyelid exposure.
So, Natty,
yeah, once
for
you
me,
rate her before me, go on. Yeah, rate her.
So there's a problem. She has like a pimple.
Yeah, it's like a mole or a wart.
A mole or wart. Yeah, I mean, these things for me are a major problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you going to say for her? Well, or do you want to wait till the end?
She is compared to the rest, I mean, she's like I guess a 7.
So you think she's the best? Yeah.
I think so. I might be biased because I know she has I don't even know what her body looks like, actually. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we're just talking about face though, right? So.
Right, I might be biased because because I think she has a good body. The
Yeah,
face, yeah,
yeah.
she has problems, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I mean, even the most beautiful women in the world, in my opinion, which have the best bodies, usually don't have the best faces. So, I mean,
Yeah. No,
it
I
is,
get for you it's not as important. For me it is, but I understand that's not the same for you. It's all good.
yeah,
All right, we just play it to the end because I just want to hear
And
if
some
you
lower
agree with
eyelid
my analysis or
sure.
not. But, all right.
exposure as well. Her eye spacing is a bit off. Quite a noticeable issue I see is that her eyebrows are very narrow. As you can see, the eye is way before the beginning of the eyebrow. So yeah, she should definitely try to make these lengthier from the front anyway, as this is quite noticeable. Her eye length to width ratio could be better. One issue with her nose is that the skin of the nasal septum area does appear to sag down a bit too much. And her chin to philtrum ratio is also a bit off. Her lower lip is a bit too big compared to her upper lip. The edges of her lips are probably an issue as she's smiling here, and they barely connect with the iris area. So I'd say her lips are a bit narrow. And yeah, overall, I think that her hair is probably her best feature. One problem she does have is that her face appears to be almost like melting. It kind of reminds me of Clayface from Batman. And also, if she was like an animal, she would definitely be like a reptilian, maybe like a lizard of some kind. And she does show signs of aging. So overall, I'm going to say she's about a 2.5 out of 10. And she's the type of girl that contouring doesn't seem to do much. So yeah, that was just a basic analysis of some of the faces.
That's fine. So
That's a good
you
analysis.
kind of understand, because I didn't think you would like understand all this kind of analysis side. Like, but are you okay with that or what?
1 second, I'm adding Karen. Your analysis is very interesting, and I never knew these parameters, so it's pretty good.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, cool, man. That's my point. Look, if I do come on and I ask you to rate girls, can we do it like that? That if I'm just talking about face, can we just stick to the face? And if we're on about the whole body, we'll talk about that, right?
Yeah, I'll try.
Danstar, can I
Okay.
ask you a question?
Who am I talking to? I can't see because the comments blocking.
Well, my video, I don't have my video on anyway. So my name is Karen, and I'm a transgender woman.
Okay.
So I'm just curious. Like, I've seen your videos, and you're quite handsome. But I'm just curious, like, why do you feel the need to like rate these women like 1, 2, 3? Like, these women can fuck guys who, no offense, are either on your same Looksmax or are better, but you feel the need to rate them 2 and 3. I don't understand. Does it make you like feel better as a man doing that, or like, can you please explain to me your reasoning?
Okay, look, first of all, Karen, I will say I fully agree with you. I said that about Michelle. I gave her a 1 out of 10 on the dating market, but I said she still has her choice of men. So it's not that it's a problem for her. But my point is that obviously on my channel, I'm talking about the male struggle. So I'm saying that the point is that the reason these guys are struggling is because like girls like Michelle, who are 1 out of 10, they still have tons of options. So a guy who's on her looks level, who's also 1 out of 10, he's having nowhere near the success level she's having. He's on his own,
Okay.
like desperate for a message back online, and she's having
Sure.
the time of her life. So it's not that I'm trying to insult the girls per se, although
Okay.
these specific girls did ask me to do the thing for them, so that was why I did this video. But
Oh,
in general, it's more about just so people understand why they're struggling, because they're like, the guy's thinking like, why is she rejecting me? I'm the same level as her. But I'm saying your reality compared to hers is totally different. So,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you broke it down that way, because just for me, like, just being introduced to your channel, like, I watched a couple of your videos in the last 30 minutes, and I don't really understand like the way that you were going into it, and I don't understand the mindset as much as you just broke it down for me. So I appreciate that.
Which
To me,
video
it
did
kind
you
of just
see?
seemed like you were almost like attacking them for reasons that I didn't know. So I just wanted to understand that. And now I understand. They requested it. You're going over it. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
trying to be an ass. So
but there is some girls that don't request it. Like Natty, she didn't request it, but I
yeah,
just
yeah,
threw her in. I mean,
sure, sure.
you do understand that, like me and Alex, right, from Playing with Fire?
Yeah, yeah, I know Alex.
Like,
Yeah.
you know that with me and him having some problems, yeah, or not?
Yo, yeah, I've watched a few of your all's heated arguments. So
Oh, okay, you understand then. Okay.
yeah,
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying that.
including the ones where you talk about Natty being in your DMs, which were quite interesting. But
Well, I didn't. No, I said that we had a 4-hour conversation on Greg's stream. I didn't say that. I don't have her. Like, I don't even have Instagram. So,
oh, okay,
but yeah, no, we
gotcha.
had a long conversation, and she was saying that she thought I was a cool guy and all that. But then later she backtracked and said, "Oh, I was lying. I didn't. I thought you were a loser, but I was just being nice." And I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah. Well,
do you think
I
anyone
just found
believes
it
you,
to
man?"
be interesting because, like, I'll just give you an example really quick. So, I had a full facial feminization surgery done on my face in
Okay.
2020, and that
Yeah.
was $35,000.
Wow.
And they shaved down my forehead bone. They shaved my orbital bones, which are the bones right below your eyebrows,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
and they shaved my chin line down a little bit. Some of the things that you bring up in your face reviews require so much money to fix that I fail to see how it is relevant to some people. Like, to some people, like, they will never be able to afford or be able to fix some of the things that you say are false. But,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, it is a bit critical of me, but I think you are being a little critical by pointing out things that either cost like $20,000 to $30,000 to fix, or they just can't be fixed anyway. But like, just
Yeah.
surgery just can't fix certain things.
Yeah.
So
I understand. That's why, I've rated well over 100 faces by now on my channel. So there's some guys that ask me for surgery advice, and I'm saying, look, I can't do that because I would need to see like really in-depth photos. But again,
yeah,
like, obviously everyone knows that these things are going to be expensive. So it's not achievable for everyone, but it's just these people would like to know like what's possible, I suppose. But obviously it's not recommended or anything. But you
yeah,
don't need to be, you don't need to be perfect anyway. But I advise like people just to, like, they would recommend that what they would say is soft looks max, so just do the things that you can take care of it by yourself at home. But if you do have the money, then some guys would benefit from, like, having blephora, or to fix their eyelid exposure and all that.
yeah.
Things like that
I agree. I
could
agree.
help the guys.
As long as you're not like, I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't doing face ratings in a way that was counterproductive. Because a lot of these people, I'm sure they might like ask you to do it, and they might like pay you to do it. And we don't want to like put them in a situation like they're already asking you to do that because they have low self-esteem, most likely.
Yeah,
So whenever you come in with these face ratings and you're like, I think you're a 1 or a 2 or a 3, that just like it blows them right out of the ground level of their self-esteem, because they're
yeah. No,
thinking,
I
you know,
don't take money. People have asked me to, why don't I charge money? But it's like
sure,
you said, like I was saying, the people here are kind of, a bit depressed and all that, and they're just looking for some answers. So I would feel like a fraud just asking them to pay me for this kind of stuff. I'll just do it for free. So
okay,
it's all good.
cool,
Yeah.
cool, sweet beans. All right, well, thank you. I don't want to take up your time. I know you got to
Well,
go.
honestly, I did have some questions, since I didn't know you were obviously trans. So I do have a lot of kind of questions just
Sure,
to ask,
go
like,
ahead,
your
feel
opinion
free,
on.
feel free.
Oh wait, would you mind? Just give me like 2 minutes. I just need to go out for a
Oh,
sec.
you can ask me whatever you need. It's fine.
Okay, look, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Are you okay to hold on? Yeah.
Yeah, I can talk to Mr. Slave. Mr.
Okay.
Slave is he's my owner.
Okay. All good. All good.
You know, Mr. Slave, you and I just spread all kinds of bullshit, and people might start believing it one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drive Mr. Slave around. What I usually do is I drive Mr. Slave to his owner, and then he drives his owner around. And it's sort of like a,
It's a human centipede.
oh God, I hate that movie.
I never saw it.
Oh God, it's a terrible fucking horror movie
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
about a serial killer who like creates human centipedes, and
Yeah.
he gives them like Pepto-Bismol, so they like diarrhea all over each other, and it's terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a terrible fucking movie. But I haven't been on here in a while. It wasn't anything to do with you.
Hmm.
I just, in the same way that you sort of you're sort of like feeling pressure from a lot of different areas, a lot of angles in this community.
Mhm.
I feel like I was feeling that as well, and so I just disconnected.
Okay.
And but I still like you, and I'll still come obviously and support you. But I just got attacked so much in
Really?
Hormaxer's stream that
Oh.
it's sort of like, I don't know. Whenever you get attacked for like 6 hours straight every single day
Mm,
for 8 days, it kind of like
mm,
weighs on you.
of course.
Um, so I kind of had to take a step back and think about like, why is it that I'm here? Do I really want to be here? Um, you know,
Mhm.
does this make me happy?
Mhm.
No. The
Mhm.
the answers to those questions were no. I don't want to be here. It doesn't make me happy. But then I thought about people like you, and Ashley has always been nice to me.
Mhm.
So, I'm going to stay for you all.
Thanks. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I try to be nice in general, but even I am not always able to be nice. But um,
Yeah, but even your version of being mean is not even seen as mean. It's seen as like, I don't think you've been mean yet on the internet.
I have been, yeah, I have been, but my owner, she saw it and she told me, and I agree with her. Um, I'm actually
Ooh.
I'm contemplating. Um, so what happened with you remember? Oh yeah, you were there. Talika Malik
Malik?
Malik
Malik?
Malik, right? So I'm thinking. After all, I'm still thinking. I'm still contemplating to make a video and pull up that picture that she wants to hide.
Ooh, are you going to apologize to her, or are you going to try to like add gasoline to the fire?
I'm gonna try and burn her
Oh
because
my
I'll tell you.
gosh.
No, I'll tell you why. I mean, she had me banned, and for that, I mean, I'm against banning. So
Are you going to do a Malik expose video?
no, I just want to, she. I mean, I'm still trying to think what she's thinking. Like she, well, I don't know why she did what she did. It doesn't make any sense to me. She's like nonchalantly had me removed from my home, from Alex's channel during a live stream. I
That's
think,
the
like,
power of pussy, especially e-girl pussy.
right. So I have the power to expose her. So
There you go.
should I punish her for her behavior? I mean, if I
So if
punish,
you want to know my assessment of that situation is that, she's like I think she's Gen Z. So she's just like this Gen Z streamer who just kind of sees you as a creep because you're called Mr. Slave and you wear a mask, and you sent that picture to her and it sort of upset her because she didn't really think that that was available, and then she removed it, I guess. And then she said, "Hey, I don't want to talk to him anymore," to Alex, and then Alex basically took care of you. And that's basically what happened. And obviously that makes you uncomfortable because you felt like you were on better terms with Alex than just to have
no,
something
no,
like that happen.
no. I thought that she said thank you, and maybe she misunderstood. But no, she never said I'm sorry, and and she had me removed. I mean, I'm not talking about Alex. The fact that Alex did what she asked because he is dependent on women coming to his channel. I mean, he's
Yeah.
struggling to bring them there. It's very difficult for him. So I can understand him that he had to do what she asked, especially if she's complaining that I'm a creep.
But
But
Mr. Slave, you have to understand that like when women say things like thank you, that would be the equivalent to like an old guy hitting on me at Kroger's, and like I like kindly tell him to fuck off by saying, okay, well, you have a good day. All right, thank you. You know, like but you don't understand that it comes across that way because, first of all, it's on the internet, it's in chat. You don't hear the way she's saying it. So to you, she's just saying, oh, wow, thank you. That really means a lot to me. Thank you for bringing that up. But what she's really saying is, thank you, you fucking creep. And now I'm going to get Alex to block you while I'm streaming. That's what's really happened.
But she removed the picture right away.
That's because she was like, shit.
But I, because of the information that I gave her, she removed the picture. I mean, I benefited her, and
Yeah.
she didn't.
She should have been grateful, but she was not.
So for that, maybe she needs to be punished.
Ooh,
You know,
Mr. Slave is going to be punishing.
I mean, it's not so much for me as it is for karma. I mean, karma. I mean, it's for everyone because I'm against banning. This banning is lethal. This is what is tearing our civilization apart.
Yeah.
This is the essence of the woke mind virus. The woke mind virus, you know what it's trying to do? It doesn't like large communities because large communities, evolution stops. It's not good for evolution to have a large community because if the gene pool is too big, you can't really influence it.
That's true.
This is true for religions. Like religions, they always have, when a religion grows, it splits. Like when an amoeba grows, it splits. It can't grow forever. It has to split. There's an optimal size. It has to split. There's always forces that want to cause the amoeba to split in two. And
you know, the same thing is true for business. Think about how many businesses benefit from a broken home. That's like, instead of having a mother and a father and 2 kids and 3 dogs and a cat all in one house, think about how many businesses benefit from having a broken home where there is a stepdad, a stepmom. You know, you have one side of the family on one side of the town, the other side and you ended up having like 3 or 4 different houses instead of one house. The real estate benefits from that. All the furniture, decorations, TV, media, they all benefit from broken families. So that same rule applies across the board.
I guess that's true. Yeah. I mean, everyone benefits from anyone else's demise. Because
I'm saying it doubles. Whenever a mother and a father divorce, real estate instantly doubles their profits.
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying. This is part of a rule that there is always a benefit to be gained from someone else's pain because it's someone else. So if someone in the world dies, there's now just a little bit more resources for everybody else.
See, that's where I guess that's why I really chose not to stay in the military as long as I did, because I don't believe in going that far to like create demise. I don't believe in destroying people to the point to where you're benefiting off from them. I really don't.
Right, but I'm just trying to analyze the woke mind virus. What's driving it?
Well, just want to say I'm back, but yeah, continue.
Welcome back.
Hey.
This happens, I think, also in chimp troops. They always split.
Oh my god, those puppies are so cute.
Oh, there's a lot of puppies on my thing.
Okay.
On my feed.
I just have like 5 minutes, okay? So I just want to ask just some, brief questions. Is that all good?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm like, I'm very like open-minded, so I'm not I have no issue with people expressing like who they want to be and all that. So I get it. So you're saying that because you're trans, so you're saying that your sex, you admit, was, or would you still say your sex is male, or
Yeah, so I
will
was
you, will you,
born biological male. I still
yeah.
have a penis.
Oh, you do?
I
Oh,
have
okay.
surgery scheduled to have that removed in the next 3
Okay.
months. Not really
Okay. Okay.
removed, but inverted. So
And
yeah.
even when you do, would you still say that you are, male, and then the gender is female? Like you view them differently, right? So the gender, you say, was always female, but then the sex was male, right?
So if we were in public and you were a complete stranger and you asked me, I would just be like, no, I'm a female. Like, fuck off.
Okay. Okay.
But that's because I pass as female in public. But if you were a therapist or a doctor or someone that I was wanting to go on a date with, I would let you know that I'm transgender.
Yeah.
Does that make
Okay.
sense? Like, if I feel like it's someone's business, I'll tell them. But if it's just
Yeah.
like some stranger who's like trying to be insulting or something, no,
Yeah.
there's no way, and I don't give them the privilege.
No, but I'm saying if someone who's just trying to understand, like not being insulting, he's literally just asking out of trying to educate himself. Like,
Yeah, sure. As long as there's no malice behind the intent, then of course.
Yeah.
Like
I
I'm
understand.
very open about who I am. Like I don't hide anything. Everybody in the manosphere knows that I'm transgender.
Yeah. No, that's my point. I have absolutely no problem with that. And just, okay, the way I've heard now that the transgender community, because you're saying that it's what you feel is what matters, right? So you're saying like, you your gender as female, so that's what you feel, so that's what you are. So what about the people who are saying like, I feel like a dog, or I feel like a child? Like, would you, because I heard that's the new thing coming in. Do you agree with that or not?
So I think there's a difference in terms of the seriousness and the mindset for people who have gender dysphoria, and that gender dysphoria is well documented at an early age, where
Okay.
they, instead of playing with instead of doing male oriented things, they do female oriented things, or vice versa, depending on who it is. So
Yeah.
the point that I'm making is, when I was in elementary school and middle school, I did mostly female things. Like I would hang out with the girls in the gym when it came time to like do gym stuff, and the guys would be playing basketball, and the coach would like make me go over to the guys' side. And so like for me, it was like a mindset of like who I was before anyone had the chance to manipulate me.
Yeah.
And so there's a difference between that and growing up and like being a 30 or 40-year-old and then just deciding that you want to go to like a furry convention and identify as a dog. Like there's a level of seriousness behind that I can't get behind, because I feel like
Okay.
it's just LARPing, it's bullshit. Like, does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Okay. That's my point. I'm trying to understand, because from what I've experienced, it's that the like trans community, that they would like defend those people, saying like that they're not harming anyone. So if that's how they feel, what's wrong with that? And why would we shame them, kind of thing, if that's what makes them happy, kind of thing? Or
Are you saying that people in the trans community are defending the dog maxers and the like people who
sorry.
identify as children maxers?
Yeah, that's what I thought, right? No?
I would say that I don't defend that. I see no reason for someone to look back when they're 40 and say, oh, well, I identify as something that I was 30 years ago, which is 10. I think that is the result of some sort of a mental disorder that I cannot categorize, because I am not a mental health professional.
But what if they always felt like that, but they had to hide it out of fear or shame? Like they said, I always felt like I was a child. Even when I was like 12, I always thought I was 5, but I had to pretend and live like a normal person just to avoid humiliation and shame from public society.
Well, you could have a conversation about just mathematics in general and how you can only be 10 for 1 year. And but when it comes to like gender identity and gender dysphoria, in your mind, it is possible. It is more than theoretically possible. It's actually probable for someone to be, for the mind to develop differently than the body. Like it is and I'm going to get a lot of heat for this probably if there's other trans people that watch this, but I do believe that there are things that go on during like labor, whenever a woman's pregnant, that do affect a transgender person's mind, even though the body is being developed. And I do feel like that it is something that you are born with. Transgender people are born with a mind that does not align, which is why they have problems their whole life. They have issues. But in terms of like being a fully functional adult and then deciding that you want to go back logically and identify as a 15-year-old or whatever, you can just say, hey, listen, age is a time construct that is designed by humanity. And this construct is something that you cannot identify as because you weren't born that way. It was made by man. Being 15 is only a construct made by humanity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. And that's my point. I would agree with you if it was that suddenly they just decided it. But I'm saying, what if they, like, from, let's say, a guy at the age of like 8, if after that he always felt the same as that, and then growing up he felt like he was masquerading and pretending to be an adult, but he was still in that mindset.
I would say that the percentage of people, I understand where you're going, and I know I want to respect your time. I would say that the percentage of people that identify in the way that you are saying is so probably extremely rare that it is almost unlikely to exist. The idea that an 8-year-old can say, I'm 8 and I feel like I've been 8, or I feel like I'm going to be 8 my entire life. I feel like that example is something that is used in a way that most people would never understand it or would never agree. I think that most people who identify as being a certain age, they do so at a later time in their life where they're not happy. Maybe they're not comfortable with who they are. Maybe like, unlike you, like, how you're athletic and you look handsome. It's interesting how you never see people who look like you identify that way. It's always the people who do not look good. They're usually overweight. They have mental health issues. It's never the people who look hot. You know what I'm saying? It's never the people who have a successful life who identify as age sexual. Let's identify it as an age sexual. Can we do that?
Wait, Karen, is it? I saw a really, really hot chick it's on YouTube, and she identifies as a little baby, and she lives her life like a little baby, but she's really hot. I mean, perfect, like flat tummy, everything. Just a really beautiful chick.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose what Karen is saying is that, like, it's not that it can't happen, but saying most attractive and successful people don't.
I don't know.
I don't know as well. They could be like that.
Difficult.
It's private, right?
It's
could be in their private life.
So this is a subjective assessment, but I'm telling you that the majority of the people who identify as age sexual are usually subjectively what I would call losers. Yeah, and I hate to say it like that, but
it might be a bias that the losers end up going public because they have nothing to lose.
But see, this same argument can be applied to transmaxing. Have you heard of this, Gantstar? This whole concept of transmaxing?
No.
It's basically incel men. So you know what an incel is, correct? In this community?
Yes.
So apparently there's a certain percentage of incel men who are so unattractive and so like just grotesque that they can't get women. And so they basically just identify as women and put on wigs. And it's called transmaxing. And there's like this whole like Reddit and 4chan website about it. And so what I'm trying to get at is a lot of these people who do this, it's not, they didn't exhibit these symptoms at childhood. it's always after they've become adults and like something has happened in their life to trigger like something that they don't like, and so
Wait,
they try to fix it.
Karen,
They try to fix it
Yeah.
by identifying as a trans maxer or an age
wait, Karen,
maxer.
Yeah.
why is
Okay.
that?
Yeah, so look,
Wait,
I would
wha-
really like
wha-
to talk more. I have to go. Like, but are you on other streams, Karen, or is it just Mr. Slaves who come on, or what?
Ashley and this. So Ashley XOXO, I go on her stream, and then I own Mr. Slave stream.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I
I
would love to
definitely
talk
would
to you
like to.
more,
Yeah,
especially
yeah, I'd
about
like
the
to
porn
talk
thing.
more.
By the way, we can talk about the porn thing a little bit.
Yeah, of course, of course. I do want to get more in depth with the whole age and animal thing, because look, I just personally feel that if you want people to accept like trans people, then I feel like you should kind of be open to accepting like other things. I understand you might not agree with it, but okay, but do you think they should be shamed for it or not? I'll just ask
I
you a
don't think
quick.
they should be shamed. I just think that they're in error, and I think that if they go see a mental health provider who is worth their weight,
Okay.
they will be identified as having an issue that needs to be dealt with that is way off from what it is that they're trying to do. Like, in other words, a therapist will say, you are saying that you are this, but this is the reason why. It's because you have anxiety. It's because you have depression, blah, 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 blah. Okay? So
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that a lot of these people who are doing these things, they have other issues that they are
Yeah,
not addressing. So we
Okay.
can talk later, though.
Yeah. And one other question as well. Okay, there's a thing about, with like trans people who have committed crimes.
Mhm.
Some people believe that they shouldn't be in the women jail. You obviously agree that they should be, right?
If they have had the surgery, so if they are
No.
post bottom surgery, I do feel like they should be in the female population. If they have not had the surgery, then they should be separated and put in their own little area, which most prisons have an area now for transgender people that have not had full
Oh.
surgery. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Because I've heard people say that they don't have that, so it's either the male or the female. And I'm saying, I think a trans woman would be safer in the female, obviously, because if it's with the male, she's just going to get abused, obviously. So I don't understand
Yeah,
because
but
they're saying
that
that it's
gets
not fair on the
into
women.
issues where there's like full grown men who have no history of gender dysphoria, who basically just identify as trans in order to escape like a gang or some sort of like
Yeah, I get
some
that too, but
men.
yeah, I would feel there would have to be some like, I don't know, credibility in their claim. They can't
Exactly.
just claim it. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, like for example,
Before,
I have credibility because I have breast implants, I have like a bunch of
yeah,
letters, I've had
of course.
surgeries. So like for me, it
Yeah.
would be easy to justify. But if you're like a 50-year-old man and you're just trying to avoid getting your ass beat by some guy because you stole his beans or something, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
understand. They exploit the system.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
you there. Like exploiting the system should not happen.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to address this comment, Karen. What do you make of Greg so far? Well, from what you know about him.
What's up, Greg? How you doing, buddy?
Yo, Greg, why don't you pop on? Why don't you hop on? No.
Honestly, I removed that video that I made from Greg because the video that I made about Greg, I made it whenever I was supporting Hormaxer, which I no longer do.
Okay.
So yeah.
What's your opinion on Greg, though?
Honestly, I think he has a handsome face. I think that he's bulking right now and he's eating like one cheat meal a day. I think that he should be careful with that because a lot of people who bulk, they have difficulty cutting the weight unless they're like professionals and they really do know how to cut weight. So that's my critique is I think he has a cute face, but he should be careful with gaining too much weight.
Do you think he's better looking than me?
No.
Oh, I don't think he'd like that.
There's not many men in this community who are better looking than you. Lando is better looking. Lando's my type though, but
Okay,
that's
okay.
like, you know who Lando is?
I know the name. I can't think of his face though. You know.
He comes
But,
on Alex Playing with Fire stream. He's a cute. He's like my type though. Like
Yeah.
I have a certain type, and it's like country guys. So
What about looks for not looks for sorry. Well, yeah, quickly. What about him? Do you know what he looks like? Or?
looks for L is decent. I would say yes, he's hot, but are you asking me like, do I think he's hot, or is he hotter than you, or what?
Well, what's just your opinion? You think because obviously he claims he's a very good-looking guy. Do you think he's accurate, or you think he's overhyping a little bit, or what?
I would say he's more attractive than the average man. I
Yeah.
haven't seen too many videos of him. He seems to hide himself a lot. Like I haven't seen him
Yeah.
cammed up on any live streams.
Yeah, I know.
I just see his avatar. That's all that I see. So
That's not him. You know that, obviously, right?
oh, that's not him. Fuck.
What?
Well,
You thought that's supermodel guy. That's like one of the most
yeah.
attractive.
Like I was trying to be nice.
Wow. Yeah, of course that guy's above average. That's not what he looks like. No. Dang. What about
What is
Alex? What you think?
no.
Wow.
Alex, Alex should have had a hair transplant. This is coming. I've had a hair transplant. I paid $11,000 to have a hair transplant as a
Wow.
transgender woman. So I can
Yeah.
say this. He should have
Okay.
had a hair transplant 2 years ago to save his hairline. And he hasn't, and it is really affecting his looks.
What about Indian PE?
Who is that?
You know
MDMP?
his business associate, the bald fat guy, you know?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
He's there. They want me to fly out to have a pickup competition, me against him, because he's saying he'll
Oh, you would
destroy me because he
win.
has such good game. Well,
You
he
would
doesn't. He
win.
thinks he'll destroy me because he says he
Alex,
has game
does
and I don't.
Alex
So,
Alex thinks he would destroy you?
yeah.
He got destroyed on Omegle.
I know, but he thinks that in real life, oh no, he has such good game. He says
Do you
in
know that?
Omegle,
Do you know that guy Hugh? That young guy,
yeah,
like I think he's like 19 years old.
he's
So
kind of a joke as well. But so
yeah,
go
but
on.
he's cuter. He's cute. He's like a Chad Light, right? So he got on Omegle right after Alex in the same stream, and almost every girl wanted to talk to Hugh.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
It
Yeah.
was embarrassing for Alex. He should have never ever let someone else outshadow your channel. Like it's a bad strategic move to have a guy like you like go on Omegle right after you got destroyed and then make you look bad. It's a terrible move strategically.
Yeah. And what do you think? Do you think Greg in real life? Do you think he does quite well with girls or not? Because you know the way he claims that he's over 100 body count and all that. Well,
I would say that Greg probably does get laid, but some of the things that are going against him obviously is, he is a caretaker for his grandma. So he has to arrange his hookups around that unless he goes to meet them. It seems to me, because I've listened to his streams, and it seems like he pays for Ubers for the girls to come to him. So I don't know exactly like would you really want to bang 100 girls like at grandma's? Like for me, it's the whole issue of not having your own place.
so you're
Like,
saying there's kind of like holes in his kind of belief, well, in what he's stating, yeah?
I'm saying if I was living with any relative, it would be very difficult for me to bang over 100 people.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. Okay.
And
So,
I'm not trying to be rude at all. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if you're living with people, do you really want people coming and going like a fucking circus?
yeah, I know it'd be definitely a difficult situation. So
Now, if he was living in his own apartment or house or whatever, do I feel like he could bang 100 girls? Yeah, but I don't think they would be Stacy's. I think they would be.
Okay,
I think they would be Becky. I think he might bang a few Stacy's, but they would mostly be Becky tier or like what's below that.
Sub Becky. I don't know.
Sub Becky.
Wait, what about like Ashley and Sarah? I know, are you friends? You're friends with them, but
yeah, I'm friends with them, which is the reason why it sort of like set me off when you were rating their faces. I thought you were being mean.
What about Natty? You friends with her? Or?
No, I've never met her.
You know what she looks like, though, yeah?
Yeah, she's really short. I'm 5'3" though.
But do you think that she's? Wait, you were 5'3" and you were? Whoa, really? Okay.
Yeah. That's
wow,
and
okay.
I weigh 140 pounds right now, and I feel like I run a lot, so I feel like my body's doing pretty good compared to a lot of women.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay. So you think Natty's attractive or not?
I think she probably has a great body
No, face.
Wait, how do you know?
because I've seen her in the background of Alex's live streams walking around, and she's short and seems to take care of her body.
What about face? You think it's decent?
I
or
would
what?
say her face is probably average.
Oh my days! Wow. Oh
But
my
I mean, to be
goodness.
honest, I would say that my face is probably average without makeup.
Wow.
So
Oh, okay. So yeah, but my point is that obviously Alex claims that he's like an expert at getting girls, and then that's the girl he chose. So you really believe that he's getting 9 out of 10 girls like he claims? If that's his girlfriend, I mean, come on.
well, Alex says he's in a one-way relationship where he gets to fuck as many women as he wants and then tell Natty to go back and just, basically just sit in the darkness in her own apartment. I don't think
Yeah.
that's true. I think that Natty can get as much dick as she wants, and he just doesn't want to admit that.
Did you see the skit I did on my channel where I did their private call? You didn't see that, no?
No, I didn't see that.
I think
But
you'd find it funny.
you
It's
get
like
what I'm
30
saying,
seconds
though.
long.
Like, I don't think they're in a one-way relationship. I think that they're in an open relationship. They don't live together. Are we really supposed to believe that Natty just goes home and just sort of sits around and waits for Alex to call her? Are we really
Yeah,
supposed to believe that?
that's what they want you to believe anyway. But my
No.
point is that Alex admits now that, oh, I rarely use the option to see other people because I'm happy with Natty. So he admits now, he says at the beginning he was getting girls. I don't even know if that's true, but I'm saying now he's using the cop out saying, oh, I don't do that anymore because I'm happy in my relationship. So that means that like he's slowly getting into a normal relationship with, like you said yourself, an average looking girl. And
Sure.
you're not as extreme as me, obviously. So I'm saying, if that's true, do you actually believe that he was getting what he was getting before?
Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, before the hairline and the crooked nose.
Wow. Dang.
I'm
That
not
is
even
so
like, it's just like, I'm coming from someone who's had plastic surgery to fix things. So I'm not saying like you can't do it. Like he could easily go and pay $8,000 to have his nose realigned.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, of course.
And he could, and
He's
he
not
would
just
look,
scamming all
he
that
would
money
look,
from people. So, yeah.
he would look a lot better. And I'm not being mean. I'm like, in the same way that you're giving face ratings, I'm literally, I would say that I'm plastic surgery maxing. Like it's a part of the
Yeah.
transition as a trans woman. So I'm just
No,
like, when I tell people to go have surgery, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm saying like, go have the surgery, go and improve yourself.
yeah, you are a lot more educated than the majority of people in the community on this aspect, so you should be giving advice if people ask.
Yeah,
so it's
like
all good.
when most people say go get a nose job, they're trying to be mean. When I say it, like I can give him references. I know doctors who can probably do
Oh
it.
my god. If I do ever debate with him again, I don't know what he thinks about you, but if I would actually bring that up. Like I say, you should probably talk to her about fixing some of the issues, so
But oh my god, you're funny. But I've only talked to Alex once or twice, and that was in Ashley's stream and Mr. Slave's stream. The one time that I talked to Alex, Hormaxer jumped down my throat because I didn't cuss him out, and basically I got banned from Hormaxer's channel because
what?
I wasn't mean to Alex. So
No, yeah, I don't agree with that. I didn't know he was like that because obviously Greg is doing the same with Mr. Slave, saying that he's not allowed to talk to Hormaxer, so he banned him too. I don't like that. I think people can talk to whoever they want, like obviously, so it's all good.
yeah,
But yeah, look, I have to go, okay, but definitely it would be good to talk to you another time, Karen. Get more in depth
okay,
about the industry that you want to talk about, and I want to talk more about the animal and age and trans stuff as well at some point.
all right, cutie. Let me know when you want a sugar mama.
Yeah? All good. Okay.
All right,
Good night. All right. Bye.
Bye. Wait, Karen, are you staying?
Mr. Slave, you're so quiet. I love how you let people talk in your streams. Do you know how refreshing it is? Because I'm used to Hormaxer streams, right? Because I was on his streams for 3 months. You couldn't say anything. You could only talk for like 3 or 4 seconds, and then he would interrupt. So you are like so refreshing in that. I'm not saying don't ever talk in your streams. I'm just saying I kind of forgot you were there. You are a good host, is what I'm saying. You let people discuss stuff.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Right. I would go further, and I would say that that is the mark of an alpha.
Ooh, I would agree.
Right.
Such a crackhead panel: slave, phone star, and tranny.
Yeah, I think he deleted the comment. I don't see
You
it
know,
on.
I laugh. You know, he can call me a tranny. That's fine. I don't have any ill will anymore against Greg. I was mad at him like a month ago. I'm done. I'm done. The only person I'm very mad at and disappointed at is Hormaxer, because I don't want to say I had feelings for him, but like I thought he was like legit a friend, and instead of like being my friend, he just decided to attack me. So that made me question like my internet friendships, you know? Like, don't invest too much into people online, because they can fucking just turn around and ban you. The same thing happened to you and Greg.
Yeah.
The same thing has happened before with you and Alex when it comes to Malik.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably 2 or 3 other examples that you can give me that I don't even know about, where
Yeah.
people like one day they love you and the next day you're fucking banned. And it's like, why? Like, I'm human, I have an opinion, you know, like I'm still me, I'm still the same person that became friends with you. So why are you banning me?
Yeah.
Anyway, you probably want to shut down your stream.
Do I? Why?
I don't know. You didn't seem to be very conversational.
No, I'm actually. It's this video is about Sabine Hosenfelder. No,
Ooh,
yeah, but no, I'm wondering why. I mean, he did. I think he deleted his comment.
he does that. But if you have emails enabled for comments, then you'll get an email with a copy of his comment, like I did. Whenever he said, "I'm a T, I have no rights." I have that saved, Greg.
Fascinating. Let me go look in my email.
Yeah, because it's a setting. You can turn it on YouTube to email you whenever you get a comment.
The last comment is that Mr. Slave is live now. So, but I think I told YouTube to send me all the emails. No, but it's okay because you can see it. I mean you can see that StreamYard I guess doesn't delete when YouTube
Yeah, I can see it.
deletes.
I'm looking at Greg's comment right now. But my question is, why does it matter? He wanted to troll. He wanted to be a troll and delete his comment without you having a record.
Okay. And then RPG says, wait. RPG says Karen has an armadillo in her pants, question mark.
I'm actually afraid of armadillos. So the idea that I would put one in my pants and let it live there is strange.
I didn't know these people are so horrible. I mean,
they're concerned about my penis size. So I have an 8.5-inch penis.
Let me see. Jerox said, can we compare Mr. Slave voice to Bad Dad? Anyway, it's really interesting that RPG. I didn't know you are so terrible. Why are you so terrible? I mean, I know he's very young, so maybe when they're young, they're so terrible.
Well, I would say that this isn't like a terrible question. He's just asking about my penis size. So to me, that's not as offensive as let's just put it this way. I've received a lot worse.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, asking me about my penis size is like the least of my worries.
Oh wait, look, RPG says, "Dang it, was just a question. You all don't gotta spurg out left my. Oh, okay, I thought you were being mean. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
see, like I don't think it's offensive at all. Like,
oh, okay. I misunderstood.
yeah. Now, if he said, "Hey, you're trans, you should go kill yourself and burn in hell," that's a different story. Which I've got that. Like, I've had people literally say that in chat. So,
But
hey,
what Greg said is terrible. I mean, he intended to hurt, to cause pain.
you know, so some of the most intelligent people in the world have been crackheads. So, you know, maybe we're a crackhead panel. Slave, phone star, and tranny. I guess I'm tranny. You are slave, and then Gain Star is phone star. Why does he call him phone star?
Cause like phony, I guess, phony star.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he misspelled it, or maybe he does not spell phony. It's Latin. That's how, like, in Latin when you, I guess E in Latin is like phony. I don't know. It's okay. I mean, it's whatever.
Hi, J
Greg,
Rock. Hey, do you know that your screen has an inception going? It's like infinite avatars.
I did it on purpose. I want to max Greg's horrible comment.
It's
I want to
going into
amplify.
infinity.
It's like there's this Twitter account. What is her name? Libs of TikTok. It's a Twitter account, or it's a TikTok account, or
Yeah.
a YouTube account. She's called Libs of TikTok, and all she does is just repost these extreme lefties, the loony left.
It wouldn't
So,
surprise me.
and they hate her. She gets maximum hate, and they try to take down her channel, and she just reposts stuff. She has zero original stuff, zero commentary, nothing. She just reposts. Just, hey everyone. She just puts a what do you call it? Like a maximizing lens? Like like a detective, like Sherlock Holmes. He has a cigarette.
Is it like proof? Is she like screen
Magnif-
recording?
Wait, no, it's like she has like a magnifying glass. She puts a magnifying glass on whatever a lib would say, and they hate it. But she's just putting a bull a bull puppet, a bull pit, a bully pit. What do you call it when you? I don't use. I don't use
You
these.
have a new user in your chat.
Oh, hold on. A new user in my chat. What do you mean? Oh, the vital oh, Caduceus is here. There's so much drama that can just eat away at folks. Yeah. This is why I'm so curious about the woke mind virus. I think this has to do with the woke mind virus. Because the woke mind virus is trying to tear society apart. And I was about to say that, I mean, it's like when anything grows, it tries to split. There's like it's like natural evolution does this to things. When when a group of creatures becomes too big, then because of game theory, it becomes strategic, it becomes efficient for the groups to split and go to war. With chimps, they split and go to war. But let me take
It's like they develop factions.
factions, right?
Like a
Yeah,
faction is like one group against the other group against another group.
right. So it seems to be. I mean, it's. I mean, this is just game theory. This is just everyone trying to maximize their own utility. Everyone is trying to maximize their own well-being. So
Well, a good example is that, and this is, Gantstar was asking me questions about Alex and Looks for L because he wanted to use that as a he wanted to use my opinion as a trans woman of these people as sort of like ammunition against them.
Really?
I believe so.
Oh, interesting.
But I still answered his questions regardless because those were my honest opinions. I still think that certain people would benefit from plastic surgery. We all could benefit from plastic surgery.
Wait, let me read another message. So I think it's more that there's a lot of miserable people that want to infect everyone else, so we all end up together in a hate pact. It's, I mean, okay, let me, I'm just putting it in economic terms, in game theory, in mathematical terms. Like the word miserable, just, it's just a calculation, right? You're trying to maximize your well being. So miserable just means that you have alternate paths in life that you can better maximize your well being. So if you're miserable, I guess the definition of miserable in mathematics is that you are suboptimal in in your choice of in your choices in life. So if I can create friction between two friends and that will improve my situation, then I will do it. And that is what like you see this in Survivor on the
Well, you
TV
also
show.
attempted to do that and failed recently.
I try how?
Well, I mean, you created tension between Greg and Hormaxer
I did?
by putting yourself in between them, and the result of that is that Greg banned you, and now you all have this little tiff. And
No,
Hormaxer is sort of mad at you because you still have me in your fucking chat.
no. Absolutely not. No, a good example would be um like a lot of times in an office. Wait, there's the next message. Let's read it. So, I see misery more as the perception of their life. There's lots of successful people that are miserable, and lots of positive people that live with next to nothing. I would just say it's a strategy. It's a strategy for people to improve their situation. If I can make, if if I have two opponents, or if I'm in an office and I can make two of my colleagues fight each other and destroy each other, then I'm the last man standing. It's it's like in World War II, the United States should have let Germany and Russia fight it out and destroy each other. They would have destroyed each other completely. No one should have interfered. No one should have let. I mean, two idiots, Stalin and Hitler, could have easily destroyed themselves, and instead, the United States came to help Russia and created the Soviet Union. That was dumb. But the point is that if you have two friends that are fighting, it could easily be to your benefit. They could destroy each other. They're busy killing each other. They might as well kill each other, and there's less two humans on the planet, or less two people in the office, or less two people in a family. Like if two brothers kill each other and the third brother, so he's left standing, he inherits everything, so he gained. It's just a strategy. Creating tension between people is just a strategy. Also, like Greg, like you see, Alex said it explicitly on the last show. He said, "Okay, let me try and get Andrew and Mr. Slave to fight each other." And he kept like every time me and Andrew it was getting too boring, so Alex started making us fight each other because that's drama, and drama is at the end of the day is eyeballs. People like drama, so it's just a strategy. it's nothing to do with being. It probably has a little bit to do with being miserable because I mean, I don't do it. I mean, I'm not miserable, but even if I would be miserable, I wouldn't do it. I don't think I would do it. I think it has to do with internal perception. I think that I am strong inside for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm old. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm very strong. You can like like, relative to other people. I mean, I can take it on the chin and smile, and and other people they react. Like when I react, I know it is because of fear. Like people react and attack and become aggressive because they're afraid. It's like a wounded animal is the most dangerous animal because it's terrified. What are you going to do to me?
That's a great point.
Yeah, the more like a wounded animal, it like even if it's your pet, don't you're always taught stay away. There's nothing you can do. It's not gonna let you touch it because it's afraid. It's in pain. It doesn't want you to touch it. If you touch it when it's in pain, don't touch me. I'm in pain. And of course, if you touch it and you increase the pain, it doesn't care at that second that you're trying to help it. It knows you want to help it, but it can't overcome its instinct. Don't touch me. So,
Would you say that same response? What about people who have you ever heard that saying like when you have your back up against the wall?
yeah.
Would you say that same response is there, or is it to a lesser degree?
I mean, it's also true. I mean, the last thing you want to do is, give someone no choices. If you give someone no choices, like a lot of guys who end up like killing their wife and children and committing suicide, and then you look at the evidence and you see, I mean, the whole world turned against them. They had nothing left to lose. So they said, okay, this is what Turd Flinging Monkey calls it. They reached fuck it. When you reach fuck it, that's it. You go ham.
Let me give you an example really quick.
But hold on, I want to read the comments. I just want to give people a chance to talk. So the vital message says, hurt people usually hurt others. Yeah, it's a strategy. If you're weak, then you try to improve your situation by hurting others. It's just survival strategy. It's an instinct. And that's why when Alex is such a bully, that's the definition of beta. I mean, what is an alpha? An alpha is a guy that everyone is happy when he walks into a room. Everyone smiles when he walks into a room because everyone knows this guy is going to make everyone smile. This guy is going to bring peace to every situation he walks into. This guy is never going to react. Everyone is very comfortable with the alpha. He's reliable.
And you tried to get that across to Hormaxer a couple weeks ago, but he did not understand that message at all.
None of them do. I told it to Alex, and none of them get it. None of them. I mean, I guess they're not alpha.
They're not alphas. No.
The other day there was this other guy, Michael Satamalis. Michael. Well, I put his post on my Instagram. Let me.
You know what's funny though? Like, if any one of those men watched this stream, they would immediately say, "Oh, well, look, there's a tranny and a guy in a fucking slave mask talking about who the alphas are." So they would immediately attack us for spreading the truth. The truth is the truth, regardless of who says it.
Right.
But that's how low IQ they are. They would attack us.
No, it's not low IQ.
Yes, it is.
No. They know the truth. It's because they are beta. So here's Michael Sartain. So look at this. I fell off my feet when I read this. So During the stream when he was debating, so he said that. So I'm gonna just read my comment. I don't know if you can see it. So I said it's not exponential, it's geometric. LOL. They're the same thing. Laughing emoji. Do you see that?
Can you control mouse
I'm.
wheel and zoom
I
in?
don't. There's no mouse on StreamYard. You cannot ask it to show the mouse. So
Yeah, but you're showing your screen. So you go to your screen that's showing, and then you hit control, and then you zoom in with your mouse.
I don't think it's gonna work. It's
Yeah, well,
zooming. It's zooming as I'm. It's having the opposite effect.
okay, got you. So it doesn't zoom. The chat
Yeah.
doesn't zoom.
It's not the chat. It's Instagram.
Okay.
Instagram. I mean, I could use the. Yeah, I could use the Zoom feature, but that's a different app, and I'm using.
No, I'm not talking about Zoom.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it's on the left side. It says Mr. Slave on the left under comments. Let me see how you see it. 1 second. Yeah, it's right at the center of the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. So I said, 1 second, let me find it. Okay, it's not exponential, it's geometric. So he said during the stream that his clients, their growth is not exponential, it's geometric. So, but exponential and geometric are the same thing. At this point, I didn't even go and check anywhere. I just said, let him react, let him correct me if I'm wrong. So look at his reaction. Now, Michael Sartain is a guy. He says that he is Air Force F-18 squadron leader or something. Like, yeah, he's top. He's literally Top Gun.
He's Top Gun. These people, are you sure he's not LARPing?
I'll assume that he's not because he says.
I work for Rogue One for Star Wars. I report directly to Darth Vader.
All right, I don't know. Let's assume, fine. I mean, no, but listen, he has an actual product that he sells to alphas that he teaches them social game, which means they have hundreds of girls, not one at a time, not two, not three, not 10. Just incredible. And he has proof. Fine. I don't have a problem. But look at this reaction. Look at this. You cannot believe it. This is made up. This is like from a dream. So Michael Sartain. So he says, "Wow, you are incredibly fucking stupid. Exponential is to the second power. Geometric is to the third." And then facepalm emoji. Bro, you win the award for the stupidest comment of all of them. And then he deleted it. So,
well, at least you won an award.
I didn't put a link to the actual video. I should have a link to the video. And anyway, and then I went and I just to make double sure. And after this post, so I went and I looked it up on Wikipedia, and I should wiki. Let me wait. Hold on. Let me share my screen. And let's go look for wiki exponential. Exponential. Let's go to exponential wiki. Oh, come on. I guess exponential decay. I think I found an exponential decay. You know what? Exponential versus let's do this. Exponential versus geometric. I'm sorry for a boring topic. Exponential versus geometric. I think
you really know how to keep the kids entertained, Mr. Slade.
I'm sorry. So it is also called, so long story short, exponential growth is blah 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 blah. It is also called geometric growth. Whatever. It's there's a slight difference, but ultimately they look the same. When you look at a graph, they look the same. They give you the same answers for the same questions. So, all right. Well, let's go back to his comment. Share this tab. So I posted the wiki link, and he deleted, and that's when he deleted his comment. So he didn't say I'm sorry. He deleted the comment. But who writes such a comment? Obviously, he doesn't know anything. I mean, to say that exponential is to the second power and geometric is to the third power. I mean, obviously, you don't know what exponential nor geometric mean. If that's what you think, that exponential is to the second power, geometric to the third power. Anyway, you don't know what it means, which is okay. I don't care. But to go after me, to react so violently to me laughing, to LOL. I'm just LOL. Like, you made a boo boo. Who cares? No. He took it like I murdered his parents in front of his eyes.
Mr. Slave, I'm noticing a crack in your mask, if you will, or if your armor.
What do you mean?
You seem to be very, very, very concerned about how people perceive you in comments and chats, like with Malik, and then also with like Greg, who deleted his chat a few minutes ago, and then with this guy who deleted his chat. You're very, very concerned about like how people react to you and what they say and whether or not they keep that information online.
That's a very wide net you just threw.
That's the reason why it was very wide. I wanted to catch you in it.
You're like, Mr. Slave, you are something. Yes, I'm something. Got you. Got you, bitch.
Got you, bitch. Dave Chappelle.
Yes, I agree. I am something. Definitely. No question about that.
You're someone who is concerned for people's chats and their messages.
Wait, hold on. There's been a piling list of comments. We got to read them. Otherwise, people will kill themselves. Hold on.
Oh, God, we don't want that.
We don't want that. Okay, so RPG says black pill, black pill, black. I don't know. He always says that. I don't know why he says that. Okay, RPG goes on. Yeah, Alex went pretty hard on me the other night on Greg's stream over some old stuff we talked about like 4 months ago. I was high as shit and it caught me off guard. LOL. Yeah, Alex is very reactive. Yeah, Alex, he says it. He grew up a loser. He is still a loser. And that's what I came to say about Michael Sartain. I mean, obviously. Oh, wait, I wasn't sharing my screen. Okay. Yeah. Obviously a loser in his own eyes. I mean, this guy could be a squadron leader in an F-18 squadron leader in what?
Squadron leader. There's just something about that.
There's something about
it sounds
that?
like very Star Wars-esque.
I don't know. I don't remember the term that he used when he described his job in the Air Force. Squadron leader, something leader. Like it's a group of jets. I don't think it's one. I think what is a group of jets in the Air Force? Isn't it a squadron?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's a squadron leader. I think that's what he said. It's not critical, but the point is that he might be, and this is the same for my father. My father is a very successful person, was a very successful person, but when since I was 4 years old, he saw me as his mortal enemy. He was always combative with me over nothing all the time. That's because he grew up, I guess, a complete loser. In his own eyes, he never got over it. I guess, I don't know. So you could be a winner in life, but in your own eyes, you're a loser, and you're gonna be very reactive. So when I see a bully, like my prognosis is, in his own eyes, he must be frail. Like Michael Sartain, who reacts this way? I've never seen anyone reacting to anything like this. This is a loser in his own eyes. Everyone else might think this guy is a total winner, but no, in his own eyes, he's a little baby. He's endangered. That's why he reacted like this. He's defensive. Look,
Is he wounded? Is he wounded?
Yes, he's mentally wounded. This is this is what a mentally wounded person. That's how. This is the symptom of a mentally wounded individual.
Well, that's why he's attacking then.
Yeah. Like, stay away, don't touch me. Like, I'm threatening his business because he's got a business. He's selling his course, the social circle. So he needs to sell. Otherwise,
So he has an email list of alphas. So I like to buy email lists. So I wonder how much he charges. So because I'll just email all the alphas and be like, "Hey, can you send me dick pictures?"
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, and I'd be like, "Hey, alphas, you looking for a sugar mama?" Like, I'll just like send like a cold email distribution.
Wait,
I don't know.
You're looking for sugar babies?
No. It's a bit of a joke, but I just think it would be funny. It would be funny if I, as a transgender woman, like get like a young college Chad as my sugar baby.
What do you mean?
That would be funny for the whole manosphere.
The question is that what you're looking for? I mean, I'm sure you can.
It's not really what I'm looking for, but I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
Then that's what you should. Then that's what you should be telling people you're looking for. I mean, if that's what you'd like, even as a temporary thing. I mean.
So here's the deal. Like, I know I'm getting older, and I can still get guys that are 6, 7, 8, and maybe a few 9s once a year. But the problem that I have is the same problem that most women have. And that is the guys who are 8s and 9s, even 7s, they don't stay. They do not want to commit to anyone. And it's because they're already getting what they want, which is sex. See, back in the old days, guys used to have to like do a whole bunch of shit in order to get a woman to fuck. But now you don't have to hardly do much at all. And in many situations, you just swipe right, chat, and you meet at your place and have sex. So the incentive to go on dates, to be in a relationship, to get engaged, to get married, that's all fucking done. So I have the same issue that a lot of women have, which is the guys that I'm really attracted to, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s, they don't want to fucking stay.
Okay, I think you're wrong. I think I think you need to learn game. I'm not kidding. I'm not.
Oh my god, I'm about to die. I gotta mute.
Wait, what? What happened?
I gotta mute my mic.
Why?
Because I'm fucking dying.
Look, I'm telling you from my experience with my previous owner. Wait, are you
okay,
done?
I'm calmed down.
Okay.
So you think that so you realize what game is, right?
Sure.
So game is what is used by most men in order to like get a woman to sleep with them.
No.
Game is not used for relationships.
Yes, it is. Game is internal. Game is you learning. The game is what women say. What do women say when women mean when they say just be yourself? See, to just be yourself, you have to know yourself. and to know yourself, that's the real challenge. I think that was the title on Aristotle's school or one on Plato's school. Know yourself. Let me see. Know yourself. Share this. Is it? Yes.
I have to say, I disagree with your assessment. And the reason why is because I'm talking to Stacy's, women who are much like they look better than me in the face. They're biological females, and they're telling me the same thing. Like they'll hook up with guys, they're like they have sex with him, and then he goes away. And
because they don't know game. They have to learn
you're
game.
saying these women who are literally like Stacy's.
It's nothing to do with that. You can see some of the ugliest chicks have the best men. And then you have and Kasia, one of the leaders in the community, a pickup teacher, she brought this up. She said that she noticed that, I mean, she teaches men how to do pickup, but she says that she noticed that some of her friends who are really ugly get the best men. And she started questioning, wait, how does she do this? And she started teaching herself game for women. So there is game for women, and you have to know game. It's not just for men. And it's not just for men and women. It's not just for sex. Game is for yourself. Game is for your family, for your work, for your decisions in life. Game is for everything. Game is knowing yourself. At the end of the day, true game is just Socrates. Know yourself. I mean, he right, because this was in the Matrix when Neo came into the Prophet. Her name, she was the Prophet. So on the door, on the doorway, she said, "You know what it says? It's in Latin. It says, know yourself." Like self-knowledge. That's the trickiest thing. That's what by far, most people never get to know themselves. Most people never, they never do. Anyway,
would you say that men have an imperative to spread their seed as far and as wide as possible?
No.
So you want to erase thousands of years of history of men, kings, royalty, like powerful people who had 100 plus wives, and they came all over their faces every single fucking day, like it was a fucking Chinese buffet.
Right, but
Spreading their seed as far and as wide as possible. So you're saying that this mindset does not exist in the average man who just wants to come and nut on as many people as possible.
right, but no, I mean, look, it's more subtle, it's more complicated, it's more nuanced, as they say. Like Genghis Khan, who probably had the most children. I mean, he was a warrior. So
He was also a whore.
What do you mean?
Like he literally fucked so many women and didn't care about hardly any of them.
No, I think he took care. He probably. So here's the point. You see, yeah, the point is you don't want to just bang. You want to have children. The point is to have as many children as possible. That's what we really want to do. Like I think like when I think about me fantasizing as I'm watching porn, I really want to have children with these women that I'm fantasizing about.
Hey, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but Gainstar wants to come back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, I
But
don't see him.
this is a conversation that we need to table for another time because I fundamentally disagree. I think that I think that most men, they are afraid of relationships. I feel like they have no need to get married because they feel like the legal system is basically it is contrived against them. The legal system is manufactured to benefit women and absolutely destroy men's lives. So the idea that if I have some game, if I talk to a guy in a certain way, that he's not going to want to go and fuck 100 other women, I don't believe that. So I feel like you and I could have a really good debate.
Yeah, we can talk about it. I honestly believe it because this morning I woke up and I looked out the window and I saw the view, and I made a short video, and then I started sending it to a bunch of my girlfriends, and one of them from
Wait, do you mean girlfriends, like as in females who are friends, or like your people you're in relationships with?
relationships, all of them are exes, like
Okay.
that I'm still in touch with. I'm always in touch with all my exes. So one of them is from a long time ago, like at this point it's a year and a half ago. So it's a year, it's over a year plus. And oh, there's Ganstar. Hold on. Hey, can you hear us, Ganstar? We can't hear you. I can't hear you. Karen, can you hear Ganstar?
I can hear you, but I cannot hear him.
All right, Ganstar. Like when we can hear you, you're welcome. You know what? Let me just read some comments. I don't like keeping the public not read. So J Rock says Sartain. Yeah, oh yeah. He was gonna give me the name. Yeah. RPG says black pill. I don't know what that means. The vital message, Kedusha says, I question Michael's social circle and networking skills if he's relying on name dropping to sound cool on panels. No, I don't question his success. I've seen successful men who are actually they're driven by being a loser. That is what drives them to success. Because inside they're a loser. A lot of the pickup are, you can see they tell you the story of their adolescence and their early adulthood, that they were losers with women and they can never make up for this. That's why they keep on chasing more and more, and they do this count of bodies instead of just enjoying life and having, you can have a few relationships, that's terrific, but why do you have this count? So I think, I don't know. Anyway, so no, I trust that he's successful in every walk of life, but I think it's driven by his self-image, in which he sees himself as a loser. That's my intuition, especially from how he reacted to me. All right, the vital message says he also photoshops his photos more than any man I've seen before. Okay, that's just a strategy. I don't put too much weight on that. RPG, Michael
Well,
Sartain, the
you got to
alpha.
be careful with that because one time I tried to use Medea. You know that actor Medea.
No.
If you put on well, never mind.
What
You
are you
just
referring to?
you
Michael
know
Sartain?
no, I'm just saying you got to be careful with the photoshops, and you can't
Oh,
photoshop yourself to such an extent that you are completely unrecognizable in public. Because I've had guys do that, and like I would meet them, and I would be like, "Holy crap!" Like in my mind, I would be like, "Holy shit!"
hmm.
Like this person does not look anything like their pictures. So you got to be
Mm-hmm.
careful.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ganstar, whenever you're ready. All right, next comment. RPG has looking for something. RPG says the jig is up. We know who you are, Mr. Slave. All right, if you know who I am, please keep it secret. Thank you.
No. He was referring to when I was joking about the when I cast that wide net.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha,
All right.
bitch! Like that thing.
Gotcha, bitch.
He was joking about that.
Okay. All right. Kadusha says, I can sense the LARP in Sartain. I don't sense the LARP in Sartain, just like I don't with Alex. No, they're legit, and John the same. They're legit, but they admit that their success is driven by being a loser in the beginning. Ganstar, hey, if you got another 20 minutes, I could come on to ask Karen the questions. All right, we're waiting for Ganstar to fix his mic, I guess. Next, the vital message. Caduceus says, a guy will want to fuck other women. The woman has to offer enhancement to his life that is better than banging the other women that are available to him for him to remain monogamous. I mean, both sides have to play game. Both sides have to know game. Yeah. Caduceus, lots of men don't have the options to have that kind of leverage, though.
Well,
But
maybe the guys that I'm fucking are just stupid then, because I mean I do make six figures, and
no,
I have a lot to offer,
wait,
and
but maybe you don't know game, and nothing will help. Nothing will help. At the end of the day, nothing will help you if you don't know game.
what do you have a course? Do you have a course for trans women on game? Because
Yes,
I will enroll, Mr. Slave.
yes. So I helped my previous owner. So I got her into her current relationship, and I'm helping her still because sometimes she needs advice. And so I think I can help. Yes.
That's funny to me. I have to say that I don't believe that game is necessary for me.
Why?
In regards to getting a man to be interested sexually, it's just not necessary because they go by looks. I do believe that I could probably, I don't know, develop some sort of game when it comes to, like, ultimately I want to be in a relationship with a 7, an 8, or a 9. That's my goal.
Why not a 10? I would aim for a 10.
I don't think 10s exist. I think that's
So I was telling you before about this girlfriend that I had over a year ago, and that I miss her so terribly. So I mean, she was basically a 10.
wait, why is RPG thinking? Oh, okay, got you.
Gotcha, bitch. I don't know. Anyway, so I don't know why we're talking about. Oh yeah. So I woke up this morning and I was looking at outside how it was so beautiful. Oh, the view from my apartment is impeccable. It's heaven, literal heaven. I've traveled all over the world. I've never had such a beautiful view out of my window. Anyway, so I was thinking. So I sent the video of what the view is like this morning to all my girlfriends, and she reacted, and I remember, and I all I wanted was just for her to be here with me now. I wasn't even thinking about sex. I mean, obviously, I would do everything to her. She's so beautiful. But the point is, I just miss her, and so that's what you want. I mean, it is, and I'm a guy that I'm always with beautiful women. So, but I miss her. I think more than anyone at this point. I mean,
I think my problem is that I'm using apps like Grindr, which are designed just for hookups, and maybe
no,
I should start using apps that are designed more for people who want to go on dates.
I don't think it matters. I found mine on Tinder,
Mm-hmm.
So as I was coming back to Tinder after years that I was off Tinder, she was the first match. She was my first match on Tinder, and as soon as we matched, we had great chemistry. It's chemistry. It's just chemistry. Um, like I was always almost completely transparent with her. From the beginning. Our first date, we actually went to the beach at night, and she was wearing a bikini. We were laying on the beach at night in the summer, and I mean, that's a first date. I'm a normal guy. I mean, I go on dates. I don't think I've ever had. I had other dates on the beach, but not like that. Anyway, so the point is that I miss her. So wait. So you said that men want to spread their seeds. So why don't I want to spread my seed? I mean, missing her has nothing to do with spreading seed.
I would
And
say
there's
that the answer to that question is the same reason why you call yourself Mr. Slave and you have owners. You are a very unique individual.
no. I'm not the first guy to fall in love with a woman. Come
I'm
on.
not saying that. I'm saying you're just very different compared to the most average men out there who are just looking
No,
to fuck.
no. In general, I don't fall in love easily. I actually fall.
Okay,
It's
I
very
just don't think you understand statistics. Why is it that 60% of young men under the age of 30, 60%, over 60%, it's like 62% are single?
no. That's nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm also registered as single.
I like how you say registered. Like registered as a Democrat or Republican.
I'm
I
a registered
register as
single.
single. I send it in to the mail as single for the election, the single election.
That's so funny.
I register.
If you're talking about where you're saying like statistics and you're being so formal, so if you're going formal, I'll go formal. I mean formally, I'm single.
You registered.
I'm registered. Okay, let me see. Ganstar says my mic isn't working for some reason. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, Ganstar. We're here waiting for you whenever you can.
Get the mic out of
Theoretically,
your pants.
yeah. Theoretically, you can call me on
Your cell phone.
Instagram.
You can call me
No,
on your cell phone.
you can call me on Instagram and I'll put you on speaker, but that's gonna be such a nightmare. Who knows where that will take us? But that's theoretical. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, let's so so I think you can benefit from game. I think women can benefit from game. And the point of look, game is just at the end of the day, it's just remember, it's just be yourself. You just have to be yourself, right? Every woman, she when you ask her, okay, how can I get women? She would say, just be yourself. Why do they say it? What do they mean? The point is, first of all, you have to be yourself. You don't want to be someone. You don't want to pretend and find a girl, because then you live life as pretend. You might as well pretend to be gay and be with a guy. You might as well. What's the difference? It, I mean, there is a little difference, but not a it's kind of a big difference, but
But if you do that, if you pretend to be gay and live with a guy, would you still register as single?
yes, I would still. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I would register as not single, as in a relationship.
The liberals wouldn't like that.
The liberals wouldn't like that.
I'm just joking around with
Oh,
you.
okay. Anyway, so look, the first lesson in life, the first step into finding true love is you first of all have to. What's the next word that I'm
All right,
going to say?
let me get out the instructions. Step 1 in getting Giga Chad Thundercock to marry Karen. Step 1. Go ahead.
The first step is I was going to ask you. It's a question. It's a
No.
quiz.
You have to say it.
Okay.
Step 1
The
in
first
getting
step,
Giga Chad Thundercock to marry Karen is.
you have. This is the lesson from. Okay, Kung Fu Panda. What was the turtle? What was his name? Master Oogway. Master Oogway said, "You have to believe. You have to believe. If you don't believe that it's possible, then I don't see. I don't see how you can move to the next step. So first of all, you have to believe.
All right, so I will do that. There can be miracles if
Hey,
you believe. Though hope is strong, it's hard to give.
Okay, I think, is it the audio a bit bad or what?
yeah, it's good. As good as it was before, so it's good
Oh,
enough.
okay.
I believe.
So yeah. So Karen, are you cool to continue the conversation quickly?
Yeah, I just have in my notes step 1 of getting Giga Chad Thundercock to marry Karen, which is myself, is for me to believe. So I'm pausing it there, and I will allow Mr. Slave to inform me the other steps later on.
Okay. Well, maybe that will all be aiding
Maybe you
in
can
your.
help too. Maybe you can help Karen get Giga Chad.
Yeah. I'm sure I could give you some informative insight, but maybe that's for another time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all good. So yeah, pretty much. So you saying that you don't agree in shaming people who want to identify as animals or a younger age, but you still would not partake in it. Like if they told you, "I want to be addressed in that way," would you address them like that or no?
So if someone who's 30 years old on Tinder says, "Hey, I identify as 10 years old and I want you to address me as a child," I would not. No. And
Okay.
here's the reason why. There has to be a line drawn, because if you start there and then you go to identify as a certain age and now identify as an animal, and then it'll start to get to like bestiality. Like I identify as someone who is sexually attracted to horses and I want them to trample over me. Like where does it end?
Yeah. Well, isn't that the point of like the kind of transgender community, in the sense of we shouldn't just shame things that are different, like it might be strange for you, but shouldn't we be more open-minded and understand, okay, well, that's just a different type of person, and that's how they identify and what makes them happy. So, that's what they're trying to normalize, this kind of stuff, so people don't feel shame and don't feel like they need to hide who they are. You understand?
I understand that, but you could say that same thing when it comes to anything outside of heterosexuality. There's this apparent rise in women who are, especially women, some men, but who are self-identifying as bisexual, even though they are not leading lives that are bisexual. Most of the women who identify as bisexual are only doing so in name, and they never actually have sex with women or do anything sexually with women. It's almost like the goth thing, like back in the day where they used to identify as goth.
Yeah.
There's a difference between identifying as something and actually like being something, doing something. Like, do you
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. But what if that, if someone says it makes me happy, maybe you don't have to understand it, but if saying I want to live like this, I'm not harming anyone, what would be the problem with that?
I wouldn't necessarily say I have a problem with that. I would just say I'm not participating in that. In the same way that you can say, well, I don't believe that you as a transgender person, I don't believe you're really transgender. I think you're really just a man who's LARPing. That is your opinion, or that could be your opinion. I can't change that. I can't control other people. I can only control myself.
Yeah, but would you like to live in a world where you were accepted and then you would also accept other things? Like I'm saying, I'm willing to accept people like that. So I'm saying most people who are about willing to accept like transgender people, like you obviously accept that. But then it's like when you get into the kind of stranger things, it's almost like you're like, oh well, I can't accept that. But wouldn't you rather live in a world where we accepted just individuality and like not shaming or judging people for having weird interests and things like that?
I would agree with you that in an ideal world, that sounds great. But where I'm cautioning you is I think there are limits to the ability of acceptance, and it's based on
Yeah.
logical reasoning and deduction. For example, if you're walking down the street and you have someone who walks up to you and says, I identify as someone who's married to this purple monster to the right of me. And no, it's not some ugly woman. It's just like an invisible, just nothing's there. Like it's just clearly a fucking crazy person. You have to use logic and reasoning, and you have to say, okay, well, this person is like one step away from going to the loony bin, from going to a mental asylum. You have to recognize the difference between someone who is intellectually stimulated and someone who is insane.
Yeah, that's true. I obviously I feel like you're right saying that if we accept this, it's just going to get more and more bizarre to the point where logic will be thrown out the door. So that is a good argument. But if we keep it in terms of just identity, like, does it have to be? Do you feel it has to be human, like in the sense of man, woman, or well, that is literally it, right? Because you identify as a woman now, so you wouldn't be all for all these different kind of like non-binaries. Would you believe in that or
not? So non-binary people are they are a onset of the LGBTQ community. Personally, I don't identify as non-binary. I identify as a woman. I do believe that I don't even need to say that I identify as a woman because I just feel that I am a woman. That's the reason why I've transitioned. Like, I'm almost done with my transition. In terms of non-binary, I feel like that's a choice. I feel like that is a choice that's not. It could be argued that non-binary people are sort of like rebelling against society. They're rebelling against the construct of what it is to be male and female. And in many ways, that is a protest of what it is that they are. So they are saying that I am rejecting any identity that you assign me, and I am throwing it back into your face. That's what non-binary people are doing. Whether or not that's right, is that for me to determine? I don't think so. So Mr. Slave mentioned that one woman who he said was hot, who identifies as a child. She could be LARPing. She could be suffering from any number of mental disorders. She could have PTSD. She could be bipolar. She might have multiple personality disorder. You have no idea what some of these people are experiencing in their real life. And that's what I'm trying to get at, Gangstar, is some of these people who are identifying as a certain age, or they're identifying as a like an animal or whatever. A lot of them have underlying mental health disorders that are not diagnosed because they don't even know they have the disorder. They're not seeing a mental health professional. They don't know what's going on, and so they're just sort of like coping. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. I'll give you one example. So I've obviously been involved with girls into like very extreme like fetishes and kinks and stuff.
You're a naughty boy. I know you are.
Well, my point is like I'm very like open to these things. So like the girls, I have been asked like, can I treat them like a dog? Can I treat them like a horse? Some other very weird things. But just because we're on about the animals, that's an example I'll use. So one of these girls was like a paramedic, so like we lived a very normal life. You would never think that she would be wanting to be an animal. So my point is that, like, maybe she does have some mental illness, but I'm just saying on paper, if you spoke with her, you would never assume this thing about her. So I'm saying there might be more people that are just like afraid to show who they truly, well, they might feel like they're that way, that's their identity, but they just can't express that. So how would you counteract that? Would you just automatically label them as having problems and needing mental help, or could you see maybe
So
there could be a case?
yeah, so that's a great point. One of the things I'll point out, do you remember how I pointed out in our previous conversation before you left, transmaxing and
Yes,
the
yes,
small group of men who are so incel that they're literally LARPing in their house as a woman, like putting on a wig. They're doing Discord, they're doing Omegle, they're doing they're just basically living a digital life as a cross-dresser and saying that they're trans.
yeah,
So
yeah,
what is that? It's a cope, it's a
yeah,
LARP, it is a kink for many of them. For many of
yeah,
them, they find it to be sexually gratifying in the same way that these women who have approached you and asked you to treat them like a dog. It's a kink. It's a sexuality. It's something that they can turn on like a waterfall or like a faucet. They turn it
yeah,
on. And in this case, you turn it on and then
yeah,
they can turn it off.
yeah,
The difference between that
yeah,
and being a transgender is it doesn't turn off. Like I feel in my heart and I am living full time and I have been living full time as a woman for 5 years. Like I have long hair, I've had all the surgeries, like I don't do anything that would be considered like masculine
yeah,
outside of like peeing out of a penis. But
yeah,
like that's the difference. Is there's a difference between a kink and someone who is coping or they have a mental a serious mental issue, and someone who
yeah,
is transgender. And like for me, like I have a successful life, I have a master's degree, I have a successful job, I was in the military for over 10 years. Like the decisions that I'm making are based on like hundreds of hours of research, knowledge, and confirmation.
yeah. That's why I'm trying to get your perspective, because I understand that you have, like I said, you're more educated than majority of people in the space. So it's good to hear your kind of conclusions on things. But no, but I knew you'd say that about the kink thing. So like, okay, like one of the girls, she literally said to me that she would like to be like this 24/7, like not just in a kink way, but that she would actually want to live her life like this. But she's just saying no one's going to accept it. Like I'll just be ostracized by society. So I'm saying if that was the case, would you be able to try and understand it, or would you automatically label it as either, like I say, a kink or a mental condition?
So you're saying that woman told you that she would want you to treat her like an animal, like a dog, 24/7.
She says that's what she feels. She's like, I feel that's my identity. Like I feel like I'm a dog. Like I said, that's what I would be most happy living my life like that. That's what I feel. But obviously she has a brain and she understands that that's not going to be accepted, and she's able to live a normal life. But she says she's not truly happy. She said I would be happier. Whatever it is about, I can't understand it because I don't have those feelings, but I can try and understand her mindset and say, okay, well, if I felt like that, I would like to be able to express it, but she feels she can't. So would you automatically label it as mental condition, or could
Yes.
you try and understand?
I wouldn't tell her this like direct, but I'm
Yeah,
just telling you.
yeah,
I feel like so disclaimer: I'm not a doctor or a psychologist. I just play one on TV.
okay,
I think she has a mental issue, and
okay,
it might come from several different. It sounds to me like there's some issues, maybe with growing up in the family, maybe with rejection, maybe with like anger, or like something to do with like domination, or like maybe the father was too dominating, and maybe she's like reliving that through like trying to act like a dog. Like there's so many different possibilities of what's really going on in her head that's causing her
mm,
to come to that conclusion. But either way, I feel like it's not natural, and I feel like it
yeah,
is a serious mental health issue. And I feel
okay,
like that person would be way better served not by having you amplify her kink or her fetish, but she would be far better served by going to a psychologist and really trying to address those issues.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I'm going to ask the other people in the panel their perspective, but
Yeah.
okay. Look, I'm just going to say that I get what you're saying, and I understand. I'm not trying to label this the same as transgender. I just thought from what I've witnessed, I thought that the transgender community was accepting these people as part of their thing, saying it's all about what they feel, so that's what we should accept.
Well, I can't speak for the entire transgender community,
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm just saying
as an
that
individual, no, I wouldn't.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm just saying that the way I look at it is that the way we're trying to accept trans people, like you want to go outside and people not stare at you and just treat you as if you're normal. Well, I just feel like this is just a bit weirder. So, like, I feel like we should be learning to be more accepting. If you want the trans to be accepted, I feel like we need to try and accept other things that are a bit stranger as well and be more open-minded and try not to let it, like you said, distort reality, to have some logic still remain. But I just feel like as long as they're not harming anyone, then I'll try and respect them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the last thing I'll say, because you do have we have a total of 6 people in the panel, so three people have been added since you and I started talking. The last thing I'll say is that there's just a big difference between being a trans woman or even a trans man. Like a lot of times in this sphere, we never talk about trans men. We never talk about that.
Right.
There's a difference between being trans and just living in the gender that you feel like you were born as or like you are, and wanting someone to walk you down the street in a fucking leash. There's a real big fucking difference.
Yeah, of course. That's why I said it's a bit stranger. Of course, I admit that, but I'm saying
I think one is sexual and one is not.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So you would categorize it either as a mental issue or a kink. You would never think that it could be legit. That's how they feel.
Correct. Right? What do you all think? Okay. Q2, what do you think?
Yeah.
Well, I know it's a little it sucks that you have to explain it, but I do get it. I just think that okay, so let's go down the logic tree that let's say transgenderism and being walked like a dog is the same type of mental illness and it's all that stuff, which I don't agree with. But I'm just saying, let's go down that logic tree. Even still, I think what is the solution for that? And what's the solution to have these people feel validated and all that stuff? Let's say you're going down the transgenderism is only a mental illness, whatever. It's okay, so but what's the solution? How do you fix it if it is just this mental thing? And not a lot of people have an answer. Even the most staunch anti-trans people, it's just they don't have a real answer. They're just kind of just well, just tell them they're not that, or tell them not to feel like that. And it's all right, cool, but that definitely works. That's sure, bud. And
the solution to fix gender dysphoria is to have surgeries, change your driver's license, change your name, change your gender marker. But that's usually the solution. But a lot of trans people don't do those things. Maybe they're not confident. Maybe they're scared of having surgery. They're afraid of dying. Maybe they're too old and they can't have the surgeries because they risk death. So there are situations where transgender people do not transition. But for most transgender people, especially when they're younger, the solution to gender dysphoria is surgical alteration and legal transformation in terms of name change, gender marker.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. There's nobody else has a better solution. So until we do, maybe changing the basically identity almost, or confirming your own identity is the best we got. And based on all the research, it is the best we got. So that's what seems like it's going to be the best thing. And so I would say that for the dog thing, I think it's obviously not related, but even if it was something on the same spectrum, I would say that, okay, what are the solutions to get somebody to not want to be walked like a dog? I think there are other things besides actually just walking them like a dog. I mean, even if walking them like a dog. I think there is some type of psychological treatment that is available that we could give to them to make them, I guess, whatever the feelings they're feeling make them not feel like the only way to express that is getting walked like a dog. I think there's other things there's other solutions or other tools in the tool belt that we have.
Yeah,
aside
like
from saying, "Yeah, you're
maybe
wrong."
instead of walking them on a leash, we chain them up in the backyard and give them water and dry dog food. Like
Yep.
maybe that's a solution.
Yep, just
Oh.
all of them. Every last
Oh.
one of them.
Okay. Can I kind of host this, because I think J Rock was first to come in, so I just wanted to quickly, did he have a perspective on this, or was it something else that you came in for, or what?
No, like I just wanted to chime in and just listen to what you guys have to say as part of the panel. I still don't have I haven't formed a full opinion on this yet, and I like to, listen to everything everyone has to say, and then, put my own input into that. So
Okay.
I'm still just gonna listen for now.
Yeah, and man, you actually look better on camera than the pictures.
Okay.
You know, so yeah, I'd say maybe like 3.5, maybe a little above average, tiny bit.
Smash.
Wait, Karen, what you think? Do you think he's an attractive man, or what?
Smash.
Okay, but like out of 10, what would you say?
Smash. I don't know. I don't want to do that. You do the ratings. That's your thing.
Yeah, I like Karen's rating better. It's either smash or pass. When I see a woman on the street or on.
Oh no.
Oh, he cut off.
He's lost in space.
Bill Gates hacked him. Bill Gates hacked him.
Did you have?
Oh, he's back. Yeah, I got some thought. I got some thoughts, but he's back.
Okay. I'll get you after. Okay. J Rock. Yeah. It is. You're right. It is smash or pass normally, but the point is that guys need to know where they're standing, because that means how much can they improve. Because can they improve enough to become a smash? If they're starting at a 1 out of 10, then probably not. But if they're like a 3, then maybe they can work self-improvements and become smashable. So,
So great. Yeah, J Rock.
I think his mic. Yeah. Okay. Caduceus, what were you saying?
Yeah, like there's several topics coming into play here. If we're gonna, I'm just gonna put the ribbon on the smash or pass thing first before going into the heavier topic. It's just kind of the idea is that I guess when people try to do the number rating, it's like if you did smash or pass with hundreds or thousands of women and what they would pick for you. So if you have a certain amount, if you have more, you're going to be higher up, and if you have less, you're going to be lower off. And kind of depend. And then if there's things that you can improve on yourself, you
who is that? Who's talking?
Is Caduceus.
I love your voice. Okay, keep talking.
Yeah, he's a doctor. Training.
Well, I think an issue with the transgenderism, comparing it to that other to that kink that you're bringing up, that it's really the difficulty in it is that we have a lot more information on roots of how someone could develop that dog kink versus what the root of gender dysphoria is. So kind of from there, it's harder to it's really just treatment modalities that are the main issue right now. The common practice is to treat through transitioning for gender dysphoria, but the issue I see with that is it adequate for there?
But okay, Caduceus. So are you saying that anyone who does have an age or dog thing has to be either fetish or a mental disorder, or are you saying it can be possible to have that identity feeling wise?
Well, here's how I see it is I view gender dysphoria and that kink or fetish thing, I view them both as mental disorders. It's just how you treat it is different.
Okay, I think Karen would disagree with that. Yeah.
But the idea though is if someone has gender dysphoria, transitioning is a treatment for the gender dysphoria.
Yeah, just to clarify, since you mentioned me just now, I believe that gender dysphoria is categorized as a mental disorder, and that is proper to do that. A lot of transgender people might take offense to you saying they have a mental disorder, but really, gender dysphoria is a mental disorder. What I'm saying is that kink you're describing in terms of being treated like a dog, I think that is a symptom of an of a different underlying mental disorder that should not have its own classification. I'm saying that something else is going on. So, Caduceus?
Yeah, well, I was going to continue. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going with. But the thing about gender dysphoria, we don't know the root of it as well. Like I know there's some studies with MRIs where transgender were more aligned with the like the brain activity was more similar to the gender they identified with in some cases, but I don't know the how strong of evidence it was. Like we're kind of in the Wild West pioneers on a lot of these treatments here. I think Karen said something good about saying I can control what I do, but I can't control what the world does. And especially when you're bringing the treatment, you can get the surgeries, you can get a bunch of other things. But if societal perception is a part of the transition, I question whether we can ever have an effective treatment for gender dysphoria through transitioning, because there's always going to be people that they're always going to get viewed different than biological women.
Yeah, but isn't that the point though, that they're just trying to make it more normalized so they don't have to experience or lessen the, like you said, the treatment that they will receive, right?
So there are transgender women and men who they pass, meaning that they fully look like the biological gender that they are expressing. So to create a segregation and to say that some women or some trans men will never be referred to as their true self because of this indication that they are trans, some of them are successfully able to fully integrate. They completely change their life. They develop different friends. They move to another side of the world. They have all the surgeries. They change their voice. They change everything, and they completely change their entire life. And some people never ever know that they're trans unless they tell them.
There's more factors than just the appearance on a way. So let's say a trans woman, for example, the organ inventory is important there. Like if a guy wants to build a family there, that like you like I think that's a big drive for a lot of men, and it disqualifies a lot of non-bio women for those dudes, even if they're passing.
Sure. That's understandable. I can understand that part. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask Q2 what his opinion was, but he's gone. So, Caduceus, if a girl, let's say, if Minka came up to you and she was like, I want to sit on your lap and you can walk me on a leash, like, and it would make me so happy. That's what I really want. Would you be so like oppressed to do that? Be like, no, that's not
I get mega red flags. There's several crazy. I've dealt with crazy women before, and like any sign that they of aberrance in that area, like it just gives me a red flag. Like it's a sign of like problems in front of me. Now, if the chick is like really hot, and I might cloud my judgment and hit it once, but
yeah,
like I'm human.
But that's my point. I'm saying, let's just say you're super into Minka because you've known her for a while, right? So let's say she just came to you and just said that. Let's say like you want to be with her, and this was the only thing, like you said, that was like a red flag. Everything else, you're like,
that's a pretty big red flag. Like
Mr. Slade, one second, gentlemen. Can you bring Mr. Not Mr. Shit? Can you bring Q2 back on, Mr. Slade? He accidentally exited.
Yeah. I've been with the woman that had the great
Q2
fantasy before,
is an admin or something.
It was a nightmare.
He can come back by himself.
Well, but
how do you know this?
Producer, that's kind of normal, right? I mean, there's loads of girls that have that.
Well, it's not the dominant side of it. It's more along the lines that she had like stunted psychiatric development because of a past trauma. I found that out later after I've already was dating her for a bit. But she tried to she slow played her kink onto me. Like at first it was like she just liked that it was like normally it's like rough sex, which is good. And then it went on to, is like, hey, how about you role play like you're someone else? All right, hey, how about you? And then it, like, slowly over time, I actually refused this. She said, hey, I'm gonna leave my doors and like windows unlocked, and if you like broke into my place and took advantage of me, I would love that. And I was like, yeah, no, it sounds like you're setting me up, so I'm gonna.
I mean, yeah, technically I get that, but I'm just saying, in a hypothetical scenario that you know this girl and you really care about her and you think she's amazing, and she came to you with this, would that be? I know it's a red flag, but I'm saying, would you not be willing to overlook it if everything else was perfect?
I would doubt that everything else is perfect if there was a red flag like that.
There's a hypothetical though. So, yeah.
Well, the hypothetical is one thing. Like, the thing about it though is that it's like a symptom of something greater. Usually, I don't really think that hypothetical applies.
Well, do you not think someone can be an amazing person with a?
Yeah, they could be an
that?
amazing person, but probably not amazing in the way that I want to build in my life. Like, they might, like, there's some extra baggage, extra trauma that they have to overcome on their own before they're probably in a position to build a strong long-term relationship with their family with.
Yeah, yeah.
One thing I would add to that is that some of these people that we're describing, like, for example, the woman who said that she wanted to be treated like a dog, and then, like, with Caduceus, who wanted him to come in and break into her house, basically. A lot of these women and a lot of the guys, they're being exposed to pornography at like 8, 9, 10 years old. And so some of these people that have these weird fucking fantasies, they're at like the end stage of addiction and they don't even fucking know it.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these people that have really weird things that make you go, you know what? My grandma just called and she needs me to drive her across the state. You know, a lot of this comes from porn addiction.
That could be part of it. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, well, like, Gantstar, like, I'm sure you've been like I don't know how many women you've been with. I don't know whatever it is. Like, when you deal with some like crazy chicks, you start to see trends of like signs. They're like, I've seen that before. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again.
Yeah, no, I get it. Obviously, if it all combines into something that's not like doable, then fine. But I'm saying, like, that paramedic one I'm on about, there was nothing wrong with her.
Paramedics have a lot of they see a lot of death. They probably have a ton of PTSD. A lot of those paramedics.
Yeah, but she said she's always felt like that since she was a child. So I don't know. That's my point. I just try to like be understanding and all that with people. So I'm just saying that, like, if that was the only thing, like with her, that was the only issue that you would probably have with her from my experience with her. So I was willing to say, well, if it makes you happy, I don't mind. Like,
yeah,
you're not harming anyone. So
yeah, and a lot of times, like, they slow play their kinks on you. So, like, they're not gonna you might have hooked up with her a couple of times where she's like, oh, I liked when he called me a bitch. Maybe if you put a collar on me next time. And then it's good. It's usually slow played in, like, it's almost like they're deceiving you into playing into their kinks.
Yeah, but I don't mind that because I understand it. They obviously feel like they can't be themselves because they'll be, insulted. So they have to hide it until they feel they can trust someone. So I don't see it as necessarily a bad thing because it's up to you then when you figure out that if you want to stay or not. So.
Yeah, no,
well, okay. So you're saying for you couldn't do it. So that's what you're saying, right?
I would question it. Like, in real life, like, if there was someone like that, it's probably a situation where it's slow played onto me, the kink.
Yeah.
And like, I probably would have already hit it at that point. Like, it really depends. Like, I'm a human being, clouded judgment. I probably already hit it in a scenario. And like, I hear about it. Like, there's certain things I'll just say, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. And if it's a deal breaker, you can find someone else. But just kind of have hard lines for yourself. And
okay.
That's just really the way I see it.
Okay, Caduce, I want to ask you another question after this. I just want to ask Karen quickly. So, Karen, would you be willing to accept a man who had any kind of strange desire like that or request?
Define like that.
Well, like we were about with Caduceus, the girl that wanted to ting or do animal treatments or something weird, like would you be willing to overlook it for the right guy or not?
So I'm just like naturally very submissive, especially around like men in person. Like just to give you an example, if I'm with a guy and another guy like comes up to the car, I don't even engage with that other guy. Like I'm like very submissive. So if a guy says, "Hey, I want you to treat me like a dog," to me that would be very non-alpha. Going back to like Mr. Slaves.
Okay.
So no, there's no way in hell I would ever be with a guy who I viewed as beta.
If everything else was perfect, no?
No, it would immediately turn me off. And the best example I can give you is I have all kinds of guys who are very attractive, who do message me on Grindr, and some of them will say things like, "Can I see your dick?" That immediately turns me off because I am repulsed by the sight of my own penis because of my gender dysphoria. So when they say things like, "Do you like, are you only a bottom?" Like what they're saying is, "Will you top me? Will you fuck me?" That immediately turns me off, and I don't want anything to do with them. I don't care if they could look like you. They could look like, it doesn't matter. They could be a Giga Chad, and I'll fucking block them.
Okay. And is it anything to do with them bringing up that you have male genitalia, or is it just the thought of them actually wanting to do sexual stuff with that genitalia?
Part of it is the genitalia part, but the other part of it is just I don't like submissive men. My ideal man is not submissive. He's like dominant, like, yeah.
Okay. Just before I ask Caduceus the next question, I'll just ask J-Rock. Would you be willing to put up with a girl having some weird desire as long as everything else was perfect or not?
I wouldn't mind it. I kind of agree on where do you remember your speed date with Malik when you told her that you'd be willing to experiment as long as it wasn't like, getting pegged and stuff? Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay, so you'd be kind of open-minded to trying things. Yeah. Okay, all good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to preface something before you ask your next question. I'm saying like it does. I'm not saying that if you're not having vanilla, like the most vanilla sex ever, it's pathologic. I'm not going to say that because like like everyone has a little bit of like damage in them. Everyone's got their own preferences. Everyone's got their own thing. It's just like there's certain. It's more about like looking out for yourself. If there's something so out of left field and strange, like your gut is telling you something is wrong, you should probably listen to it and trust it. That's just kind of more along the lines of there. Like if it's not weird to you, then I guess keep going. But if your gut's telling you that something's off, trust it.
Actually, just before I ask you next question, Caduceus. So Karen, the way that would be Caduceus's mindset. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's a bit damaging? Because that would mean that a trans woman, not that he would date a trans woman, but he would basically think that anything like that would be a kind of red flag and saying you must have some problems. So do you think that's wrong for him to say that or not?
He would have to summarize what he just said because I don't want you to take him out of context.
Yeah, and I said it in the context of the girl that like had like a sexual kink that you weren't cool with.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. There's a difference between, hey, let's do doggy style raw, and hey, why don't you climb 2 stories and break into my fucking house and put on a mask and act like you're a robber and fucking choke me. There's a big difference between that.
Yeah, that's what the chick wanted from me, pretty much what you just said.
And you know what, Caduceus? I asked you not to bring that up on the internet. I thought that was just private between us. I'm joking.
Oh, man.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was like, dang.
But I would, but like to play ball with like what Ganstar was going to ask though, like doing the parallel with the transgender, there actually still might be some apprehension. So it's kind of like they're thinking like, is this person's they might question, is this like, if they could be into the transgender person and that's not an issue for them. But then there's also the back of their mind, like, is their dysphoria like adequately treated? Like, how is it managed? And that's something that they can they might be apprehensive even if it's not a big issue to them, because like
Yeah.
that's an extra liability on the list. So like your former military, Karen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like there's a ton of medical conditions that are like liabilities on the list, like I think including like type 1 diabetes.
Yeah, and
like
one that gets a lot of people is asthma. If you have asthma, you're fucked when it comes to joining the military, or if you're flat-footed.
Yeah, flat-footed.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like it's the
Um,
kind of thing that like you're looking to build some strong unit in the future, and it's like a weak point that might be seen as a liability, even if you're treating it well.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you did bring up the whole childhood thing, or like childbirth. A lot of the guys that I've talked with romantically, like outside of sex, they bring that up, and I just say, you know what? There are so many children out there that need to be adopted. So for me, in my ideal life, what I see is being married to a man and having like 2 or 3 children who are adopted, who like need a family structure. And I feel like that's my best like version of happiness.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, look, I was just saying about Caduceus's point was that the way he said that if they're into this, it's probably leading down to other issues. So I'm saying someone who was open to dating a trans person, well, maybe not in that case, it wouldn't make sense. But like I'm just saying, if someone was trying to date a trans person, but then someone like Caduceus said, like, oh, people who have these kind of, I don't want to say issues, but just for this context, we'll say that's probably leading down to other issues. Would you think that's harmful to say or not? If someone had that ideology of like trans, that would mean that they might have other underlying issues that will come into play during the relationship.
You were talking about the distinction between gender dysphoria and the idea that there might be other underlying issues. That's what Caduceus said, correct?
Well, he didn't say it directly, but I'm saying if that was the case, do you think that's harmful to say or not?
I would say that if you're asking me if a lot of transgender people also have other issues outside of their gender dysphoria, I would agree.
Okay.
There are definitely a lot of anxiety, depressed, PTSD. There's a lot of that. I don't have those things. One of the things I developed was OCD, just as a side note. So I have OCD. A lot of that came from just the military and like wanting to perfect everything.
Yeah.
But that was sort of like a mild OCD that I developed, and I was able to get rid of that, so to speak, like mentally tuck it away and realize that touching something 4 times is not necessary. You don't need to touch the door 4 times to make sure that it's locked. It's either fucking locked or it's not.
Okay. That shows good mental strength that you can, take note of what your issue is and work with it and try to overcome it. So that's something a lot of people can't do. So.
But I want to reiterate. I'm not saying that trans people have OCD. I'm saying like that was something that I individually suffered from as a child, in addition to gender dysphoria, and I was able to, in my opinion, defeat OCD. So.
Okay, that's good. So Caduceus, can I just ask quickly? What happened? Like, obviously that debate with Alex and all that. Like, what's your take on what transpired
between Minka and Alex?
Because you were there too, like. So
yeah, I was moderating.
Yeah, but like you were obviously affiliated with her, sort of. So, what's your take on what happened?
Take on what happened? Like in terms of the thing, if I was gonna ask someone to do content on my channel, and most of it's just interviews and speed dating and like random debate streams, and someone asked me if they wanted to do a makeout video, I probably would assume that there was some level of attraction. But if it isn't, like, it's kind of his word versus like someone else's word, where like I really don't care if a dude's attracted to a girl. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything really wrong. Like if he was attracted to her and wanted to sleep with her, there's nothing wrong with that in my eyes. He didn't force himself onto her. He didn't like when she refused, like he was like, okay, that's cool. Like I think I don't think anyone really like is in the wrong for that. In that scenario where I could see how she thought that he wanted to bang her, and then I could see like I don't see Alex doing anything wrong, even if he did or didn't want to bang her, you know?
Yeah. But obviously you think that he did want to actually bang her.
I get suspicious, but if he doesn't, I'll take his word for it. Like I really don't care.
Yeah, I know, but the point is that he gave her a hard time for assuming that, you know, saying, "Oh, I had no intention of that," you know. And then I don't think you saw it, but when I went on with him during like his Omegle thing, I brought that up. I said, if you're saying you didn't have any attraction to her, then why would you choose her to specifically do a video of you doing sexual stuff on the couch? Because obviously, if I wasn't attracted to a girl, I wouldn't want to do that stuff with her. And then he said, "Oh, it's for content. It's just for content." And I said, "Well, why don't you do it with a girl you're attracted to?" It's like, "Oh, because it's hard to find girls that will do that." And I'm like, "So you're seriously telling me you wouldn't have done anything with her?" He said, "Oh, no, unless she really put it on me heavy, then maybe it would have happened." And I was like, "Yeah, so you obviously had a bit of attraction then."
Like there's nothing wrong with it. Like there's nothing
wrong
with
that. I know, but why did you give her such a hard time about it? Because clearly he did have a bit of attraction, and he just wanted to give her no benefit of the doubt and say, "No, you're totally wrong to assume that. Just because I wanted to use you for content," is basically what he's saying. And I'm like, she's way more attractive than your girlfriend, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, I agree with Ganstar on that one.
Yeah, like I would say that like if I was looking at that outside looking in, I would think that he wanted to bang her, but like there's nothing wrong with him wanting to bang her.
Yeah, and I agree, there's nothing wrong with it, but the fact that he was could not give her anything to work with, saying like he just wanted to say, "I'm not giving you a single thing." Couldn't he just say like, "Okay, yeah, if things went well, I might have done something. Yeah, there's a bit of attraction." But he was trying to make her like kind of humiliate her, like make her look desperate and say, as if I'd want to sleep with you, like you're not even attractive.
Yeah, it kind of like, yeah, like I see where you're coming from on that one. Yeah, it is a little like strange to like make it seem like, oh, I never was into you. It's almost like what I'm not saying it almost like appears like a guy that gets rejected.
Yeah.
And then says, "Oh, I never liked you to begin with, bitch." Exactly. That kind of thing. That's what it kind of played off like.
But I can't believe no one called him out at the time. If I was there,
I was moderating, so like I was letting him go.
Yeah, I know you have to be impartial. I get that, but in the comments, everyone was on his side. Like no one was trying even to see her points of view. Like,
I mean, it's his platform. Like I looked at my comment section because we were simul streaming it. They were taking her. A lot of them were viewing it the way you did on my chat.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, no, because obviously Alex thinks he, obviously the way it's gone is that he destroyed her, and they're saying that because she hasn't posted anything since then, so they're saying like he kind of ended her whole YouTube career.
Yeah, she's still around. Like I haven't been posting either, and I'm still around. So
yeah, but how is that anything to do with that? What happened that night?
No. I have a good idea why, but I probably shouldn't say.
Okay.
Hey, Caduceus, do you know who Hormaxer is?
Yeah. He doesn't like me.
Are you the person that he refers to as low T Caduceus?
Yeah, he does, and I probably have higher T than him.
Okay, I heard about that for like I literally heard him say that like over 200 times over the course of 3 months, and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, he called me that because I called him gynocentric once.
Okay.
I called him gynocentric. I said because like it was at a time he was like falling head over heels for every girl that said that they like to drain balls, and I was like, newsflash, buddy, if she's heterosexual, she likes to drain balls. It's just whether she wants to drain yours or not.
Oh, gotcha.
That kind of thing.
So you are the famous, quote unquote, low T Caduceus.
Yes, I am.
Wow! Holy shit! I need an autograph.
Yes, I am. It's a legacy. I actually am toying around. Like, I might tag him in a post and be like, "Hey, getting my T levels checked. What's the over under?" You can set your bets. I'm just saying, I did the 240 pec fly on the machine. I didn't break my arm. I'm just saying that Hormatcher.
How do you bust your arm open on a pack fly machine? I'm transgender and I know that you don't do that.
I think what happened is it is a good amount of weight. So I think because he got a lot of rapid gains from using the gear to where the muscle was outgrowing the pace the bone was growing. So the tension from the muscle contraction just snapped his humerus.
Gosh,
I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah, because like your muscles, when they contract, it has a lot of tension on the bones. But normally, if you slowly get stronger and stronger, your bones will compensate and get thicker, so they can withstand the load of getting pulled and snapped by your muscles. But if your muscle grows so quickly that it's your muscle's super strong and your bone isn't that strong, you can snap your bones.
I mean,
Well, definitely listen to your body.
Yeah, and the same thing with tendons too. Like the tendons grow even slower than the bones, so you can outgrow your tendons and snap and tear a lot of your tendons if you're on gear too, because there's no direct blood supply for your ligaments and tendons, so they're gonna grow even slower than the bones if you're on gear.
Caduceus, are you okay with Greg or no?
Greg, I'm neutral with Greg. No problems.
You haven't been on. I heard him say that before, but recently.
Yeah, I haven't been on in a while. This is the first stream I've really been on in about 3 weeks.
Yeah. I was just wondering if everything's cool enough, but
yeah, it's cool. I think like everyone was going to war for a bit, and like I was like, I don't want a part of any of this drama. Like, and it seemed like even in real life, people were just at each other's throats for a bit. So it's like I'm just gonna chill, enjoy my life.
What about with Ashley? Is that resolved or still?
No.
Okay.
No, she can rot, but but she thinks the same about me, so that's cool.
Okay. Hey Karen, also I forgot to ask you, so sexually, do you just like do prostate play or what? Like,
do I just do prostate play? What?
Because you said that you don't like to look at your genitalia, so do you just focus on the anal area, like, or what?
Oh, so guys fuck me. Like, guys do me anally, but you know, it is what it is. I have vaginoplasty scheduled in less than 4 months. So there is a healing process, obviously, after that surgery. About 6 months later, I will have anywhere from 6 to 7 inches of depth.
Yeah, I used to be friends with a trans girl, and she was having the surgery as well, and she was saying that like obviously there can be complications that you can lose like all the sensitivity, but obviously they do the best they can to maintain a bit, but obviously it's never going to be like the real thing. But
it's a very complicated thing.
Procedure.
It's a very challenging procedure. There's 4 different types of vaginoplasties. A lot of the trans women, they can't afford to have anything but what's called shallow depth, and that basically just creates 1 inch of depth. And all it does is just create the look of a vagina on the exterior. So you're still able to pee, obviously, but you don't have any depth. So that makes you non-functional sexually, at least when it comes to your pussy. A lot of women complain about that because they elect to have that kind of a surgery that is a shallow depth surgery, and they do complain of sensation loss because there's no nerves there. So yeah.
I got a question. Logistics: is there an increased infection risk the deeper you do the procedure because you have more surface area?
If you do a I believe it's called a perianal pull through, where they use part of the colon, there is a increase of infection because you're going deeper into the body as well as the organs. So yes.
Yeah, that sounds just complicated in general.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that one. I'm doing the one right below the pull through. Do
you have to fly out to like San Francisco where they're like better at those surgeries?
Nope. In most states they have a transgender clinic. And they have. I mean, I'm not going to dox myself, but you know, in most states they have clinics at this point that have realized that there's money, there's gold to be
Yeah,
found
big
in
money.
transgender
That's what
people.
I
So,
was going to say to Caduceus there. I
Big
know that
money.
you said you were going to try to focus on the renal, but it seems like this could be more where the money's at, right?
Well, it's I guess like endocrine is interesting to me. I wouldn't want it to be my primary point of practice, but it is there is a lot of like it's because it's a Wild West. It's like it's practically the only thing that turns me away from that kind of medicine is that your patients are practically volunteering to be lab rats in a sense.
Yeah.
Because like there's not, it's hard to really like test the efficacy of how a bottom surgery or a vaginoplasty affects, and then on top of that, the infection risks of taking something that's an area that's pretty enclosed and then making it an open, like flappy lubricating area that bacteria are going to like.
To be fair, vaginoplasties, I mean, there are thousands and thousands of those surgeries that have been performed over the last 50 years. The procedure itself has gotten so much better, and
That's good to hear.
the risk of serious infection, like to the point of death or like lifestyle compromise, is very, very minimal. Usually the infection is just something that's like a yeast infection, or maybe it's like an infection post-surgery where, you know, you have to go in and get antibiotics. You know, but it's not like a life-changing infection where they have to cut something out.
Yes.
The risk of that is like extremely low. But I will say this. So we've talked about vaginoplasty, but what about phalloplasty? Like with trans men,
that's tricky.
That surgery is very, like, you want to talk about lab rats? That is a very fucking dangerous surgery. A phalloplasty?
Yeah, like how are you going to make the vasculature of something that can like, or is it just a prosthetic that doesn't really move?
Do you know they use fat grafts from your thighs to do that?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
that's an extra layer of complication.
Yes, they take fat. They usually graft fat from your thighs as well as other parts of your body, like your hip, and to generate the skin. But it still doesn't operate like a penis. A penis, in my opinion, is like the most magical thing in the world. And it's not just because I'm attracted to penis. It's science. You cannot replicate a penis scientifically. You just can't do it. Not, at least not yet. Not with our technology.
Yeah, it seems like you have a lot more scaffolding out there than what you're working with in the beginning.
Yes.
You're like building a tower out of like random pieces.
Not just a tower, like a tower that's full of like nerves and spongy tissue, and you just can't. Science cannot create that.
Yeah, and you can't just stack it. You got to like give it blood supply and slowly build your way up. It seems like.
Yeah, and so there are trans men who have phalloplasties, and their dicks are basically just constantly soft, and they have to like install like a machine or like a little pump to get erect.
Yeah,
sounds very.
Yeah, so that's lab rat world, but the vaginoplasty, not so much.
I guess subtraction and sculpting is easier than addition and sculpting.
Yes, because they're doing is inverting the nerves, or they don't remove the nerves in my pineal gland. They just invert it.
Yeah, interesting.
Caduceus, can I ask about your channel? What's the direction? Are you still?
I'm probably gonna do more interviews at lower frequencies, just because like school stuff's still the main focus. I'm turning away, kind of like doing less of the manosphere stuff, more about just interviewing people I find interesting, and then there might be like another channel where it's more chill, where we talk about subjects that maybe help give you practical skills or just unwind. That I'm going to share with a couple other creators.
Done, yeah?
What do you say?
Your bachelorette thing is done, yeah?
Yeah, I just think it's I'm not a fan of doing that. Like I kind of got burned out after a few of those.
Yeah,
For
understand.
real. Like it was fun. It's just a lot of effort for it, and it got the formula kind of got stale quick.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Alex doesn't think so, right? He keeps the speed datings going, but it's all right.
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of like what you have to put in to get like a show like that versus like what you get out. And it's
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like if you've seen one, you've probably seen them all.
And what is your current like statistics in the sense of I know you're close to 1,000 subscribers, but is your watch hours anywhere near the recommended amount?
Oh, way over.
Well,
I had the watch hours long ago.
and that's because of the streams, is it? That they're because they're long, so you get easy views, right?
Yes, correct, Ganstar.
Mm.
Yeah, correct. The streams will get you a lot of hours. Like I think I'm just gonna go by past year since my channel's like about a year and like 3 months old in terms of like being active.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look at my analytics right now. Watch time, of course, it's went down in the last month because I haven't posted really.
Yeah.
But last 365 days, I have about 13,000 watch hours.
Dang, it's more than me.
Yeah, but you do like videos, and you're like, let's commence, and then.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Like with Greg as well, I'm saying that he's like acting as if I'm like doing much better than him, but technically not really, because like yeah, I have the amount of watch hours to be monetized, but the problem is that my watch hours are still way lower than his.
Yeah,
because
but he'll stream like 60 hours a week, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, so even if I have more views than him, but my videos are short, so watch time hours, he's gonna destroy me, so.
Yeah, I view it as more like engagement. Like, do you have people that regularly show up and enjoy your content? That's kind
of the problem with Greg is that he's operating a channel that incites drama directly to him. Like, there's a difference between a drama channel that like discusses tea and like just literally attacking people so they come watch your channel out of hate. And so when you build a platform, when you build a foundation that's built out of people hating you, your channel is not going to last.
But there needs to be a purpose of why you're here.
Besides like drama and like getting people to hate you.
Yeah, because if beef is what keeps your channel alive, you're gonna start like when you run out of people to beef with, you're just gonna turn on people that are good to you.
Yep, like Mr. Slave. He's banned Mr. Slave simply for talking to Hormaxer.
Well, honestly, I've actually told Greg that I think because he does ban people and block them from coming on his stream, but like I think, like you said, he's going down the route of looking for drama. So I think he should just like go with that full on, because I think he would have a much better show if he allowed the controversial people on. But he has the mindset of like trying to block people who argue with him too much,
Yeah, well, he has enough people that he's beefing with already to where he can maybe make that last a couple more months. But like when that gets stale and you get to a point where you're looking for other people to quarrel with, usually the people closest to you are the ones who get hit first.
Well, yeah, he's doing the same with his friend Matteo, that guy. Have you seen what happened there? No.
I saw they're like arguing over like a half inch of height. Like
yeah.
Come on, guys.
But to the point like that they want to fight, like in real life.
Like, come on, guys, it's all good.
No, but like they met up in real life before. They went to the nightclub together, and that's how it all started. Because
really, man, just have a good time.
Because Greg obviously was told that he's like 6'1" or something, and then Greg was like, he's not 6'1", and then he called him out, and then they had this whole argument, so.
Yeah, who cares if he's lying? Who cares?
Yeah, but I'm saying it goes by what you were saying, that once he runs out of people, he'll turn on people who he's actually friends with in real life too.
Are you friends with Greg, Gangstar?
I mean, we're not friends, but I'm on the stream a couple times, so.
He called you phone. He called you Phone Star. He came in chat like an hour ago and called you Phone Star.
No, because obviously he's like Alex's biggest fan, so obviously he doesn't like me going after Alex, but.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, of course. Like he talks sometimes talks bad about me, but overall, like, you know, like he subscribed to me and all that, so I don't have any issue with him. But like he did use me in that experiment, like, you know, and not his fault. Like I didn't give him pictures, so he just took like terrible pixelated photos of me to use for experiment, and then the ones he used for himself and like people like Hugh, he used like very good Tinder photos. So
I remember
I would say, so like I was like saying, obviously, if I get a yes compared to those guys, then that's more like a win for me because I have way worse picks than them, like, you know. But he was trying to treat it the same, going, oh no, if they said yes to you and no to this person, then it's just because you're better. But I was like, the picture quality has to be taken into account too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you feel like the manosphere is breaking up like into different tribes?
Always has been.
Well, I mean, Karen, you believe in the black pill or not?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't believe in game, no?
I believe in game as far as it takes to get laid, but I don't believe in game when it comes to like building relationships. I feel like you either have a connection with someone or you don't, or you have like value, like a value proposition to add to someone, like sugar baby or sugar daddy or sugar mama or whatever. And I believe that relationships can be built off from
Well,
that.
like that's what when Alex did the Omegle thing, when I came on, I you know, when I was defending Ninka, I also brought up the fact that the way the girls laughed at him and he got such bad reactions.
Oh, it was so brutal.
He said to me that like, oh, but that doesn't matter because if I had time, it's just because on Omegle they can just press next. But in real life, if I had time to talk to those girls, I would have built attraction with my game, you know.
No.
And I was
See,
just like, no, man, what are you on about?
what he's missing is that he would never have time to talk to those girls because those girls would immediately look at him, laugh, and walk away in the same way that they reacted like that on the webcam. Like, he doesn't understand that. But
Yeah, they can
the
walk
thing is
away.
his channel is built on games, so he can't say anything
I
else.
know,
He's
yeah,
in a corner.
I get that. He's deep into it, so I understand. But I do feel like he actually does believe it, you know. Like I literally told him like, how come when Hugh went on, you know, the reactions were positive and that was real attraction. While you're talking about, he said, oh, but I got a girl's Instagram too. And I said, yes, but it was like very friendly. She wasn't complimenting you. She wasn't smiling. It was just like, oh yeah, okay, we can talk some more if you want. So I was like, that wasn't real attraction. And he's like, yeah, okay, it wasn't, but it doesn't matter because I know once I talk to her, I will make her attracted to me. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's possible, but I mean, you have to like at least meet the threshold. Like that's the bare minimum, but that's not enough for most people. Like so.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Ganstar. I think the analogy is like it's like if there's if you were a salesman,
Yeah.
and you were selling snake oil, but you used the snake oil because you believed it worked, you're still a snake oil salesman. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think what he's selling works. I don't think that sexual desire
Wait,
can be changed.
Wait, if you believe that the snake oil works and you
He's alive.
you're saying that you're still a snake oil salesman. But a
Yeah,
legitimate salesman.
whether you believe in it's like whether you believe in the product or know it's ineffective and you're selling it, you're still selling it.
The problem I have with Alex's channel is that it's based on an archaic method of code approach. I know Stacy's that are Instagram level, and they're not being fucking code approached. So I don't understand this whole thing of code approaching.
Well, I just look at it as you can't like the sexual attraction is just there or it isn't. It's smash or pass. Like it's not a choice in the mind. It's just there. It's there or isn't there.
Hold on. I mean, the fact that you don't know Stacy's who are getting approached, that's not good statistics. But on top of that, we know that men don't approach today. That's the advantage of doing cold approach. You immediately stand out. You you have the potential of snatching a Stacy. I mean, cold approach is for me was a God sent. It was terrific.
I was just using that as as a top tier example. Like I know women who are like top tier, or who would be labeled as top tier by most men in this community, including Alex. And when I talk to them, like I meet with them at Chipotle, we hang out, like I'm friends with them. And they tell me honestly, like, no, I just use Tinder. You know, like I don't, no one approaches me in public except unless they're like 60-year-old nasty guys. And those are just desperate guys. So,
yeah, go on.
you know, I'm not saying that only Stacy's are saying that, but like most women that I talk to, in fact, I can't think of a single biological female that I've talked to who has said that like a guy that's her looks max has approached her code.
And are those girls, is that what they're after? Like, are they saying they would take an average guy, or are they saying it has to be on their level, or what?
No, I'm saying like most of the women who tell me they get approached, they're approached by creepers. Like,
yeah.
You know, like not even near like the looks max. Like we're talking like 50, 60, 70-year-old guys who are just like being creeps.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't there also be a perception component though? Like if like we're talking about attribution error, halo effect type of things, where like if it like a cold approach from a dude that she finds attractive that maybe she's had her eyes on earlier might not be perceived as him randomly showing up. She might have perceived it as, oh, I shot my shot by throwing like these looks his way and he picked up on it and showed up. So maybe that's why the cold approaches might be viewed more as the negative experience where the guy didn't meet the looks.
That's a good point. And I just thought of it. Wow, you're really smart. You made me think of something that happened. So I was at a BMW dealership about a year ago having a vehicle serviced. And I was looking at this guy who I thought was really nice looking and muscular. And I wouldn't stop looking at him. And then he kind of looked at me like he was just looking around, like, and then he turned and he looked at me and he seen that I was looking at him. And then I fucking sucked at turning away. You know when you're looking at someone and you can like turn away in time or they don't notice? Well, I fucking failed that like hardcore. So he seen me looking at him for like a solid 2 seconds. And then I looked away like, and then he came over and started using hand sanitizer at my table. Like he walked to the other side of the fucking building. He passed like 6 other tables and then used my hand sanitizer at my table. And then we sparked up a conversation. So yes, in that way, I would say I was cold approached. But he seen that I was clearly like googly eyed him.
Yeah, well, like another idea though is that people that, from what it seems like, the men that are unattractive to a woman are practically invisible. So when they do approach, it's like a jump scare, you know? They're like, where'd you come from? what now? Is the building on fire? Like, what's going on?
That's funny.
I got a few questions for Ganstar, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ganstar is going to also say that would you be willing to do more speed dates on Alex's channel in the future if he brought on women that you were attracted to?
I mean, I guess I would, but I almost feel like Alex would only want me on to see me fail. Like, you know, so he would, like, you know, he'd make you go on extra long, or he would probably set me up as well. He'd probably text the girl to say, do this with this guy, like he did in the debate, like, you know. So I would, if I thought he was being genuine and just, you know, treating me fairly, then yeah, of course I would, yeah.
Okay, because I would like to, you know, if I had the money, I would pay big money to see you and Hormaxer go on more speed dates. You know, you two are some of the good, how Alex called it, characters in the PWF universe. And see what else I was gonna ask you. So you know how Karen was saying, maybe kind of jokingly, that she'd be willing to be your sugar mom.
Oh my god, I was just joking.
Well, I was gonna say that what if Karen paid for your plane ticket to come here and do a competition, and after that you can go hit up the hot guys, you know, company and do some adult scenes with them, and maybe after you get paid, I don't know, maybe you can pay Karen back like as a loan or something like that, just.
Yeah, it's actually wouldn't be a bad idea. Obviously, this thing was offered to me like months ago, so I don't know if the offer is still there. But yeah, I mean, if Karen was willing to, and the company said they still wanted to work with me, then
So this bank does not operate on repayment plans. I operate on dick deposits.
Oh yeah.
So if you can't make a dick deposit, then this bank will refuse your loan. I apologize.
Okay.
actually, yeah, Karen, you did have some questions about the porn, didn't you?
Yeah, but that's for a different stream. That's like completely outside of this purview.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, J-Rock, because obviously Indian PE yesterday on the chat, he was, the one more coming for me. Alex was being a joke as well, but I think if I do go on Alex's thing again, it would probably be to go after Indian PE. So.
Yeah, the Indian PE is dodging both you and Hormaxer. Like he will not talk to either of you on stream.
Yeah, like when he was streaming on his own, I was trying to come on, and he's like, "No, I'm not letting you come on. I will only get angry." And I was like, "Well, have a conversation then. If you're so confident that you're right and I'm wrong about things, then why not?" And then he refused to have me on. So, and then he's calling me a coward and a loser when he can't even address things. Like, so I was just like, "What's the deal with that?"
And also again, Star. So hypothetically, if somebody or a group of people they raise the money to bring you to America, would it have to be can it be like a one way, or did it have to be like for you to come here and to go back to where you're from? Like, would you be open to staying here in the States for like a little longer than just the competition? Like, if you're not living with like family and stuff.
Well, yeah, obviously, I recently lost my job, so my finances got even worse. So if I was to come, I'd have to be, someone would need to take care of like the majority of my expenses. So that would be the issue with that,
Like maybe it would also help if somebody was willing to like host you like in their place or something, like give you like
yeah, I would definitely need that if that was going to happen. But
that time is of the essence, though, man. Like if you need to get yourself back on your feet, and like it's more important than traveling out for a competition. Like someone could compensate. There needs to be more compensation than just you having expenses paid, because that time that you could be building yourself up is being used for entertainment.
Yeah, but it's also
Against Star. How old are you?
I don't give out personal information.
Okay.
But,
what you need to do is you need to go on Seeking Arrangements, and you need to find yourself an actual sugar mama. That's what you need to do.
It's not that easy. I mean, I thought about it, but I just think like, why would a woman want that? Like, it's when they're the ones who.
Because there are 50-year-old rich women who would love to take care of a man like you. That's why.
I don't know. I mean, I have tried sites like that before, but I just got nothing. Like, so I don't know. I mean, maybe something I could look into. But yeah, no, Caduceus, he's on about the fact that I had a potential job offer months ago with the porn. So he's saying if I did fly out, maybe I could get money from them, and then things might work out,
Look, I'm just saying, look after yourself before doing any competitions. Like outside, your real life's more important than any of this.
Yeah. No, it's just Indian P was talking trash yesterday, saying that he'd destroy me, like, because I have no game and he does, like, so.
Yeah, like if he wants to think that way, you can think that way. That's like that's just how it is.
Yeah, I understand. So yeah, Kara, did you have any more questions before I go, or J-Rock?
Yeah. So also another idea. What if before you hypothetically flew here, what if you also contacted like all the big companies that are in Florida? Like Bang Bros or Brazzers, anything like that. Maybe see if they'll work something with you, as well as the Hot Guys company.
Yeah, I mean, look, the only thing is from my experience, I just know the way these companies work is that well, not them specifically, but the majority of companies, that if they're going for straight porn, they will automatically assume that you're going to also be open to doing gay porn or doing like crazy taboo fetishes and all that. Because they want guys who are super open-minded so they can, have a more diverse like range of filming with them.
Less onboarding.
Say it again?
Less onboarding, I guess. You only got to hire one dude.
Yeah, exactly. Same with the modeling. The reason I had an appeal when I was doing it is because they said because of my skin tone and my complexion that I could fit a load of different like countries. If they wanted an Italian guy, a Portuguese guy,
You're
like Spanish.
ethnically
So,
ambiguous.
well, yeah. So they were saying that was a big appeal I had compared to some of the other
The
guys.
ethically ambiguous duo.
Yeah. So that's my point with the porn is that a lot of these companies, if you're just a straight guy trying to get into the industry, they're going to almost force you to do gay porn if you want to make any success. So that's why I just think I had to leave,
Wait a minute. I have to make a statement. How many fucking straight women in porn are forced to do bi and lesbian scenes? You all act like I'm straight, I won't do anything. How many fucking women are there in porn that are bumping clams, as Hormaxer says, and they're straight?
Yeah, it's the same. I think a lot of women are forced to do it too, but the girls are more open than men. I think a lot more women are
because you live in fear, because you're low T conduces.
No, it just turns you off.
No,
yeah, I don't know.
It's weak. It's weakness, is what it is. Women can do it. Why can't you? Are you not man enough?
I don't know what it is with
not
women,
my
but
thing,
there's so many women that are bi, like, or at least open. Like, if they're like, would you make out with this movie star? Like, oh yeah, for her, I do it. But like, if you ask me, would I do David Beckham? I'm like, no,
Gotcha.
Yeah, if something doesn't do it for me, it doesn't do it for me. I don't care whatever label it makes me. It just doesn't do it for me.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make in this really quickly is that there's a difference between doing a job and identifying your orientation. And I feel like you all are getting wrapped up in your orientation when it comes to this.
Well,
and the best example I can give is brokestraightboys.com is full of straight guys who literally, they get sent to a mansion and they film 7 days worth of content for 2 months. But like, they film for 7 days, but it's 2 months worth of content, if that makes sense.
I see.
And they get paid thousands and thousands of dollars because they see it as a job. It's not about their orientation. They know they're straight, but they're getting paid that money because they're straight, not because they're gay.
I don't know. There's some things that just that make you feel gross in a way that you don't want the money even.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll say on one of my last job offers, they asked me to have an audition with this agent, a male agent, obviously, and they basically said that they just want me to. They booked a hotel room. They said just show them what you got, So basically, they want you to juice as many times as possible, and they were like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, we'll give you the Viagra and all that to make you, turned on." And I was like, "But what?" But I'm saying, so you're saying straight guys do this? I'm like, "Yeah, of course they do." And I'm like, but how? They're like, whatever they need, some of them can just do it, and others, they might turn on some porn and just close their eyes, but they can all do it. Saying that, oh, the last guy, he juiced 5 times with the agent. I was like, what? I was like, come on, that's disgusting. Like, how are you supposed to do that? And
yeah, like if we take it outside of that strictly sexual professional type thing, I'm gonna have to shove my finger up several assholes during my career. That doesn't make me a gay man.
Yeah.
That just comes with the job description. But I am gonna pick a job that if it has something that I don't like doing, I'm gonna look to make money elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, I get what Karen's saying though. That sometimes you think that if women can get over it, why can't men? And I don't know what it is. It just seems like women are just more open to it. I mean,
no, it's because women are desperate, and there is no there is no societal backlash for them doing it.
Yeah,
Whereas the reason
that is
why
the
you
case,
don't do it is because you literally have a fear that like if you do something like that, like your life will be ruined. That's where it comes from, is fear and
It's
insecurity.
not that. It's just
I guarantee you
sick to
100%.
I don't know. Just
I mean,
the thought of that
honestly,
makes
I'll
me
admit,
sick to my
I'm
stomach.
very, like, totally different than most men. Like, I'm not into the body at all, like Mr. Slave and all that. So, like, I'm into just very attractive women, face-wise particularly. So, like, for me, it's hard to even find, like, that's why I was saying, like, with Alex's girl, like, I would have zero attraction to her. So, I'd even find it hard to get turned on with a girl like her, like, you know. So, how am I supposed to get turned on with a man? Is my point. That's what I said to that agent the last time. I was like, I find it hard to. Most girls don't turn me on. So, how you expect a man to do it? You know?
I'd say like there's certain things that just disgust you, even if there's no societal consequence for them. Like an example, the time that the one time I went up the back door on a chick. Like I felt disgusted when I was done. I was like, all right, this isn't for me. Even like it wasn't a societal consequence of it. I just didn't like it.
Was it because there was a mess after, or what?
It just was gross. It was just gross.
Oh, so there was. Okay, damn.
Well,
I would say then none of you could ever be porn stars because
I'm not. I don't want to be a porn star.
Well, sure, but I'm just making the declarative statement. If you're not open to doing whatever the scene requires, and if you don't have a 9-inch dick like what is it, Mike Hughes or that British guy, whoever that guy's name is.
That's a reasonable take to have. Like it's an honest assessment of what people do in the job, and if you can't do it, you shouldn't explore the profession.
Yep.
Like if you want to be a professional athlete one day, but you don't want to do gear, you probably shouldn't do that profession. Like it's like certain things like that.
Yeah, but I think, like, you know, I was so frustrated when I was trying to. Obviously, I did manage to get like straight work, but it's just so difficult. Like, you know, and I'm saying if I was open to that bi stuff, then it would have been like I would just be in a total different situation now. Like, you know, it's just something I just can't do. Like I just like even thought of it. Like I thought about doing drugs and passing out and just like having my way and all that, but it just
wait, what? Can you repeat that? Did they tell you to do drugs and pass out?
No. I was just saying I was thinking of ways that I could overcome.
Oh.
Yeah. I was thinking of ways that I could do it because the money was so good. But
I was going to say, like, what fucking studio were you working for?
No.
He was toying. He was toying with the idea of G for peeing, but didn't.
Yeah, because I was so broke that I like needed the money. I was like, oh, it's such good pay, and is there any way I can work around this? And actually, as well, a lot of the studios now, they don't actually give the guys Viagra anymore. They give them something, I can't remember the name of it, but
Poppers.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but they say Viagra makes their skin turn red and stuff, so they don't like to use it for shooting anymore. So they use more advanced things. So
damn,
probably a more specific vasodilator instead of just Viagra.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't need Viagra. I'm saying as long as you just give me a somewhat attractive girl and I'll do it, like, and I will, no problem. I don't need that trash. Well,
you get the camera rolling. You have to put a hot chick like right behind the camera and as like a visual cue to keep Gantt Star going.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's like, just you can turn on porn and just fantasize, pretend it's something else. And I was like, I just can't. If I'm gonna know it's a guy. Like there's no way I can do that. You know?
Yeah, that's.
And like as well, that trans girl I used to be friends with, like the way you were talking, Karen, about, you know, that some guys are afraid of it. Well, like from her stories and what I've witnessed with her was that yes, she got loads of straight guys. I know she was a very attractive girl, or she did look 100% like a woman, so that might be part of it. But they knew that she had male parts. But they still did it. So
I get loads of straight guys too. I'm on Tinder. I'm on Grindr. I can get, if I want to, I can hook up with 5 guys in one night. But
so
the thing is I'm waiting for this fucking Truvada to kick in because it takes 14 days because I switched from Discovery to Truvada, and apparently it takes Truvada 14 days in your body before it can like prevent HIV. So
okay, and So what's your, how do you like answer that though? Like obviously me and Caduceus were saying like no, like we wouldn't be able to go near someone who has male genitalia or resembles a man. But these guys, like you said, they do it anyway. Do you think that's out of desperation or that it's just they don't mind or what?
I think that some men are more closed-minded and some are more open-minded and some don't mind what's downstairs because they probably don't even fuck with the pussy anyway. They just want to fuck something in the ass. Or maybe they don't really care that much about the pussy. Maybe they don't even eat out the girl, like a biological female. Maybe the thought of eating a woman out disgusts them because maybe they had a bad experience. Maybe the poo-tang smelled like rotten fish. I don't know. So, but what I will tell you is, I'm getting men no problem, and these are not gay guys. I want to like specify, like I am so turned off by like feminine like gay guys. Like if they have a lisp and they like limp wristed and shit, I'm so turned off by it. So the guys that I'm hooking up with are like 6s, 7s, maybe a couple 8s and 9s, like once a year, maybe a 9 once a year.
I mean, that's my point though. I'm saying like, because I know from hanging out with that trans woman like that, there was so many straight guys that even once they knew that she was like, you know, that they still were fine with it. Like, and I was saying, I couldn't do it. Like, I mean, even though she was like really attractive, I'll admit that. If you didn't know, I get why they would be into it, but they just said, yeah, well, it's, you know, I don't know if they're just like, you know, clouding their judgment and just making them think that, okay, well.
So wait a minute. So you're saying if you thought that she was the hottest woman in the world, and then she said, hey, you know what? And like in this nice little feminine voice that was like clearly female, she was like, hey, I just need to tell you something, baby.
Yeah.
I'm transgender. You would immediately just run away and fear and is that what you're saying?
I think it would come down to the fact that I would just assume that it's all makeup is what's making her look like a woman, and I would say I'll just be thinking in my head about like that she'll probably look like a man once she takes the wig off and everything. So that's what's going to turn me off, you know?
I would say that's so fucking that's a really bad view. And I know you were wanting to go, but just so you know, most trans women don't wear wigs. They're not fucking drag queens. That's the first thing. And second, I would say that most trans women have a lot of surgeries to change their facial structure so that they do look like biological females. So just be aware of the fact that there are a lot of transgender women who don't look like men.
Yeah, I understand that. Like this one that I'm talking about, she definitely resembled a woman.
Yeah.
But she still had male genitalia, you know?
Sure.
And like she did voice training and everything to be more like a woman's voice and all that. So she really takes it serious, of course. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I mean, I would say that.
What if she had a pussy? What if she had the vaginoplasty?
That's my point. I mean, I still don't think I could, but it would definitely be harder to overcome then, you know, but I still don't think I could do it.
Wow.
And again, that could just be down to, like you said, just being like labeled a certain way, maybe.
Sure.
But in my head right now, I'm just thinking, I just wouldn't want it because I would just be like, why wouldn't I just get with a normal girl? And I don't mean to sound offensive when I say that. Like, you know,
at least you didn't say actual. So yeah. I've had guys say like actual, get with the real girl, not a fucking faker.
Biological.
Because I do respect like trans women. Like I will address them as women. I will treat them as women. But it's just for me, like sexually, if they want, like I'm saying, the problem with that girl I was friends with is that she was interested in me, and that's why our friendship, you know, went down the hill. So that's the point, is that like I don't think I could be with a trans woman that way. I can be friends with them. I can, you know, be there from care for them as like friends, like I say, but just as a relationship sexually, I just don't think it would be for me, you know?
All right. The last thing that I'll say, and then I'll let you, I'll open up for everyone else, is I actually had a transgender man message me on Tinder. I didn't know he was trans.
Okay.
And on my Tinder, I don't have that I'm trans. I tell them in chat because if I put in my profile that I'm transgender, then I get mass flagged by a bunch of fucking transphobic assholes. So I had a trans man who I thought was a biological man message me on Tinder who thought I was a biological woman. And then he told me, he was like, hey, I need you to know before we meet up, I'm trans.
Wow.
And I was, at that point, we were on Snapchat talking. And I was like, holy shit, you're trans? And he was so hot, I didn't notice. I thought for sure that he was like just this Chad that was just going to come and like just destroy me. And I was like, oh my God, so what you're describing to me in your mind, how like you have this mental block and it's hard for you. I thought about that is after he told me he was trans, I immediately was like, wow, this is a biological woman. And I've never had sex with a woman. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, wow, this dude's really hot though. I was like,
so I agree. I'm not saying that it's not down to that. It could be, but I don't know. It's just, I'm definitely not like a normal guy. Like I said, I don't really care about the body. So when guys look at a girl from behind, they're like, oh, look at ass. Like, I'm not really like that. So I think I'm not as sexually like into that kind of style, because I say all the time, like, you look at a girl from behind and she has a nice body, but I'm thinking her face could be like a man. So that's why that doesn't really do anything for me.
Sure, but you get what I'm saying though. Like in that example, it's the same. It's the same exact thing as what you are experiencing, except reversed. And I ended up not meeting him because I asked him whether or not he had phalloplasty, and he said no, he still has the vagina. And I told him that I'm not sexually attracted to vaginas.
No, I understand. No, that's actually, and that's a very unique story. I'm sure not many people can say that's happened to them. So
yeah. What do you think about all this caduceus and who joined? Who's at the bottom there?
I was going to ask RPG to give his input, but
interesting topic. I personally never met a trans female that's been passing to me. I've never met that in person. I have met passing trans male though, where I've seen that before. Can
I just tell you something really quick? If you met a trans woman who was passing, you wouldn't know it.
I wouldn't know it. Well,
yeah. So yeah, that's just that's the only caveat, Mr. Doctor.
That is a caveat there, but I think people there's usually like pretty open about like most of the transgender people I've known have been open about being
trans. But I'm just saying, like, when you see a woman in like Kroger's or whatever, and you pass by her and you smile, it's very possible that could be a transgender woman, and you just don't know it.
It's a possibility, but it's a possibility. I haven't encountered it, like even from meeting the person, unless they aren't upfront with it, and it wasn't happening anyway. I haven't conversated with the passing trans woman.
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, I guess to my knowledge, you're correct in that sense. I haven't gotten to that point of that level of conversation with the passing trans woman. So I don't know what I would do in that scenario because I haven't experienced that.
Fair enough.
Would you say that me and Caduceus saying that we wouldn't be willing to date a trans woman, would you call us transphobic or not?
Low T.
Yeah, well, I think I also appreciate you brought the
low T Caduceus.
I appreciate that you added the like if they don't have the anatomy, it's still a no-go for you. Like in your scenario.
Yeah, like he was super hot. Like I'm going to be honest, he was a Chad. Yeah, like he had the facial hair, he had the bone structure, he had the arms and everything, like the abs, and he was 6 foot tall on his. That's what he said on Tinder.
Yeah,
but I thought for sure it was just like another great hookup. and then everything changed.
Yeah.
And so that does give me a little bit more, I guess, like introspection in terms of what you all are feeling. So
yeah, well, I think that I'm fairly decent at, because the treatment is still like Wild West Pioneer. Like I still think I'm pretty good at identifying. Like I could be wrong, but it seems like I'm pretty good at picking out like if at least on like Tinder, for example, when there's like transgender people, they even through lots of Photoshop and lots of like procedures, I could see that, okay, this person's likely transgender, and then I open the bio, and I'm like, okay, I was correct.
Honestly, the one I was friends with, you would not be able to tell. Like she was very
for
attractive.
real.
Yeah,
interesting.
See, I came up with another question for Ganstar. Okay. So when you're doing your face rating and stuff, I was wondering, do you ever does hairstyle matter? Like like hairstyle, haircuts, is that something you take into consideration, or you don't count hair?
I do a little bit. I try to focus primarily on the facial aesthetics and the bone structure and eye area and all that, and I try to picture if they do have a bad haircut, I try to visualize them with like a normal kind of hairstyle. So it does impact a little bit, of course, but I try to not let it influence me on the final rating.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, because I've experimented. Like I've had just about almost every hairstyle, and I was gonna say, like, if I could show you, like, or maybe ask you, like, if you had my hair, like, if you had like my hairline and my curly hair, like, what would you like? Would you cut it short? Would you let it grow long, put it in a bun like I currently have, or just let the curls go down to your face, like? Or yeah, maybe I can show you something.
I mean, it totally depends for like your kind of, I don't know how to say style, but like the kind of image you're going for. So obviously, like if you were like trying for the pretty boy look, you try to look like those e-boys and their hairstyle. But I think for someone with your looks level and your kind of image, I would say the way you have it, like, because you do have a really good hairline. So I don't think the long hair is hindering you in any way, because there are some girls that will find that attractive. But I would say probably somewhere in the middle though, because there are some girls that won't be into that kind of hair on a guy.
I'm trying to put my camera forward so I can show you on my other phone. I don't know how to do. I was gonna point my camera like the forward because I got another phone. I can show you some other pictures of me with different hairstyles, but let's see if you can see it. Like,
I just think that you have a good hairline, so you can really experiment, and I'd say majority of hairstyles will suit you because you have. Oh yeah, okay, let me see. Yeah, like even that, I wouldn't say it's the most ideal, but because your hairline is so good, that passes as well, and there will be some girls that like that. So
yeah, that's if I let it.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I wouldn't say it's optimal, but there's nothing wrong with it. Like
Okay,
I
so
just
yeah.
think guys like you with good hairlines, I mean, they can just pass if they try different hairstyles because the hairline is so good. Like my
Yeah.
hairline isn't the best, so I can't try all these different styles. So that's one problem I have.
I've seen a lot of your old videos, and I think you've had a lot of hairstyles too. You've had, like short fades. You've had like a man bun, like I currently have. I think you've done a lot of stuff with your hair too.
Yeah, I used to have braids as well.
Oh shit, braids. Damn.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried cornrows?
Yeah, I had those as well. Yeah.
Those are nice.
Yeah, RPG. Did you have any input or what?
No, I kind of agree with what Caduceus said.
About the trans or what?
Yeah.
Okay, so you definitely would be a no-go, right?
Yeah, I think after after a certain time, I think you can just kind of tell. So for me, it'd be a no-go.
But another thing is that I think the big one that like is a giveaway. Like, let's say that there's the looks is like, let's say like I like maybe I have encountered this, maybe I haven't. The voice trained voice is like that's very difficult to voice train for
Yeah.
people. Like, and like it's to the point where like I thought that like there's some women that were on steroids for maybe their bikini bodybuilder that they grow the muscles in their throat that make their voice deeper. They voice train and they have that similar tone as well. That to where there was a bio woman that I thought was trans because of the voice once.
Yeah, that girl that I was friends with, she, like I said, she had vocal training, so hers was quite decent. Like I don't think you would notice on the voice either. That's my point. Like she was one that like really took it serious, so she covered every single aspect to make herself as feminine as possible. Like
Well,
she was a
Caduceus, you
model.
do know that there is a voice feminization surgery that you can do.
Oh,
Well, not you,
interesting.
but transgender women do that. So.
Yeah, again, like very skilled ENT surgery right there to probably
Yeah, wow, that would be so
cut out.
difficult.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming you're making the muscle weaker, or you're changing the tensile part of the cricoid cartilage or something.
They So what God, it's hard. What produces the bass in the voice for men is a very large vocal cord and a very large like
Yeah, I'm
fold
visualizing the folds.
that creates echoes. So
Yeah.
what they do is they shorten the vocal cords by making a little cut and then
Okay,
like
yeah.
pushing it in. And it actually raises the octaves of the voice and it makes it more feminine. So like
That
right
makes
now I'm
sense.
talking to you all and a little bit more of a comfortable like I'm not trying to talk in a high register, but I'm also not trying to sound like Mickey Mouse. So it's like a weird like I have trained my voice. I will say that when I do meet guys, my voice is a little bit higher than it is right now talking to you all. But I still plan on having voice feminization surgery. The problem is it's really expensive.
Yeah, there's a lot in your neck that in your throat.
Yeah.
That can get jacked up, and a very skilled
Whoa.
ENT could probably do that though. And
No, there are transgender surgeons that do it, and it's around 14,000. Right now, it's about $16,000.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you're adding tension on. So like it's like you're tuning a guitar string and making it tighter so it's higher pitched.
Yeah, and you're
layman's
also
version of it.
making like the space in your throat like smaller. You're creating less reverberation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And because I know naturally, typically like it's more noticeable in men, but if they age without hopping on TRT or the natural sarcopenia muscle loss that they have, they get higher pitched voices when they get older.
Yeah, like and you can even see it like in singers. Like if you look at a male or even a female who sings at a really bass voice, if you look at their vocal cord, you can see it drop. You can see that their Adam's apple drops down. So the difference when they do that, it creates more space in the throat and it reverberates more. So the reason why the vocal cord drops down is because it forces the sound to go through a longer portion of your throat before it exits your mouth.
Yeah.
So that's what creates the bass.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like the muscles, how they open it up, because the main, you got the cricoids, you got the arytenoids.
Yeah,
that it's like it's the cricoid. It's called cricoid because it's shaped like a signet ring, and then it like kind of it's open in the back and kind of like stretches and folds.
Yeah,
open space.
But anyway, I just wanted to point out that there are like I don't plan on sounding like this when I'm done with my transition. Like I plan on sounding much more feminine. So
yeah.
Karen, what is like a celebrity like crush? Like just to get an idea of the type of men you find physically desirable.
Chad Michael Murray.
What can you do someone more well known? I don't know who that is.
Oh. I mean Channing Tatum, but he's getting older.
Yeah, I never really understood the appeal with him actually. But yeah, go on. Anyone else?
Wait, really?
Huh. My bad. I just want to go back to the. I just want to go back to that the vocal thing.
Okay.
I wonder if someone who transitions that maybe had they've had testosterone for a bit just naturally, that might have deepened their voice, if they get the surgery early enough and then they have their natural sarcopenia later, if they eventually get like a Mickey Mouse voice, because the muscles that were making it deeper also go away, and then the structure is also tighter.
Wait a minute, we got to wrap our heads around this.
Wait,
So
seriously?
you're saying
I'm just spitballing here.
No, I know, but I'm trying to imagine it. So you're talking about maybe a 13-year-old transgender woman, right?
Well, I'm just thinking,
Biological?
like, let's say maybe biologically, like their sex is male, and
Okay.
they transition like a few years after puberty, like where
Okay.
they have some muscle in their throat that would deepen the voice, along with the structures also being a bit looser.
Okay.
Naturally, and then they get the surgery that tightens up the structure, but the musculature is still that of when they what was built when they had the testosterone there. Like,
So
as
my
their
question
dominant
would,
organ.
in your example, you said that they would take testosterone after. So if they're
I mean,
transgender, why would they take testosterone?
No, I'm not saying they have it. That the muscle has grown within the throat. The throat muscles that affect the tension of the structure have already grown more due to their endogenous testosterone that they had from the beginning. Perhaps they get the surgery shortly after the hormonal. They probably won't happen because it's probably not the first thing they go for because it's expensive.
No. Vocal cord surgery is one of the last things that you should do. And the reason why is because in every surgery, they have to put breathing tubes down your throat.
Yes.
So if you do vocal cord surgery first, you're just setting yourself up for like all kinds of complications and for future surgeries.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would have already paid. I would have already paid to have my surgery done, though.
Yeah, I'm just spitballing a very niche scenario that probably will never happen, like hypothetical, like medical, like that you put on like an exam, like test, like kind of thing, like not something that you probably see in clinic.
So I think the answer to that question,
because like I know males have higher sarcopenia than women on average, like as they age. Like the muscles degrade a bit faster, typically. So like the muscle, like the idea of it, the structure's tightened, but then also the muscle, like after they age, start growing. So let's say that person had the surgery at 20, and then when they're 50, they're naturally going to have their voice get higher pitched because of the muscle atrophy.
All of that depends on when they have the surgery and whether or not they stay on hormones.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So if they get off hormones during that time after they've had the surgery and the hormones, so let's say they're on estrogen and estradiol and T blockers.
Yeah.
Well, if they stop taking T blockers during the time in which they're in the puberty window, then yes, that is possible that could occur. However, if they are transgender and they are, following proper protocol, they should not have that growth after surgery because they should be on T blockers, which prevents their puberty.
Okay, I mean like they've already had a bit of male puberty.
I know you're saying they were in the middle. That's what I'm saying.
I meant like they already had the muscle growth. That would be. It's kind of. I would have to like draw it out, I guess.
Yeah, but that muscle growth was fixed with the surgery.
But so the surgery gets rid of the muscle too. It doesn't just.
You should look up voice feminization surgery, and I think that'll answer your question.
Yeah, okay.
They literally cut out part of the vocal cord.
Voice feminization surgery.
So, but I think that what we're discussing is very niche, and it probably doesn't help Gangstar or the other person.
No, because I'm going to go soon, so you can talk properly, of course. I just want before I go, can I just quickly ask RPG, what's the whole deal with Alex?
Oh, I see
I
how
heard
it works.
Something happened, was it, or what? If you're there, I don't think he's there. But okay.
He posted in chat, Mr. Slave, I'm coming on my phone. I'm gonna exit out. So
hello.
Oh, he's back. Okay. So RPG, what was the deal with something with you and Alex that he gave out to you? I didn't catch that.
Sorry, it kicked me out of my phone.
Okay.
But
Did you hear?
yeah, it was wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me turn my volume. Hold up. But yeah, it was basically I basically said like Natty was cheating on him or whatever like 6 months ago or something, like a long time ago.
Yeah.
And he just brought it up randomly and was like questioning me on it. And I don't know, like we already settled it in the messages, so I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Like, cause I don't even go hard on him or anything, so, and like he was going super hard on me.
And just randomly, like you didn't say anything.
Yeah, like I was just chilling on the stream, bro. I was getting like I was so high, bro. Like I was just chilling.
Wow, sounds like he's defensive for some reason.
Yeah, he was going at me pretty hard.
And what's your opinion about the whole competition thing?
Wait, wait, can I ask you? I didn't hear well. Wait, what did Alex say about your RPG?
He basically was just like, I don't know, roasting me, I guess.
But what specifically? What kind of roasts?
He was saying that if I put on a wig, I would look like a girl, and then he was saying I sound like I'm 16.
Does he know what you look like?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think that's very that's an asshole thing to say.
Yeah, that's why, like, bro, I don't. It was just weird because I've only been nice to him. Like, I don't know.
No, but you attacked Natty. What did you say about Natty?
No. Yeah, but that was like 6 months ago, and we already like settled it, so it was just weird.
Maybe you shouldn't listen to guys with crooked noses.
No,
I mean, I didn't really like take it to heart, but
I mean, Alex. Yeah, I mean, Alex said that he grew up as a loser. So, I mean, if you push him, if you push his buttons, then the loser will come out, and losers are bullies. So,
well, RPG, what's your...
I'm not saying it to attack Alex. This is just my prognosis. I told him this the second time and the previous show. So, I mean, nothing new.
Yeah. No, well, I have no problem saying that to his face if he wants, so no problem. But yeah, RPG, so what's your opinion about the whole competition thing? You, obviously the thing with BMAC, I don't know, but well, it looks real. You know the way Alex is trying to use it against him, saying, "Oh, I paid for your travel thing. I'm doing all this," like rubbing it in his face. What you think?
oh, wait, are you talking about Looks for L or BMAC or both of them?
Well, both. What's your perspective?
Oh, about like paying for the plane ticket and like platforming them or whatever.
Yeah, well, the way he's like rubbing it in their face, like saying, "Oh, I did this for you," like, you know, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the philosophy that Looks for L took with it, where he's like, you know, like it's for your content, homie. Like, you know, like it's for your channel. Like the people want to see it. Like you're doing it for your, like technically you're doing it for yourself. Like,
well, yeah, that's my point. That's exactly how I interpret it too. But he seems to think like, no, you should be grateful because I'm doing this out of just just being a good person. But it's totally just to benefit himself because his channel wants to see it. So
yeah.
I mean, he offered, right, to host.
That's what I'm saying.
Challenge. Like
he offers everyone to fly out to Miami. Like, bro,
yeah,
people are gonna take it.
We get it. You don't have to do that, but it's like if you're offering, it doesn't. Like, no one has to be grateful for it. It's
yeah, and it's just because Lux Farrell was trying to establish some rules and saying like, I don't think this is fair, and he's like, oh, I'm paying for your plane ticket and you're still complaining, like, you know, and he's like, I'm just trying to establish things before things are set up, like just to make sure everyone's happy. But
yeah,
Alex
that's a fair point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, exactly. But Alex doesn't. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he can't see it like that. He's like going, "Oh, you're just being ungrateful for all the stuff I've done for you. You know, I'm paying for your plane ticket. Stop complaining."
Yeah, and then when they and the thing about it though is like it's framed in a way that if they don't agree on a set of terms, it'll look like he's bitching out when
exactly.
they're just not agreeing on terms.
And obviously, he's going up against Alice's client, so there obviously is a bit of kind of paranoia about like the way BMAC was saying that he feels they were setting him up and all that. So it looks Pharrell might feel the same. So
well, perhaps if there's more established, like now that he's hosted a competition between BMAC and Ron, he can have a more structured format that say, hey, these are the rules, like accept them. We'll give you a plane ticket. If not, then you're out. That would be fine.
Yeah,
Then,
yeah,
wow, that'd be more effective. And then there's none. Oh, you being a bitch about the rules. There's none of
Yeah,
that.
that make more
Smack
sense.
talk.
Yeah, exactly. No, I was just curious what you thought, RPG. What about the whole thing with Greg and Mateo? What's your take on that?
I think it's all petty, man. Who cares about 1 inch?
Yeah. But I mean, obviously, they did meet in real life. So I did
Yeah.
ask Mateo I remember he came on stream just after it. He was like, "Oh, I met Greg." Well, he wouldn't tell me about what happened in the nightclub. He's like, "No, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to keep it
Wait,
private."
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard he got his chain snatched.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. But basically, he wouldn't tell me how Greg did with the girls. But now he's there saying that Greg was doing terrible publicly. So.
Oh, I don't. Well, he's pretty close. I might hang out with him. I'll let you know if he's good.
Oh,
Just
what? You're going to
have
meet
fun,
Greg, is it?
Yeah, I don't want to hype. I want to hype Mog War at like 3 a.m. in the club.
Yeah, understand. Hey, Mr. Slave, can I ask you something before I go?
All right, guys. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
sure.
too. Peace, guys.
All right.
See
Okay.
you.
Thanks for coming, Caduceus.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime.
Mr. Slave,
Mm.
you know the way you were on about you're curious about the porn kind of fetish side. I just
Yeah.
want to ask what you would be comfortable and not comfortable doing.
Basically anything except for I don't know if I'll be able to eat poop. I never tried it. It's my fantasy, but I've never done it. I mean, depends on it depends
Okay.
on how hot the chick is. I mean, if she's super hot, like my dom, my current owner, if she wants to poop in my mouth, yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I'll give you a list of things that I was offered, and you just tell me like if
Shit
it's a fantasy or
maxing.
say it again. Oh, okay. So. Would you let a girl stamp on your balls?
Of course. That's like that's I think okay, yeah, for sure.
How much would you be willing to take for that scenario?
It depends on how hot the chick is. I mean, if she's hot,
Yeah, let's say she's an attractive woman, yeah.
I mean, I need to know that no permanent damage will be inflicted. That's the trick. I mean, as long as there's no permanent damage, then as long as I can take the pain, no problem.
No, but obviously you do realize that's very painful. Like, so is that okay or not?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Would you let a girl impale you through the brain with an ice pick?
Of course, all the time.
Like 6 inches?
No, listen, it's my fantasy, but in real life, I'm very sensible and very sensitive. I can take pain, but I don't want permanent damage.
Got it.
Okay. Would you let a girl tie you up and then bring in 3 big cocked guys to have their way with you?
I've never gotten anything up my wazoo, so I don't know. I need to learn how to relax my sphincter.
Sphincter? You don't. It's not a sphincter. Oh my god, I love you, Mr. Slayer.
Wait, so what is it?
It's a sphincter. It's not a sphincter.
Wait. So, Mr. Slave, would you be open? So obviously, I was offered that, right? So, if a girl was like, dominating you, and then she just had these guys come in, and she was like,
I mean,
obviously teasing you.
it just depends on how hot she is. If
Yeah, she's very attractive,
and
but
it
you have to
depends
take
if
3
if she really wants it. I mean, if she really, I mean, if she enjoys it, if you can see that her eyes are rolling, then I mean, if she really is getting turned on by it, then for sure, yeah.
No, but I mean for porn, like, so you'll be getting paid.
I know. Yeah.
No, so she's not really turned on by it, but she's just doing it for the money.
No, it has to be for her.
Well,
She has to be
how much how much for you to do it just for the
No,
work?
no. I'm only interested in doing porn because I want to just do the porn. I mean, not for the money.
Okay, okay. Busting up a weird one I got. Okay, so yeah,
Wait,
the brown.
what?
I'm thinking
That's
of other weird offers I got. What about the
okay.
brown shower? Would that be fine?
Wait, what?
I know you said you'd never had the girl poop on you, but would that be doable or not? For
Poop
money.
poop on me?
In the
That's
mouth.
easy. I'm
In your
saying
no, in your
eat.
mouth.
Right. And eating the poop, that's the trick. So if she's hot, that's easy. If she's not hot, it's impossible.
But could you do it for the money or would it have to be that she
No,
wants it?
no, no, I'm
Okay.
not doing it for the money.
Okay. You do realize a real brown shower, the girl has to poop in your mouth and she has to make you orgasm while you're swallowing it, you know?
Um,
Does that sound exciting?
yeah, it's I tried drinking pee and yeah, it was actually amazing. It was an incredible experience. Absolutely perfect.
But do you understand what that would do? Like, you know, if you're orgasming while you're swallowing poop, it's like your body will associate that taste with pleasure. That's what's meant to happen. Does that make sense?
That is my nature. That's how when I fap, that's what I fap too. That's like my favorite fap is poop eating.
So you watch
For,
these attractive models and you're fantasizing about them just pooping on you, basically, right?
basically, I mean, usually it's separate activities. Like if I fap to poop, then there's very little actual videos of pooping that I like, very few. It's
Yeah.
more art. There's very specific art. There's one artist, and then
Yeah.
it's like Japanese art, and then it's amazing.
And you know, like when you're like, what part of it really turns you on? Is it like, you know, the way like when people are like orgasming, they probably reach a climax. So what part of that gets you off the most? Is it that just the thought of her pooping or the actual part of it being in your mouth? Like what's the part that gets you like to the climax part?
That's like saying what turns you on about banging a chick. That I mean,
Yeah, but that's the truth though. It's like, is it just looking at her behind or is it the actual just the sensation?
no, no, it's the actual experience.
Okay, okay.
I mean, looking at her behind is obviously also incredible, but
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Slave defined this. There has to be a was it a 12-inch gap between the thighs?
not a 12-inch, like a 1 inch, half an inch. Like my current owner, she has like unbelievable. She's perfect. My current owner is just heaven, just unbelievable.
yeah. He just means when the legs are closed that there has to be a slight gap between the thighs, like so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess if a girl's in good shape, she should have that, but not
No,
necessarily.
no, it's nothing. Oh, no, it's almost nothing to do with shape, with good shape, like exercise. You cannot create a thigh gap through exercise.
Yeah, but I think more slim people will have it compared to heavy people, right?
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
part. Yeah, if you
yeah,
lose weight, you might get it.
yeah. That's what I
But
meant. Yeah.
I mean, my ultimate fantasy is a fat chick with a thigh gap. They
Wow.
exist. Yeah, those
Maybe
exist.
Michelle might have one. I don't know. But, hey, okay. What about I? I saw that your Nicole one. I heard her say that she does the age play with some of her clients. Did she ever do that with?
Don't mention her name, please. Just say my previous owner,
Okay,
because
okay,
she's
that's
trying
fine. That's
to
fine.
scrub herself off
Yeah,
the
I
internet.
understand. Okay, so your previous owner, I heard her say that she did the age play with some clients before, right?
Wait, what? She did what?
Age play?
What? Let me raise the volume. You're like whispering. Whatever you're saying, you're whispering.
Okay. Remember when we were talking about
No, just
me being
repeat what you're saying.
the age play, like me and Karen were talking about people who identify as kids and all that, and animals, right?
Oh, age play. Yes, she does. My current dom and my previous dom, they are both mommy doms. Yeah, they love it. They both love it.
Wait.
So
So yeah, go on. What were you saying?
So mommy dom is when the guy pretends to be a little baby, which I
Yeah.
love doing. For me, it's like it's one of my fantasies. It's called it has a name. It's called sissification. That's also it's also called the sissification, but it also has another name. Oh my god, I haven't done porn in such a long time. I'm forgetting my my technical jargon, my technical terminology. You could say babyfication, but there's another word that is very, very specific to turning a man into a little baby. Um. Anyway, yeah, and then they change the guy's diapers, and they talk to the guy like a little baby. You may like many times the guys actually want to be referred to as a little girl, a little baby girl.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if baby girl. I mean, maybe. Wait, what was that? Who's
My
it?
bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So yeah, somebody mentioned that I'm very sensitive to background noises. Yeah, I am.
Well, like Mr. Slave, obviously, right? I wouldn't judge you for that. Like I'm saying, if that's what you like, then I think it's
Wait,
interesting.
let me finish. It's very important that I explain the mommy
Yeah, yeah.
dom.
Go on, explain it. Yeah, yeah.
So the guy, I mean, I don't know if they want to be referred to as little girls. I know that some of the men that they some of their patients, I call them patients. Um, they call them clients. I think I don't know. Maybe okay. They want to call them as clients, then let's call them clients. So some of the clients like playing role playing as girls. I don't know,
Yeah.
as little girls, as girls. Some I know like role playing as babies. So I personally, I mean, I never did either. I did neither. But I guess my go-to would be to be a little girl. I'd like to
Oh,
be a little girl. Like my pee would be a vagina, not like I don't have a. I'm not a real man, so I have my little pee is so small that I have a vagina.
so
Anyway,
you
no,
want
but
to be
one
a
more
girl?
thing. One more thing is I think it always, I don't know always, but like when you're a baby, so they change your diaper. So they put on a diaper and then you pee, maybe even you poop your diaper, and then they change your diaper just like a little baby.
Yeah. Okay.
Um.
And wait.
Wait, RPG, have a question?
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Can you hear me right? I'm outside. My bad.
Yeah.
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 Okay. So like, with your do you know what like a dick sleeve is?
Not really.
Okay. So I don't know like 100%, but I think it's supposed to like extend your kind of dick length.
Mr. X teaches how to do that. I just saw his video.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I just know he injects. That's why I was just wondering.
He does many things. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be something to do with what he was on about. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Well, so you said that your one is mainly for being a little girl. So, but you don't want to identify as a woman, obviously, right?
Correct. I mean, I don't identify as a woman, but like when I want to be humiliated by a beautiful woman, then I want to be called a little girl. Actually, my current owner refuses to call me a little girl, but she does call me good. She does say good boy. She doesn't say little boy, just good boy.
Um,
Um,
and
wait. Okay, yeah, go
yeah,
on.
Karen came back.
Yeah,
And when you say little girl, you mean like a baby girl or just like a child girl?
it doesn't matter. Um,
Well,
like
which is more exciting for you though?
I guess like with all women, even with women with like my current girlfriend, so like when I suck their titties, I suck just like a little baby, and they love it. If they don't love it, then the relationship will not work out. They need to really enjoy. They need to be really. Their nipples need to be super erogenous. Like some women that I've met, their nipples are not erogenous. Those relationships cannot work because I need to suck titties just like a little baby, and they need to enjoy it. They need to orgasm just from me sucking their titties.
Wait, but did your previous owner and your current owner, do they actually find that attractive?
No. They're dominatrix. Dominatrix don't allow the men to touch them. There's no
But
touching.
you said that they do the no. I mean about the age thing. Like, do they actually?
What is it?
you
Oh,
said-
age. Oh, a role play. It's called age. Okay, age. What about the age? Yeah.
Do they actually find that desirable or not?
Yes. They actually love it. Yeah.
So it turns them on to treat a guy
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. They actually love it. Yeah.
But didn't your previous owner, doesn't she like very masculine men, no?
Yeah. I mean, I like, but
Couldn't it
I
be
don't.
different? Oh, sorry.
I mean,
I was gonna say,
yeah.
couldn't it be different, like relationship wise and sexually wise?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like here, I'll tell you for me. I mean, I like very feminine women, but what is more feminine than being a mommy? I mean, the most feminine is being a mommy. So if a woman treats me like a mommy, that's the greatest turn on. So
Okay.
so so if she treats a manly man, I'm very manly. If she treats a manly man like a little baby, I think that's a turn on for them. And I
Well,
think it might be a turn on for every woman to treat her
I don't know. I don't know
manly.
about
Wait, what
that.
about those you have you heard of those nurses who like fall in love with their patients because they take care of them?
I heard that line from Back to the Future 1. I don't know.
Well, I heard that was it's like a syndrome or something. That's what
Yeah,
I
it's
heard.
called devotee syndrome, apparently, that you form an attachment to someone you care for, and that gets you turned on or something.
Oh,
They say, you know the channel Squirmy and Grubs, no? The guy in the wheelchair who's with the kind of attractive woman. You know them, no?
no.
No.
Yeah, well, like this guy can't even move on his own, and he's marrying a very attractive girl, and she's saying that she just loves him, and it's like not to do with anything else. It's just true love. So people are saying like either he's paying her or she has this devotee syndrome that she likes looking after him. You know, because there couldn't be any
Oh,
other way.
I had a girlfriend many years ago who told me that her fantasy, like she had a bunch of friends. One of them was missing a limb, and it got her turned on. She couldn't look away. She was so turned on
Right.
just because he was missing a limb. He was like missing an arm, I think, or a leg. I don't remember.
I
So
wow.
mean, goodness, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are some girls, but
one of my fantasies is to be without arms and legs.
oh my goodness.
That's a nightmare for me, Mr. Slave. I'm not gonna lie,
So
man.
my nightmares, that is exactly BDSM. BDSM is your nightmares. You live, you enjoy the nightmares. The nightmares end up turning you on. It's like,
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Wait,
I've dated some BDSM girls, like, so I understand the psychology behind a lot of the stuff. But have you ever seen the film The Butterfly Effect? No,
a little bit. What was there? I don't remember.
just because he becomes he loses his limbs in one of the paradox universes. So I was wondering if that was part of your, inspiration for that desire.
No, there's no inspiration. I guess, I mean, it's like being attracted to a beautiful woman. What was your inspiration to be attracted to a beautiful woman? There's no inspiration.
Well,
That's
yeah, but it's like, did you see something that excited you when you were younger that made you think about that? Do you understand what I mean?
yeah, no, I never experienced. I mean, no, I mean, this
What
is
what,
in
what
my
about this little
Mhm.
girl baby thing? Like, when did that start with you? Like, did you always feel like that, or
Always from my first girlfriend.
wait, Mr.
yeah, but,
Slave.
yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
With your I think you already talked about your father being abusive.
Mhm.
But what about your mom?
She was always on his side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
but Mr. Slave, you said when you got your first girlfriend, but I assume you were at least like a teenager at that point, right?
Yeah.
So you never thought of being a little girl before that?
No.
Oh wait,
Oh,
Mr. Slave, when did this whole like dominatrix thing happen? Like what age?
When I was very young, it's
Like early 20s or something?
yeah. I
I gotcha.
remember like it started. Look, one of my theories. It could be like this. It could be that. No, I don't think so. Anyway, no. My very first real incredible love that I experienced, she was like a mommy dom. Like I was her little baby, and she loved it. She used to come just by me, pretending to be her
Well,
little baby.
so did she get you into it?
No, we
Oh, okay.
both were into it. It's like we were both very young and inexperienced, and that was both of us our go-tos. That was what I enjoyed, and when I did those things, she loved it. We were both turned on by me being her little baby and her being my mommy.
and were you able to have a normal sexual relationship apart from that, or no?
That is a normal sexual relationship. I mean,
That's not normal. Come on, you can't say it's normal.
look, when if you would see me with a girl, you wouldn't notice that I'm sucking her titties like a little baby.
I
You would
mean,
just see.
I think you can have a relationship with a dom and have a girlfriend at the same time, to be honest, but whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm saying, was he able to have like a regular, normal relationship, or was it,
But
confined to
that
just
no,
being
you
a
no,
baby
listen,
and
no, listen. It's a normal relationship. I still do everything, but everything I do is it you cannot tell. If you look from the outside, you wouldn't be able to tell if I didn't tell you. What you would see is a guy touching a girl's breasts and then sucking on them and then touching her pussy. I mean, you would see a normal interaction, but you would not see that he's actually pretending to be a baby sucking her titties, because that's the motions of the tongue and the motions of the mouth. You're not seeing it. I mean, and you have to be very. Anyway, you have to see it, but it's
okay. I guess what I'm
it's
trying to say is, did you
it's
have
a
like
no.
normal
This
sex
no
as
no
well or not?
no. Oh, of course, it's normal sex,
Okay,
but
okay, all right.
like but
Wait,
it but one second, let me just explain. But the
you're good.
point is, like, when you have sex, it's like if you're dominant, then you say I'm gonna bang you, and you're very aggressive. But if you're submissive, if you're a little baby, then everything is the same. You still have sex, you still bang the chick, but you're just very sensitive and very loving, and you look her in the eyes. Like I think, like, if you and there's no violence in the language. The language is very. I mean, hold on. Let me take off my headphone. 1 second. Um, the exchange is different, but the act is the same. You still bang the chick and you come inside, and it's still the everything is the same. And it's a normal relationship. It's a completely normal relationship.
Mr. Slade,
Sure. Yeah.
uh, do you drink at all?
No, I
Okay,
have
I was
nothing.
gonna.
I mean, sometimes I don't have anything against drinking, but I'm like, I don't enjoy it. Like some people, I think it's genetic. That I read about it. There is a genetic disposition to becoming addicted to stuff. So
Uh,
I'm very unattracted to sex and drugs. They
yeah,
are
because my dad was kind of like your dad, so I was just wondering. Because when I get like, I'm super nice like when I'm sober, but when I get like high or like drunk, like I kind of turn into like an asshole, and I don't know. It's like a pattern I fall into.
no, I'm not like when I'm no, not for me.
Okay.
No, but
Um,
but I enjoy uh 1 second. Cree Barnett's Humpty Dumpty, Mrs. Slave drinks titty slaves milk. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Anyway, so no, it's not just that I'm very sensitive. I get turned on by being loving towards a woman.
Yeah.
It turns me on.
Wait. Mr. Slave. So another
Hold
way.
on, RPG. When you need to cough, you gotta mute your
My
mic,
bad.
otherwise
My
you're
bad.
gonna.
I was late. My bad.
Okay.
Wow, I didn't know there was all these set rules.
I'm very sensitive. Like I got sensitivity. Like I'm crazy sensitive. Yeah.
Okay. But Mr. Slave, I'm trying to link it to what we were on about with the identities that I was talking with Karen. So it sounds like you would be happy living as a little girl, right?
No. I mean, I have my life. I have my work and my exercise routine. When I fight in a gym, I don't pretend to be a little girl. I mean, I'm very. I mean, I sometimes fight with women, so I gotta be extra sensitive. But we fight. I mean,
Oh,
I don't pretend. Yeah, go on.
about like the whole yeah. So you remember how who asked me about Alex earlier?
I guess
Can I start it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
probably.
So the whole thing started. I think it was Mr. Slave. He said, "What did I say about Natty?" or something.
Okay.
Yeah. I basically just said she was cheating on Alex. I just had to clear that
Yeah.
up right quick. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Alex is very sensitive in general.
Yeah.
He
Yeah. I figured after he brought it up, like, because it's been 6 months, like, just let it go, dude. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't care that much.
Well, yeah. If he said it to me, I would understand, but you obviously not, because you
Bro,
do, as I've
I literally
seen,
text
you've
him,
seen
like,
fine.
if there was beef, I would just tell him, like, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It was just weird.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about throwing off the convo.
it's all right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Slave, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, so you're saying you like your life as a man, but on the side, you still have these desires of being
It's not.
a
It's
different.
not on this. It's not on the side. You're trying to create this separation. There's no separation. It's
Well, you
not
said
on the
when you
side.
fight, you're not a little girl, right? You said you're a man then, right? So,
But I'm not in bed with a beautiful woman. I'm not interacting with a beautiful. I mean, it depends on the interaction. If I bring my dom to the gym when I train my dom in Muay Thai, so I'm not a little girl. When I drive her, I'm not a little girl. I mean,
You should take your dom to the
yeah.
gym and squat her. I mean, spot her when she squats. That's what I do.
Well,
no,
um,
I don't do weights.
You don't have to do weights. You can wrestle
Oh,
her.
right, yeah, we actually we do squats. You're right, we do squats without weight. Yeah.
okay, Karen, are you there? I just want to hear what you think of everything that transpired just now. I don't think she's there though.
Damn, Karen's been
She's
missing.
she's muted. She
Dang,
muted
Karen.
herself, so she's
So,
probably.
Mr. Slave, is this your current setup with the woman you're with now? That she treats you like that, or not? Because you said she doesn't call you
Uh,
a little girl. So,
she refuses to call. I asked her to call me a little girl. She refused.
well,
Um.
does she treat
So
you
what's your question?
does she still treat you as like a baby though, or not?
No. I mean, you have to make the separation between everything I tell you. It's different women, different interactions. My dom is just my dom. She's currently not my girlfriend.
Okay.
My plan
Um,
is to conquer her, to entice her. But
okay. And you know these relationships you had with these women who treated you like that? How does that happen to, how do you break up? Like, what happens there?
um, what do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Like,
Like,
obviously you're not with those girls now, so how did you like end the relationship if you had
With
this
each
dynamic?
one, it was different. Usually, I broke up. I think I pretty much always broke up with all my girls.
Wow.
Wait,
Okay.
Ganstar.
Yo.
You said the longest relationship you were in, I think, was 3 months.
No, 1 month.
1 month. Do you go to university?
Nope.
You don't?
No.
Okay, damn. All right, never mind. I was gonna say,
What?
like,
Yeah, go
bro,
on.
I would come out there with, like, we could go up to the uni and we could get some girls for you, bro. Because you're not like, I know you think you're like probably like a, I don't know, like a 4 or something, but you're not. So you should know.
I don't know. I mean, the problem is that, you know, after a month, like, I mean, after arguments like that, it just normally ends. How'd you deal with that? You said you were in a long-term relationship, right?
Yeah, dude, I was in multiple for multiple years. I was in one for 5, one for 3, long, even,
Sure.
bro. Man,
But,
it was
but like,
horrible.
what happens, like, because I'm saying, like, after a month, okay, it works like this. Like I said, 2 weeks is the honeymoon period. Then
Yeah.
we'll have a fight. Then we'll make up, and then we'll have another fight,
So
and then that'll be it.
yeah. So
So how did you overcome that?
from my personal experience, the honeymoon period was like honestly like a year long at least for
Wow.
every relationship. I don't know how to keep it that long, I guess, because I was
Yeah.
kind of like a blue pilled kind of guy, so maybe
Okay.
that helped a little bit. But yeah, just it's kind of like you kind of got to be Superman. Like you gotta make all the money, you gotta take care of everybody, and you gotta like fuck her properly. Like it's a lot of work, to be honest. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Like to
I
be
guess.
like in the end, it's really not worth it, to be honest. But whatever.
Well, have you, you know, the way, like, I would think if I was with a girl that long and then we broke up, I wouldn't really care because I'd be like, I couldn't really have done much else with her, and now I can try to meet a new girl.
Yeah.
But you know, some guys treat it like as if it's like the worst thing ever. How would you, from your experience,
How
interpret
would I
it?
get over it?
Well, like, have you been like proper heartbroken, or did you view,
Oh
view it
no, no,
like
no! I've
me?
been dumped hard as fuck before, bro. I got turned down for my height when I was in 8th grade. Like I've been
Hmm.
dumped over genetic shit, like shit I can't control. Like,
Yeah.
like I get over that shit easy. But to get over it, I guess I would say just gym max and then social circle. In my opinion, like it's with your social circle, as long as you have friends that are girls and you don't like weird them out, you can definitely get laid by some hot chicks.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you were with a girl for 5 years and you break up, like, did that hurt you, like
Oh
heartbreak,
yeah,
or
it
were
hurt
you?
me. I'm not gonna. It hurt me for like probably 2 years.
Yeah, but I'm saying I would think my logic would be if I was with a girl that long, that I'd be like, well, what else could I have done with her anyway? Like, you know, 5 years is long, so I can
Oh
go
no, no,
have
no.
that
I know, but
relationship.
my logic, I guess, like I don't know. I guess I wanted to marry her. Like I don't know, but she was. I don't know. Like I kind of, she was there when my mom died. A whole bunch of shit. I can't just forget about her.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I think I'm quite a dark person, so I'm not too much with my emotions like that. So
You're
I
okay. You're
wouldn't
okay,
I
bro.
wouldn't be normal in that sense. But would you say now that you would be able to avoid that feeling if it happened again? Like, could you look at it the way you have now, or do you think you could easily fall back into that emotional trap, or what?
Like if she hit me up and was like trying to get back with me or something.
Well, like her or another girl, if you're with her for 5 years, do you think that after what you experienced, you can now look at it differently if it happens again that you do get broken up with? Or do you think you could feel that same, like, 2 year depression after?
I think I'd get over it faster. I definitely still feel it though.
Okay, good to
Yeah.
know. What about you, Slave? Are you cool with breakup? Like, I know you said you ended most of yours, but did you experience heartache or not? Or what?
Yeah. I mean, even those that I ended, I almost always regretted all the breakups.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
every breakup was a mistake in hindsight. Almost every breakup.
can you
Well, I
give
mean, at
one
least those
example of like what made you want to end it with one of them, or?
at the time, with each girl, I thought that she's not perfect. I mean,
Wow.
not perfect in terms, not physically. Physically, they were always tens, basically. But it was something else. Like her mom is too domineering. I don't want to marry her. Um, Another one. What was the reason? Oh, I was part of a cult at the time, so she ran over
Okay.
because she ran over a dog. Oh, two dogs in a week. So I decided that it's a sign from the gods that we should split.
Wow.
Yeah, I was complete Looney Tunes. Yeah, well, I mean, after my wait, someone is spamming us, right? This guy RT the man, Mr. Slave.
No,
Oh, it's not spamming. Okay. Yeah, I was. I don't want to dox myself, but yeah, I was in shambles after my childhood. I mean, I still am,
yeah.
but I was so confused. I mean, with hindsight, I mean, I was Jesus Christ. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so confused. It's like take a little boy, smack him in the head with a metal bar for a couple of years, and then tell him, okay, now go ahead and have a normal life. It's basically impossible.
Yeah, and well, I can kind of
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
Um, so yeah, you acknowledge so that you have these issues, but you still consider yourself like happy being the way you are or not?
That I don't think that means anything. What do you mean being the way that I am? I mean, I'm
Well,
happy.
yeah, but
I
it's
mean,
just that you acknowledge that you have had such a rough time and you admit that that messed you up. But I'm saying, are you happy now knowing that that's the way you've become,
I'm
or is it?
happy, so I don't know. I mean, I'm content. I'm
Yeah,
happy
okay,
enough. I mean,
all
I
right.
don't know. Yeah, I got nothing better than just the fact that I'm happy. I mean, my life right now is it's okay. It's kind of stable, and I have nice, beautiful women in my life.
Mr.
So
Slave.
yeah.
What ethnicity of women do you like the most? Or does it not
Um.
matter to you?
No, actually, there's a problem because here I like the Chinese or Asian women, but they don't have good bodies.
It's true.
They have terrible bodies.
It's true.
But maybe it's because they don't exercise here. These chicks, I don't know. Maybe it's because they don't have. I
They
don't
need to
know.
squat.
They need to squat, but I don't know if that's the reason. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I honestly don't know. But in general, if you just look at the face,
Yeah.
then Chinese and Korean and
I agree,
Japanese.
but like the thing with me is like the reason I like black girls so much is because they always have like a big butt, most of them. And like
They have
with
a
Asian
big
girls, like I'm down with it, but like they gotta have a big butt.
right. I need a big butt, but there is two types of big butts. So there is a big butt that when you
No.
look.
I need like half muscular, half fat.
No. Fine, fine. But there's still two types. So there is a big butt that when you look from the side, you see the butt, and there is a big butt that when you look from the back, you see a big butt. It's two different. It's like I need the butt to
Wait, are you talking
be
about the hips though?
right. I need the hips to be really wide, so the thighs need to be really thick, and the butt needs to be
I
really everything needs to
I
be really
agree. She
thick.
needs to be like a bodybuilder. Like,
Um, yeah. The problem with actual bodybuilders is that they take a lot of like steroids, and then their clit grows, and
oh yeah,
then
yeah.
I get turned off, and then their voice changes. Yeah,
Isn't
that's
it
a
like a little
problem.
penis or something?
Yeah, I mean, the penis in the womb, when in the fetus, the penis comes out of the clit. The clit becomes the penis. It's the same organ.
Oh God.
Yeah, so if you make it grow, they start having a penis. You can actually start seeing the penis. You can see the different parts of the penis.
I didn't know that.
How do I know that?
No, he said.
No, I
he
said
said,
I
"How do
didn't
you
know
know
that.
that?"
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Everybody starts out as a girl, as a fetus. We're all girls as a fetus. And then the clit either grows or doesn't grow.
Good to know.
Yeah.
RPG. Before I go, I don't know. I keep saying I'm gonna go. Goodness.
You're good,
So
bro.
yeah, I was just gonna say, opinions. Chat pill. What you think?
The Chad Pill and Tails shit.
No, but the guy that remember
Oh,
I
just
brought him
Chad
on.
Pill in general.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be 100%. He probably I'm gonna keep it real, man. Like I slay pretty good, and I'm not the most attractive dude, so I would say he probably slays pretty good, like way better than me probably. Um, and when I say slay, I think you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, like he said he admits his body count's only 5. Right.
Wait, only 5?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on
Okay,
the age.
Well, how old is he?
19.
Okay, yeah.
19.
19.
Okay, maybe.
Everybody's 5 at 19.
Okay, that might be true then. Okay. So I can't give him shit, but I don't know. Like he is set up genetically. Like he's not gonna struggle at all. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like the whole thing on Greg's stream that time. You were there? I think, right?
Wait, what happened?
No, I mean, nothing really happened. Obviously, he just disagreed with me a lot, him and Greg. Like, so I was just wondering what you
Wait, he
thought.
disagreed with? Oh, about the ratings?
Yeah.
Yeah, his rating system is off. I think he's kind of more because he said his dad is like a doctor or something, so he's definitely on the spoiled side. You know, I'm from the hood, so I'm kind of more harsh. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's more on the generous side, and plus, like genetics really helped him out, so I think he's just more a positive person, probably.
Yeah. What about Hugh? What you think of him?
I personally have beef with Hugh, I guess, but I don't hate the kid personally. I like Hugh a lot. I think I don't know. I think he could get a lot of girls because I'm kind of similar to him a little bit, so I could definitely see it.
Well, what's the beef about? He seems very.
Oh no, it was about Coach Whitepill. It was some bullshit.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think he's kind of a joke. Like, remember the
Oh,
time
Hugh?
Yeah. I mean, I
mean,
like
he's more on the blue pilled side, like so.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean he's a nice guy, but like remember when I was asked him to rate like Sarah and he was like saying 7 and I was like, come on.
Oh
man.
no, but again, sir, we're harsh when we come to ratings, bro. Like these guys, like they don't, you know what I mean? They don't get it.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm on about though, because he was trying to be like logically objective about it. He's like, no, I think she's a 7, and then he's like, well, maybe because I just like her personality, I might be thinking that. And I was like, we're talking about her looks physically, so her personality does not come into it. But
yeah, he's just a nice guy.
Yeah, I understand. And Greg, you're fine with Greg, obviously, right?
Yeah, Greg's pretty cool. He tripped out on me one time, but we're friends. So.
What about Stefan? No.
Stefan, I don't know. That dude's a fucking weirdo, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
Like
yeah?
the fact, bro, if you have to go through someone's whole like history of like smashing girls and like bring up their photos and shit, like that's weird as fuck to me. I don't know, bro. Like I don't want my girl at all on the internet. Like I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah. Oh wait, there was one other guy I want to ask about. What's the trash?
Elevation?
No, I can't think who much. Oh yeah, Looks Pharrell. What? Do you still have the same thing with him, or any issue arise with him as well, or what?
Looks for I have no issue with. Me and him have been friends from the start.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've been friends on Discord too.
So you still think obviously that he's going to win that competition, or do you think Alex might play some shenanigans?
Man, it doesn't matter what kind of fucking spell Alex fucking like chants. Like it's not gonna work, bro. Like Lux Pharrell is gonna mock Jake in Miami. It's gonna happen. I'm sorry. The fact that he is 6'3", Jake is 5'10". I'm sorry. When you approach a girl, there's a difference. If she doesn't know you from like social circle, there's a big difference in height. Sorry.
Of course. And what about, did you see yesterday on Alex's thing? And I was in the comments with Looks for L, and he was like trying to put me down and all that. So they were asking if, like, if I go out to Miami, would I take him on? Like, you know.
Who, Alex?
Well, Alex and Indian PE, like, you know.
Oh man, Indian PE was talking shit to me, man. I don't, man.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know if it was really him, but someone was in the comments. It might have been a troll account, but they were telling me to like kill myself and shit. Cause like Alex came on originally because I texted him about something about Indian P said to me. Because I left a comment that said black pill collects or something like that. And yeah, like Javier said. And he replied to me and he was like, the black pill can suck my nuts or some shit like that.
That
And I
sounds like
texted
something he'd say.
Yeah, and I texted Alex. I screenshotted it. I texted to Alex, and I was like, "Bro, what kind of weird ass shit is this?" So that's why Alex came on and he pressed me later on. But yeah, I think he was talking shit in the chat, bro. I don't know. It's weird, bro. That's why, like, I don't know. I'm going down on March 17th. I think they said it was for the Looks for L competition.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's gonna be weird. I want to see the same energy. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that obviously in the chat yesterday, me and him were going back and forth a bit, and then he started talking like talking smack about me when he came on the stream, calling BMAC a bigger loser than me and all that, like, you know.
Well,
So
yeah, I mean, I never agreed with Alex from the beginning, calling you a loser or calling you a pedophile or any of that shit. That shit's been weird as fuck from the start. I was the first person in the fucking chat when he called you pedophile to fucking say something to be like, yo, you can't just fucking accuse people of that shit because it's fucking weird. Like, I don't know, it's just weird as fuck.
what you think about with Mr. Slave, the way, well, I don't know if you even get it, you know the way they're trying to say the same thing about him now, kind of, or
That he's a pedophile.
yeah.
I mean, I don't like. I think Mr. Slave just plays a role to like, I don't know, just play a role. But like, I don't know. I don't like. I don't know, dude. It's like if I don't like, if I don't see that shit, like I don't know. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm just telling him to be more careful because I don't think he's, you know, into that. Like, well, it's just the way when they ask him straight out questions and he's not giving
Yeah,
a
and he's like
straightforward
dodging it.
answer.
It looks really bad. Like, yeah,
Yeah, but I get it. Like, it's just because of the way he is. He likes to analyze and fully
yeah.
understand
He
what.
just likes to fuck with everybody. I get it.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just saying, I just think, you know, I would not accuse someone of that unless like it was just obviously
No.
highly.
Even with the poor shit, when he was calling you poor and shit, I told him privately. I was like, bro, you shouldn't do that shit. It looks bad. Like, it just gives you a bad image.
I mean, I don't know. I don't mind if he.
No, I know
talks
you
bad
don't
about
care,
me,
but
so.
I'm just saying, like, it makes him look like a shitty ass person. Because personally, no matter how, like, I don't know how much I heard he makes on a Destiny stream. He makes like 15K a month or something in profit. And like personally, if I was that rich, why would I even waste my time making fun of somebody who's poor? Like I just wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to what Mr. Slade was saying. Like, obviously, he acknowledges himself as a loser. Like, when I say a loser, I mean like kind of like a dork, nerdy guy in school. Like, you know, so it's like
Yeah, I
obviously his
mean,
whole
I can't relate
persona.
to. That's the one thing I can't relate to him on. Like, I know, like on stream, like he mocks me a lot because I'm high as shit. But I was never lame as fuck in school. I always had bitches, and like I don't know, it's just weird, bro.
Yeah, but like Mr. Slave says, like that's his original identity. Like, you know, that's what he was, and now he's like trying his hardest to be the cool
Oh,
guy. You know,
I see.
like he's like, I'm gonna take testosterone and be a man because I was never one
Bro,
before.
that's
Kind
what I
of.
said. Like he was telling me I sound 16. I'm like, bro, like I'm sorry, I don't take testosterone. Like I'm a young dude. Like I don't know what to tell you. What the fuck?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
you
gonna
can just
hop
get
on tests
paid.
just because you tell me to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And what you think about the face rating video for his girlfriend I did? Did you like that?
Bro, I like the clay face shit, but I don't know. He's so sensitive about his girlfriend, bro. Like I can't even say anything about it because he'll take it like I'm trying to murder him or some shit. I don't know. It's weird,
Yeah.
bro.
You think I should debate him again or what?
I think he said he's not gonna even let you on anymore because he said he's like frustrated to the fucking max or something. I don't even know.
Yeah, Indian P didn't let me on the last time, but I wasn't sure about Alex. But
Wait,
I
but
mean,
Ganstar, I think it's not a good idea to keep talking about him, or I I mean,
well, I
I
don't
don't
like the way he called you calling you a pedo. I don't like that.
yeah, but so what I discovered is that you just make fun of them. I mean, that's the only instrument in my toolbox that I have. I mean, nothing else is going to work. I mean, if you show them this is a mob, if you show them they follow blood. If they smell blood, they'll keep coming after you. So you need to show them that they're not going to get their pound of flesh from you. They're not going to get blood from you. If they feel that you're too strong, then they're zombies. So a zombie, if you make a noise, he follows the noise. But if you just ignore the zombie doesn't see you. So you just gotta make fun of them and just nonchalantly wave them away like a Jedi. You gotta use the Jedi mind trick. Just wave them away.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
I know. You didn't
these
see
aren't
the,
the droids. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
yeah, yeah. Well, you didn't see the Black v Silver video about me and Alex, no? Like,
Black v Silver. What did he do?
well, he just did a 20-minute video about the debate we had. You didn't see that, no?
No, I know he plans to make a debate. He plans to make a video about me being a pedo. That is
Yeah.
what he did it. He did it.
No, I didn't know it was specifically about you, but I assumed he was going to talk about you in it. But I saw a post he did today about that he was going to do it,
Yeah,
about the weirdos of the manosphere, and I assumed he meant you as one of them. So,
I don't know, but I know that in the comment section of the video that Alex made about slave is pro pedo question mark. So in that video, Black v Silver made a comment that it sounded like he's going to make a video out of that. Look,
okay.
I mean, fine. You know, I don't know what to say
Well,
to that. I mean, fine. If that's all you got,
yeah.
he's probably a pedo. That's all I got. I mean,
Oh my goodness.
whoever reacts this way to, the video we're talking about, the whole thing is me analyzing, did Hormaxer do anything wrong? That was the video that we're talking about. That is the video that Alex titled "Slave is pro pedo question mark." It was a video in which Alex came in, me and Ashley were talking about Hormaxer being accused by Greg to be a pedophile, and Alex comes after me. So
Yeah.
that's so it sounds like these people have
Yo, Mr. Slave,
issues. Yeah.
couldn't you make the point? Because I don't know if did you see Greg's stream last night?
No, I unsubscribed from Greg because he banned me. So what's the point?
So Alex came on, and he said I look like a girl, and then he said I sound like I'm 16. But if you say someone looks like a girl, like isn't that like kind of gay?
I don't know. I honestly I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't see the
Like
point
if you
of.
say a man looks like a girl, you kind of saying he looks attractive in a way, right?
Well, I don't think Alex is gay. I don't
No,
think.
I know he's not gay. I'm saying, but you saying another man's attractive, right? If you're saying he puts on a wig, he could look like a girl. What are you saying?
Yeah, he's saying that he's more attractive than most men because he resembles a woman if he's attracted to women.
Exactly.
Right?
Wait,
Yeah.
you are you trying to say that Alex has gay tendencies? I
No.
don't
I'm
understand.
just trying to say, like, it's just a weird thing to say about me. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of
I
hurt
don't
about it.
know.
I don't know.
No, but men. I also can tell this to a guy. Don't be
No.
a.
There's a difference between telling a man you're handsome and between saying if you put on a wig, you look like a girl.
I don't. What did he mean it as a like a positive comment or a negative comment?
I don't know. Like it was just weird, bro. Like I wasn't even talking. Like,
All right,
like
sometimes look, I don't, I look, I don't know. I cannot judge. Alex sometimes is weird. Most
look,
of the
man.
time, most.
I'm just saying that stream last night. Y'all should go watch it. That shit was weird as fuck, bro.
All right, maybe he was high. I don't know. I
Um,
mean,
Mr. Slave,
yeah.
can I just I'm just gonna say about Black v Silver, because he did the video about me. So I'll just say that he is a bit biased towards Alex, you know.
Wait, you should know about Black v Silver. Black v Silver is half Japanese, so maybe he
Oh, he's
has
Filipino, no?
issues. I thought he's half Japanese, and you see how
He's alright. He's
much.
Asian, so
No, but you see how much he worships the Japanese culture. But he's half Japanese. And you know that they treat half breeds like like they treat them badly. I mean, maybe he has issues with that. I don't know. I don't know what his issues are. But I don't understand these people. These people that are, but maybe I'm the same. I don't know. Because right now, this entire video, I'm going after Sabine Hossenfelder. She is like a physicist. I'm coming after her because she believes in the global warming nonsense.
Wait, I believe in global warming.
Fine. I mean, that's okay. I mean, but so maybe I'm the same because I come hard on people who believe in global warming. You know. So
But
I
wait,
don't
what
know.
are your
Maybe.
points? Is what I was
oh
asking.
snap. Oh
Wait, don't start. Oh, my bad.
well, just because I'm about
No,
to
it's
go.
okay.
So
I want to get into it again, so you can ask your questions. My bad, bro.
well, you just know like a question like that with Mr.
No, you're
Slade
good,
is
bro.
gonna
I'm just
be
drunk as shit. My bad.
Oh my God.
well, hey, Mr. Slave, you know the way this girl here, you find her body very attractive, right?
I don't know. It's difficult to tell because the only way, I mean, for now, yes, but who knows? I
Okay,
need to
yeah, that's
see.
what I meant. Just for now, yeah.
Yeah, for now, most girls would look fine with these poses. I mean, she's showing
Yeah, yeah.
her pussy as much as possible without showing her pussy. So the fact that she's
But I mean,
flexible. Hmm.
when you're looking at her like ass there,
Hmm.
would you be turned on just like going, oh, I'd like her just to poop in my mouth? Like, are you thinking like that or not?
Difficult to tell. Because I haven't seen her if she has a thigh gap. It's difficult to tell.
Have you
I
been
don't
pegged?
know. No, I need to learn how to do that.
Gotcha.
Well, if I told you that she wants to like poop in your mouth, would that turn you on or not?
It's
Like
it's
looking at
like
her ass right there,
it's
does that make
it's
you go, yeah?
it's it's gotta be in the moment. It's not. It's like it can't be just out of nowhere. It has to be. There has to be a build up. It's like I have to. You know, it has to be part of a sexual interaction. Hold on. What
Okay,
was?
so it's not that you just look at the girl and you just picture her, visualize her doing that. Like it's not like you're looking at her there and
I
thinking,
was
oh, I'd
actually.
like
You
her
know
to.
what? I was actually going to look for the actual videos that show exactly what I like. So hold on. The art, the Japanese artwork. Let me find it.
Okay, okay.
Hold on. Keep talking.
I'll just say to J Rock the question he asked while you're doing that. Yeah, I have no idea what he's gonna say, but probably a load of junk, you know. He always does that. He like overhypes making his videos sound all like interesting, but then he says some basic trash. He's gonna be like, oh, Davey's going to film more with his expensive camera I lend him or something.
Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna talk about. I honestly don't know.
Oh yeah, I did have one more question before I was going to
Just
leave.
one more?
Yeah, I know. Goodness, you keep me entertained, Mr. Slave. I was supposed to leave like over an hour ago.
Oh my God.
I can't think what I was going to say. It was something important as well. Yeah, I
Then
can't remember.
let's so just talk about something else. It will as soon as you
Yeah, yeah.
switch, it will come. It will come to you.
Okay, RPG. I saw you left a comment on my Snoop Dogg piano thing. Did you see any of the other piano videos or just that one?
No, I've seen a couple other ones. I think I saw there's one about Super Mario's. What? What's so funny?
Can you tell, like, listening to like a piano piece, if it's like, you know, beginner, intermediate, advanced? Can you tell or not?
I played piano since I was 5, so
Oh,
there is a difference in the smoothness, but it seems like you've been kind of playing for a while, or maybe you've
well,
been
no,
like
but
teaching people.
no, I'm self-taught, so I've never had a lesson in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, Gangstar, I see you.
Wait, but so did you play like grades, like, or did you just play
No.
casually since
I
you're?
learned in school. I didn't learn outside of school.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Did you learn like classical or just normal or what?
I learned classical, and then I went on to saxophone, and then after that, trombone.
Can you still play?
Yeah, I just don't have the instruments anymore because I had to return them to school, but I can still play it if I bought one.
So, out of
I'm
the
in the
piece,
process
okay,
of
okay,
guitar, but go ahead.
okay. Just since you mentioned the Super Mario team,
Yeah.
did that, from what you heard, did that sound like an easy piece or what?
Um, I don't. I mean,
I,
it.
from what you remember.
I think it might have been an easy piece. I don't think you did like the like Bowser level kind of like song, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
but yeah, dude, you're good. I think you're good. You should keep at it. And yeah, I think you're good, man.
No, yeah, I was just going to say that when I learned that, I thought it was going to be easy because it looked pretty easy. But then when I played it, I was like, oh, snap, okay. It was like very complicated to get the like
Oh yeah, you looked at
smoothness
the
down.
you looked at the
Yeah,
chords.
yeah.
You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, it's just like the way I thought it was just going to be very simple, that like the left hand connects and then, you know, it's going to all come together. But there's a lot of like jumps and quick little like transitions. I was like, oh snap, okay. So I
Yeah,
was just wondering,
practice.
since you played piano like a while, if you could hear that. But like you just said, you thought it was an easy enough piece though. So
Yeah, you did good though. A lot of people,
yeah,
bro. When I was growing up in school, a lot of people playing piano. My bad, I'm eating a burrito right now. But a lot of
all
people, they
right.
fucking sucked. Like the teacher
Yeah,
asked them to play like fucking Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. They couldn't play shit. Like it was horrible.
yeah. It's funny. Like when I first started playing piano, I learned as an adult. Like, you know, it was the first time I never had, you know, as a kid or as a teenager. But there was some guys then that were telling me like, oh yeah, I played piano 8 years, and like in my first year, I was better than them. Like I was
Oh
like,
my god,
what?
80 years? Give it up, dude. Give it up.
Yeah, I was like, he's like 8 years, and I was like, oh okay, and I was all like, oh maybe you can teach me something, and then
Oh
he's like
god.
playing such a basic song and hitting all these bum notes, and I was like, what the trash is going on?
Yeah, dude, I love instruments for sure. Right now, I'm trying to learn acoustic, and then I'm trying to get into electric after.
Cool. Yeah, I would not have taken you as the musical type, so that's a very surprising thing you brought up. So,
Oh yeah, dude, I love music and drugs. That's me.
mm. So would you be more into like the way I play like the rap stuff and all that? Is that the kind of music you're into, or more like, you know, techno or what?
Oh no, I'm into all genres except country.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I hate country. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't want to hear about your
Mm.
big green tractor and shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Slave, did you find your thing?
Wait a minute. Okay, I didn't know
Nope.
if my mic was on or off. Yeah, I found it, but not on this browser, so I'm still gonna have to bring it. How am I gonna do this? Like Google changed how they display their search results? I don't know what's going on.
I was gonna
Um,
ask you to review my R. Kelly singing, Mr. Slave, but maybe another time, yeah.
oh, there it is. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Okay, that's a good image. Let's try and bring this. Okay, so I mean, if you're not prepared for this, this could hurt.
I've seen the most extreme things, Mr. Slade. Don't worry.
All
I've probably
right.
seen worse things than you.
All right. So here you go. This is one of my favorites.
Wow.
Definitely.
So, okay.
I can relate.
What do you mean you can relate? What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Is
I've
that
been in
like
the same
in
position,
your
bro.
relationship you felt like that?
You've been in the
I've
same
done that in a
position?
relationship, and I've done that outside of a relationship.
Wait, you were at the bottom or the top?
Bottom.
And you ate the poop?
No, wait, hold on. He eating shit.
Yeah, of course. She's pooping into his
Okay,
mouth.
no. I eat ass. I ain't eat shit. Never mind.
No,
Oh,
eating ass is
you can't
fun.
see that there's stuff coming out, no?
No, wait, hold on, bro.
Here,
I'm on my phone
the-
outside, bro. My bad.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
here,
yeah. It would, yeah,
try
if you're on the phone, it would look like that, yeah.
try this one.
No, he still wouldn't be
Yeah,
able to
that's
tell
not
on the
me, bro.
phone.
That's not me. I see a little bit going into his mouth. That's definitely not me. You gotta take a
Wow.
shower
But,
before I do that shit.
but Mr. Slade, like, for that to be the true brown shower, he'd have to be orgasming while he's swallowing it, you know?
That should not be a problem. That should be the least of my problems.
Yeah, no, it's just I've seen like, you know, because obviously I've been with girls that were into like BDSM and all that, so we watch pornography like that, and then when they're doing it, the guy is just taking it without like getting pleasure. He's not even hard. So and they were saying like that's not real. That's not an actual brown shower, like you know. So
Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't love it, then why is he doing it?
yeah. So it is only with the most attractive girls that you would find that attractive. You wouldn't want to do that with just any like kind of average girl, right?
Correct.
I'm trying to
Would
see
that,
how I would eat ass and Mr. Slade would eat shit. Like, what's the difference between us?
yeah, I suppose he's just a
Here's
bit extra.
another one. So she just pooped in the bottom guy's mouth, and the top guy is cleaning it.
Wow. Okay.
Damn,
I
Mr.
will admit,
Slade.
I will admit that I've seen and done weird things, but I haven't done this. So okay.
No,
Wow. I
I
mean,
haven't done any, but this is like when I fap. This is what I fap to. So here it's difficult to tell, but there's poop in his mouth.
yeah, I can tell. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Wow. Okay. So out of your fantasies, which is the number one? Is it the baby thing? Is it this? Is it
It's
just
difficult. It's a mix. I don't know. Difficult to tell. Like if you do one too much, I guess you need the others. This is also pretty nice.
wow? I mean,
Yeah.
that's my point, man. An attractive girl, she is just value. You know, her bodily function, she can sell, she can do. You know what I mean? Anything an
Yeah.
attractive woman has is just value. Her underwear, her socks.
Yeah.
I mean, like if there's a good-looking girl who's like broke, and I know a couple that are saying, "Oh, I'm struggling for money." I'm just like, you are value. If you just want to make money, you can, because there's just men
Yeah.
out there that will pay you for anything you wear or do.
Absolutely. I am in complete and utter agreement with you, of course.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but RPG, don't you think that affects the dating market? Like, you know, like think about a girl like that who's like, these guys are willing to pay me for like my poop.
I mean,
Do you not
it
think that's
does,
gonna
No,
make her want?
but I think she will
Yeah, go on.
submit to a certain guy. You know what I mean? Like,
but
I don't think
right.
she's. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr.
go
Slade.
on. No. You're saying the same thing
Well,
as I
I'm
want to
I'm
say.
just saying, won't that make her more picky though? Like to think, oh, I'm special. These guys want my poop, so
I
I
mean,
need
she
a
would
guy
think
who's like,
I think she would think she's special to those guys, but if a certain like the right guy comes around, I think she would, act right or whatever, technically or whatever,
yeah. But I mean, wouldn't she be more picky though? Like, you know, with who she
Um,
chooses to date, like,
I
you know?
mean, I guess I think it really comes down to the confidence. Maybe I'm
Okay,
not
okay.
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
guess
Dang,
that's a
Mr.
question for
Slave.
Mr. Slave.
Well, I mean, no, I
Um,
don't want to, because he's more about the game aspect. He doesn't believe in like looks and all that. So
um, listen, I mean, you have a beautiful chick, but she wants a guy. She wants a good guy. So, and she has competition. At the end of the day, she wants her own guy, and every woman wants her own guy. And these guys are very limited. The number of these good guys is very limited, just like the
yeah,
number
but
of good
yeah,
girls.
yeah, but that's my point though, is that but majority of men are getting like nothing, so they're just going to take what they can get. The really attractive guys and the ones who are the top guys, yeah, they have choices. I'll admit, yeah, but the majority of guys have to take what you
Everyone,
know. They
look, everyone has choices. It's just that you like like I wouldn't go with women that I don't find attractive. But if I didn't have a choice, then every guy can always get like a fat, ugly chick. I mean, it's
I
possible.
don't
A
think
fat,
so.
ugly, old chick.
I
I don't
believe
Yeah.
it.
think so.
I believe it.
I think a look her looks match. I don't think he could get her.
No,
Like I
I'm
think that
ignoring look. No, I'm ignoring looks match. I'm just saying, like incels, involuntary celibates.
the
They're not
majority of
in.
them, yes, I think if they drop the bar that low, they could, yes. But I just
Exactly.
but I
Exactly.
still think that most guys struggle to get their looks match. Like the average guy trying to get an average girl, he's gonna have a hard time.
I would.
I don't agree, Gangster.
You don't agree?
No, I think looks match thing like is real. Like I think girls understand it, I think guys understand it.
But like, do you not think that obviously an average girl, like look at Michelle, right? I gave her a 1 out of 10, but she
Yeah.
has her choice. Like she says, I have the pick of men online. I can date whoever I
Yeah,
want.
but Ganstar, this is all a sexual choice, right? Like it's not
Right.
a relationship choice.
Right.
But she's married, right?
She's
Fine,
married,
but
but at the end of the day, she said she would dump any dude for her husband. Like, you know what I
no, but the
mean?
point
Like,
is, I mean, she can sleep with any guy, but she cannot marry. She cannot get any guy to commit.
exactly.
No, almost no one will commit to her.
Um, honestly, right, I have to say that, like, yes, I get it that you're saying that some of the guys who would sleep with her wouldn't want to be with her. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I see loads more unlooks match couples now that the woman is way better than the guy in a relationship. And I think that's what I'm saying is happening because the girls have so much more appeal because they have so much more options than the guys. So the guys are desperate, and if a girl is willing to date them, they're not going to turn it down because they're like, well, it's her or nothing.
Look,
And
look, Ganstar, there is a mathematical problem with your philosophy, and that is that 50% of the population is men and 50% is women. And we all want our own partner, one and only partner. Especially women.
um,
Women want their own men. They don't want the guy to run around because if you run around, then you're gonna have more babies, and that means less for her baby, for her offsprings, and less for her. She needs you to be devoted to her. So
Facts.
that
yeah,
means so your math has to be wrong. And
but
in
okay,
my
but
Mhm.
you do know the statistic, obviously, that like a third of men are like virgins in today's generation, like under 30. So how come
But
then?
that's women are sleeping around. But you know, women hate sleeping around. And how do we know women hate sleeping around? Because women ask for money in order to sleep around. That means they hate it. They need to be compensated for sleeping. Whereas men love sleeping because we know. How do we know? Because they pay for it. So you have an asymmetry. Saying that the women get more sex, that's women have to give sex for free. It pains them. It drives them insane. They hate it. And you're saying, no, no, no,
Um,
they're getting sex. No, they're not. Stop saying that. That's mathematically, that's incorrect. Economically, it's an incorrect economic analysis. For women, women give sex in order to get resources. Men get sex in return for resources. So saying, "Oh, she can sleep with anyone she wants," she doesn't want to sleep with anyone. Women, if they could, they wouldn't sleep with anyone.
Of course not. Yeah. But that's not, well, okay. Oh, look, I'm just going to say this, right? I think that if a girl wants a boyfriend, she can get one a lot easier than a guy can. An average
No,
guy
I
trying to get a
proved to you
girlfriend.
that's a mathematical impossibility. It has to be symmetric. It has to be it's because it's
What?
50%. It has to be
Like,
it's
no,
50
but there's a lot of guys left behind. Like, there's way more men who have never
it's
been in a relationship compared to
look, you
women.
cannot violate the laws of math.
You
Let's
can because you're
here,
not
let's
She
factoring
might
in
have
watch.
more
anything.
options, but he's gonna have an option for sure.
Look, no. They have the same options. Look, it's a mathematical inevitability. Pretend you have Mr. Robinson Crusoe living alone on his island, okay? So far, so good?
Okay.
All right. Then we bring Friday, but in this version, we're going to run the simulation with Friday. You know the story about Robinson Crusoe on the island? You know the story of
No,
Robinson
no,
Crusoe? Robinson
no,
Crusoe,
no.
he was shipwrecked on an island.
Okay.
That's the story. And then one day he found like an aborigine. His name was Friday. He found him on Friday, so he named him Friday. So in our case, he's going to find a woman and he's going to name her Friday. All right. So if he wants, right? So obviously they don't have much of a choice. He's going to pick her. She's going to pick him, right?
Okay.
Now, because we want to simulate human society, so we're going to always in the simulation have 50% men, 50% women. Let's add one more guy and one more girl, like Robinson Crusoe 2 and Friday 2. Now you have 4 people on an island all alone. So can you say that the women have more choices than the men? Does that make any sense? And we would run the simulation until we get 7 billion people or 8 or whatever, as many billion people as you want. Can you ever say that something changed, that women have more options than men?
Yes, because you're not factoring in that people break up, so they'll date another guy. Like, it's
Look
not that they're
here,
set and stuck
let's
with
go
that one
back
person.
here. Let's go back to the island. Let's go back to the island. One
Yeah.
guy, one girl, no choice. 2
Yeah,
guys,
in that
2
case,
girls.
yeah.
Hold on. 2 guys, 2
Yeah.
girls. Wait, 1 guy, 1 girl, do they have the same choice or not? Would you say
Yeah,
that
in
she
that
has
case.
would you say she has any advantage over him or vice versa?
I suppose technically not if there's only 2 of them
What
there.
do you mean?
So.
Look, Ganstar, what do you mean technically? I mean, I don't know what it means to say that women have more of a choice than men. I don't know what it means. What do you mean by that? I honestly don't know what you mean by honestly, I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay.
If
Look, this is the only way I can categorize it to make you understand. There is a lot more men who have never been in a relationship compared to women. So how is that right? If
But
your mathematical equation.
women don't want relationships. Women want husbands that will provide, that will be there in the cold winters and go to work and come back and bring money so that she can have babies and relax and have a nice life. That's what she wants. And she's willing to pay sex in order to get this. She pays with sex. Men pay with resources and they obtain the sex. Men are after sex. Women are not after sex. Women are just willing to have sex because you see that. The proof is they demand to be paid for it. When,
Look,
women
I
are the
understand
prostitutes.
I understand what you're saying. Like, you're saying that if one man and one woman's on the island, that it's the same and it works. And you're saying that that should work the same in 7 billion people. But again, you're not factoring in that women might date a guy and then break up and date another guy,
But they
and
don't
that's
want
giving them
to.
more
But
options.
they don't want to. It's not options. They don't want to sleep around. Women hate sleeping around. Hate it.
But
They get
I'm not on about.
they become mentally unstable because of all the sleeping around that they're doing, and they know it. They know they're harming themselves. They hate it.
I
How
know,
do we
but
know? How do we know? Wait, what's the proof we know? How do we know they hate it? The proof is they demand to be compensated for this pain. Otherwise, why are they demanding to be compensated?
oh yeah, but I'm saying even if that is true, but it still is happening. Like, women break up with guys all the time. And
Look,
then they get a new boyfriend.
look, you're violating the laws of math. You're violating the laws of
What?
economics. You are.
Wait. RPG.
It doesn't matter RPG.
I just want to hear his insight. But
What?
he's not there, no?
I don't know. I don't see the point of you can ask anyone. I mean, this is recorded. You can show this to anyone. This completely
Well,
disproves your case. The whole
it
case
can't,
of the
but it can't, Mr. Slave, it can't, because the statistics are out there that there's more men that have never been in a relationship compared to women.
It doesn't matter. It's not a choice.
What?
No, women don't want relationships. Women hate relationships.
But Mr. It's not about what they want. It's about what's happening. The thing that's happening
I cannot.
is that
But you're saying options. Options is what you want. Women don't have an option. No one has an option.
Okay, but
We all have.
men want options, though, right? Men want options.
What do you mean?
Because you're saying women don't want options, but men want options, right? And they're not getting the options, is what I'm saying.
Look, I don't know. Look, I don't know what it means. Like, this is not a serious conversation. We need to define our terms. So let's go back to the island. When you have one guy and one girl, we both agree they have the same options. Whether they have or don't, it's the same. Either 0 or 100 or 50, I don't care. They have the same options, right? However you will describe the math, the analysis, you would say one guy, one girl, alone on an island. It doesn't matter. You're not even asking how hot is she, how hot is he. They don't have a choice.
Yeah. Okay.
So they're both stuck. Maybe he's ugly and she's not gonna want to sleep with him. All right. So they're both stuck in the same. They're both stuck in the same scenario. She doesn't want him, or maybe he's beautiful and she's ugly. It doesn't matter. Either way, they're stuck with a reality. They're both stuck with a reality. No one has more or less choices than the other. Why is this woman wearing a face mask? She's all alone in a room. This is so ridiculous. What an imbecile.
I don't know.
Jesus.
I don't know, Mr. Slave. It just obviously everything on my channel is just about how women have a much easier time in the dating market. And when I mean dating market, I mean to
impossible.
date, not to have
Mathematically impossible. You can say anything, but you have to define your terms. And if you start from if you define, mathematically, you see that you're immediately you see the problem. I understand how you feel. But mathematically it doesn't make any sense. I mean,
the way guys would say
here,
cope,
no. Here, I'll say the point is women feel the same as you. For every guy that is an incel, there's a woman who is stuck without a permanent solution. So it has to be mathematically symmetric. You cannot say anyone here is having a better time than the other one. Everyone is suffering. That's. I mean, you're the guy, so you're saying I'm suffering. I'm not denying you're suffering. I just know because I'm with women all the time, and I know their predicament. Their lives are hard. Even my doms. You think it's easy? Like a guy calls them in the middle of the night, come right now for 3 hours. She's not going to go to bed until 6 a.m. You think that's easy? You would say, oh, all she has to do is just be a dom, just whip a guy. Yeah, from 12 midnight until 6 a.m. Can you do that? You think that's easy? Fine, she gets paid a lot of money. It's as hard as any job. People don't appreciate, but they think, oh, she has it so easy. She doesn't have it easy. No one has it easy. No one has it easy. No one has it hard. We all have.
Some people have it easier than others, right?
But that's true for men too, right? Leonardo DiCaprio is banging chicks left and right. I'm not banging as much as he's banging. So you can. Why don't you complain about that?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Slave. But I just think the way the black pill guys would say cope, right? When you in RPG were saying about Michelle that she's a 1 out of 10, but she has a choice of men, and you say, oh, but that's only for sex. None of those guys want her. I think that yes, there are some of them that just want sex, but some of them would be willing to date her as well if they're that lonely, you know. And I'm saying the 1 out of 10 guy,
So
I
we
don't think he has
proved
those choices.
we proved mathematically that that's impossible.
Oh, damn. I mean,
You
I
could
never agreed to that though, because I
you
said
don't have
people
to
break up with
agree.
people.
I'm not saying you agreed. I mean, you can go through the proof. You can run a simulation in your mind. You one boy, one girl. You see that it doesn't make any sense. This thing that
So
yeah.
are you saying equally so? If there's, let's say, 1 million men who are single, there has to be 1 million women that are single. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
that's look. I think so. And yeah, because I mean, because in general, women have one guy and guys have one woman, and those that don't are left alone. So the math has to work out. Yeah.
But
It's
what
not.
about think about there could be 1 million single guys and 1 million single girls, but let's say like half of those girls just broke up with their boyfriend, so they're now single. But they've at least had
I'll
relationships,
help
but
you.
those guys have never had relationships.
I'll help you. I'll help you make the case. So you're saying that some guys sleep with many women. Yeah, but these women hate sex. Women hate sex. The guys, these alpha chads, these giga chads, supercocks. What did Karen call them? These giga chads, alpha cocks, whatever. These guys, they're getting a lot of women, but the women they're getting are are being are being abused. They're not enjoying this relationship. This is not what they signed up for. These guys learned to pretend to be alpha and are able to right. They're able to manipulate the system and manipulate the women into sleeping with them for free. But these guys are manipulative. I mean, I'm one of them. I get plenty of chicks without committing. So, but you gotta, you gotta face the music. That this is reality. Reality is that these women are being harmed. As much as I want to pretend that I'm taking care of the
Yo,
women, no,
yeah,
I'm
okay.
holding her up from a real man who will commit to her, and she thinks that she can have me. I'm fooling her that she can have me, and I'm guilty of that, and these men are guilty of that, and this is we're abusing women. So you're saying, oh, these women have relationships? No, these women are being abused. There's nothing.
Wait, Mr. Slave, RPG is backstage, right? No?
Let me see. Yeah, let me get him. He's backstage twice. So
Yo, RPG, I was trying to get your insight, but you were gone, you know? And he's gone again.
yeah, wait. When did you see him at? Wait, let me
He
see
left.
the text. RPG says I agree with Ganstar. He said it 5 minutes ago. So 5 minutes
Yeah,
ago he was
I
wrong.
don't care about that. I just wanted to hear what he actually thought about our analogies and stuff, and just, to get a different perspective. Because I understand what you're saying, but I just think when it gets down to a large enough sample size, like 7
No,
billion
it's nothing
people.
to do with Sam. Look, it has to do with you feeling sorry for yourself, which is okay. But you have to you have to realize that everyone is suffering. You
But what about
you're just
yeah, go on,
aware
go
of
on.
your suffering because you're the first person, but the women, you would hear the women complain just the same. Everyone complains.
What,
Everyone is having a hard time. No one's
but
happy.
what about the girls who have multiple partners in private, like, so wouldn't that change the numbers? Yo,
That would change the numbers, but not in your favor. If the girls are promiscuous, then that goes against your intuition. That violates your proof. You want. Anyway, I gotta run to the bathroom. I got a wee wee. So
is that RPG? I can't see with the thing, but
yeah, RPG. Oh, let me remove it. RPG, are you there? Yeah, I mean his
yo,
mic. RPG, are you good? No.
Oh,
now he's gone. And there's another RPG from before, and Karen is still on. Yeah, but we haven't heard from her in a while.
Yeah, dang. All right, no man. Look, it was good to catch up with you anyway, man. Definitely. I'm saying, like, I think out of all the guys you probably have on, I'd be the most kind of open-minded to, like, say that I would not like disrespect you for your personal choices and all that. And some of the stuff that you're into, I mean, look, I've seen some crazy stuff too, like, even though I haven't done some of the stuff you showed, but I wouldn't
I
shame you
haven't
for
done the stuff that I showed. This is just what I fab to.
Yeah, I know, but even the fact that you admit to it on camera that you'd like that, I mean,
I don't
that's
admit to
something else, right?
I'm obviously anonymous. I mean, it would be a disaster if this would get out.
Wow.
It would be a
What
shit show.
does any of your friends or family know that you're into
Are
anything
you
weird? Like,
are you out of your mind? The
no,
last
I
thing
don't. Yeah, go on, sorry.
the last thing, first of all, I mean, you don't know. Like most people that you meet walking down the street, they could be living double lives like I am.
I know.
I just decided to come out, like half come out, like with a mask. But most men don't come out, and probably fantasize about stuff like somebody is watching all this weird porn. I mean, the porn is mostly weird. There's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
little vanilla porn. There's almost no vanilla porn. All porn is father banging their daughters, moms banging their sons, brother and sister. That's it. It's all the taboo stuff. So, and that's what people watch. And in some countries, it's
Yeah.
with camels, and with some in different countries. But I think the vanilla. I think that like Pornhub did like they released their stats. I don't remember how many people, but a lot of people are into crazy stuff. I'm just the guy that talks about
And
it.
do you think that a lot of guys have a secret like that,
Yeah,
or is
yeah.
it's a very small amount?
I think it's a large amount. It's probably at least 10%. Probably at
Okay,
least
and
10%. Like you know, Alex has a fetish. Alex is into BDSM. He likes choking and stuff like that. So he is into BDSM. He likes tying women up. I'm the mirror. I'm not the opposite. I'm just the mirror image. I like being spanked and being told I'm a naughty boy. I like, but we're both as fucked up as you want. We're both as 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 off the beaten path, as off the norm. So
but
I
do you
think
think Alex could secretly want what you want?
no. I know. Alex is dominant. Alex fantasizes about being dominant because in his mind he is submissive because he grew up being a submissive. He grew up being a loser. So he's trying to correct his mind, his brain is trying to
Well,
scrub this.
yeah,
Mhm.
go on. Yeah.
So his brain is trying to scrub away this feeling of being such a loser. So he's fantasizing about being dominant. For me, it's the opposite, I guess. In my real life, I'm really dominant, and I'm trying to scrub away this dominance, and I just want to be a little baby. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I never had a childhood, because since I was a baby, I was abused. So I had to be like an adult from age 0, and I could never really experience a childhood. So maybe I just miss a childhood, but I
Um,
fantasize about being a little baby, and so because in my reality I'm an adult. In my reality,
well, yeah,
I'm dominant. I'm responsible.
yeah. Just quickly, Mr. Slade. This is kind of what I was saying, like about an example
Let
about how
let
a
me
woman has an
let
easier
me
time.
let okay, let me read it. If a 19-year-old woman has 100 DMs, several date and sex opportunities, and her 19-year-old looks match has 0 DMs, no dates, and a virgin, which is a common scenario that shows is easier for. No, it doesn't show is easier for. It shows exactly what you said. She is suffering having to go on dates. She is suffering having to have so much sex. Women hate sex. That's why they demand to be paid for it. And
but that's not.
men.
We're not on about that. We're just saying about dating.
But
In the
no,
dating
look at
market, they have more choices.
no,
They don't have more choices.
No, look at the last 3 words. Is easier for. It's not easier for a woman to have sex. Women hate having sex.
No. But I'm saying forget the sex pack. I'm not on about sex.
So what do you mean by easier? What is easier?
I mean for dating, not sex. Just dating in general.
But she doesn't like dating. No one likes dating. Do you like dating?
No,
I hate dating. Everyone hates dating.
But when you're dating, you want to have choices so you can pick the best one. You don't want to be stuck with one choice and be like, oh, I don't like him, but there's no one else. You'd obviously rather have 100 to choose from and say, I can pick the best one.
So you have hundreds of girls that you can choose to DM to, and she has hundreds of choices to DM from. You both have the same choice. There's no difference in the choice.
No, because he's getting 0 responses. She's getting 100 guys who want to talk to her.
But she's not. But she's not DMing anyone. She cannot DM first, because if she DMs first,
she has enough. Because she has enough to choose from already, so she doesn't need to.
What do you mean enough? It's not a number. It's not a number. What do you mean enough? She doesn't get paid for every DM. What do you mean enough? It's not food.
I'm saying that she has enough.
She gets losers. No. It's the same as you. You can bang ugly chicks all day and all night. That's not enough. That you don't want that.
Some of these guys are attractive.
Not for her. No.
Yes, they are. What?
But they don't care about attractive. They want the full package.
I mean, they are some of these guys who DM. Think about it. If there's 1,000 guys
but then you need to make them stick around. That's hard. That's not easy.
Yeah. But my point is that out of those 1,000 guys that are DMing him,
it doesn't matter. But you see, yes, it does matter. Look, I'm pushing everything you say. I'm pushing back. I'm not letting you have anything. So at the end of the day, no, everyone is having a hard time. Stop pretending that they're having a good time because they're getting all these DMs. There's nothing beneficial about a DM. If a DM was $1, you could say, oh, they're making more money than the men. The men are giving money and the women are getting money. I guess you could argue, but it's not money. It's just DMs. Who cares about DMs?
What would you rather, Mr. Slade? Would you rather have 0 DMs or 100 DMs?
It's completely meaningless. It's absolutely meaningless. No. I first of all, I get 100 DMs a day. It's garbage. What am I going to do? A lot of them are robots.
No. I mean,
and women too. Women also get a lot of robots. There's a lot of robots
forget
sending
DMs. Okay. Would you rather have 100 dates or 0 dates?
I hate dates. I hate them. I hate going on dates.
But if you were looking for a partner, would you rather have 100 choices or 0 choices? That's what I'm saying.
Depends. It depends on the quality. If the quality is shit, then it's not a choice.
No. But there's a mix. You say like 20 of them are good, 80 of them are bad.
No. That's not the reality. The reality is that there are no good men. That's what women keep saying. There are no good men. You cannot make them commit. Even Karen complained about it. She can get men to bang her around the clock, but they don't commit. So she hates it.
But that is what the black people would say is a cult. Like some of these guys do want to date girls too. It's not like they only want sex. Some guys actually want a girlfriend as well.
Well, apparently they're not high status enough. You gotta make a living. You gotta have the basics. You gotta have personality. You gotta have game. Because if a guy doesn't, what?
Well, I don't believe in game, but it's all right.
When I say game, you gotta be yourself. You gotta feel comfortable in your own skin. That's what I mean by game.
Okay. That's a better way to phrase it. Okay.
That is game.
I wasn't trying to get back to it. I was just addressing the guy in the comments because he obviously was mentioning it. I did want to go back to what you were saying about the because you said you don't think Alex is into
Look
like
at this
submissive
guy.
stuff.
Look, hold on. RT the brand says she hates eating at 5-star restaurants for I don't know what that for. Okay, right.
Free,
Okay, so
free.
let me tell you. So my current dom, I asked her. I went through the list with her. I asked her. The guy says he's gonna fly you to Miami. She had this guy. Okay, he's gonna fly you to Miami to a 5-star hotel. Everything is super duper. Uber back and forth. Everything. Would you go? She said. Her answer was. What do you think her answer was?
No, because she doesn't know him that well, right?
No, her answer was how much is he paying me? He has to pay me whatever her price is.
Yeah, yeah.
For
Okay, okay. Yeah,
for 20 if it's 24 hours, then he's got to pay for 24 hours. And for the trouble of the flight, and for the trouble of having to get out of the house. And she hates it. She hates it. She hates it. Me too. I don't know, you guys must be very young and poor. I hate going out. You tell me right now to go to eat at a 5-star restaurant. My next question is, how much are you paying me for my time and for me to leave my house? How much? I need to know. I'm not going for free. You're not getting me out of the house for free. I don't care. 10-star restaurant. Look, I'm not poor and I'm not hungry and I'm not bored. Leave me alone. I mean, you guys, I don't know, your mentality is so weird. There's nothing. There's nothing great. There's nothing nice about eating. I mean, if I'm next to a restaurant and I'm hungry, I want to go eat. I want to go and eat. If it's free, even better. Fine. But that's not the case. She has to get dressed. She has to put on makeup. Then she has to take a shower, and it's a lot of work. So if she ends up doing this again, and every time it's a letdown because the guy is not the full package and it's garbage. He's got nothing. It's useless. She gets tired of this, and then they give up, and then they drop out of the dating market. This happens. Like my current dom, she's off the grid. You wouldn't be able to find her. She's off the grid. She is not using any dating app, no social media, nothing. She doesn't exist.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I get your point, like, you know, but I know, I just feel like there is some other kind of content that we're not getting into, but
no.
I don't want to
Look,
get into too much.
I used to be MGTOW. Before this, I was MGTOW. Don't forget. I used to speak exactly like you. I used to say exactly what you're saying, even worse.
Okay.
But then I, because of the circumstances and whatever happened, and I ended up leaving MGTOW, and now I'm looking back, it's all lies. The red pill, the movie The Matrix. So Neo took the red pill, and he became aware of the truth. But in reality, you take the red pill of the red pill community, and they feed you absolute lies, and you live in lies. Look, the blue pill is also lies, but the red pill is also lies. At the end of the day, the reality is even more complicated than the red pill. It's even more complicated. It's even more nuanced. The answers are even more complicated. There are no answers. It's all terrible for everyone. And stop feeling. I mean, you can feel sorry for yourself. Sure, you could do that. I don't see the point in that. Or just
I never said I feel sorry for myself, but I can understand a lot of men's frustration is all I'm saying, But I agree.
But the women, we proved it many ways. We proved it mathematically. We proved it intuitively. I have my experience with women, and I have other women in my family. It's all the same. They all report back the same experience. Everyone is having a bad day all the time. Everyone. Very few people have very good relationships and are happy and stable. Very few.
I know.
What?
Yeah. I just think some people just have worse days than others, though. You know, you can't just ignore that. You know.
No, we show that that's mathematically impossible. We show that it's
Well,
mathematically impossible. I know from my experience. Look, women, but don't forget, women are also more sensitive. They're weaker.
Yeah.
They're more sensitive. So for
Well,
you
yeah,
getting
go on.
punched in the face is no big deal. For a woman, a bad date is she goes home and cries because her eggs are drying up and she knows it and she wants to have a baby and she's losing her mind because she also has, debts and she doesn't know how to manage her own money. She needs a guy to help her. Everyone is having a very bad day.
Yeah. Okay. Look, that's fine. Look, there's just a lot of content that we would have to establish before we get in depth in this. It's very like diverse, but can I just quickly before I go just ask about the thing with the way you said that you think 10% of guys are hiding their true like feelings of what they want.
I'm just throwing a number. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, but I would say you might be correct in that. I would say it might be around that number too. So you said that someone like Alex is definitely not because you're like, oh, he's 100% dominant. But do you not find that sometimes the guys like the ones who
No. Alex is 100% fantasizing about being dominant.
yeah.
Don't
No, but I said
he's
that
not
you
dominant.
said that he
Alex
could not
is
be like you, right?
what?
But you said like he could not be like you, like he could not want what you want sexually,
Right, just
obviously,
like
right?
I don't get turned on by being a dominant with women, and Alex, I'm
Yeah.
assuming, doesn't get turned on by being submissive with women.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is, do you not find that the people who try to act the most dominant and alpha are the same, like the guys who say they hate homosexuals, say, "Oh, gays are disgusting," and then those are the guys who turned out to be gay. Like, do you not think he might be masquerading to hide his true identity?
Look, I hate gays. No, I don't hate gays. I'm disgusted by having sex. If you tell me to have sex with another man, I'm disgusted by it. But that is why in BDSM, it's that's what I fantasize about being forced to be. Yeah, it's forced homosexuality turns me on.
I
So
understand it's a nightmare and yet pleases you thinking of being forced to do
exactly.
something you don't want. I understand all that, of course. But I'm saying you do know the guys who act like extremely, homophobic and all that. They know I've seen like that they
I
turn
don't. I
out to be the ones that are
I don't.
homosexual themselves.
I don't know. I don't have stats on that. It could be. It would make some sense, I guess, because like I was never anti-gay, so
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. I mean, like when Alex acts all alpha, going, "Oh, I'm dominant. Oh, I can only be the one who's on top of the girl. The girl could never do it to me because I'm an alpha, I'm masculine." That makes me think like that deep down he might actually be
no,
wanting to be submissive,
no,
and he
no,
wants to.
no. That's no. No. That doesn't. That wouldn't make any sense. No, he fantasizes. He is in his own mind. He is a loser. I don't mean to say it harshly. I'm saying he grew up a loser. That's what he said. That's how he became Alex. How he became playing with fire. He was a loser. He never got girls, and that is how his
Yeah,
brain is
yeah,
still wired. So he fantasizes. He still needs to fantasize about being dominant because he can never scrub away this feeling of being a submissive because in
yeah.
his mind he is submissive. In his mind he's a loser. So he fantasizes about being a winner, about being dominant. That's why he likes BDSM dominant because it's a
Yeah,
fantasy.
yeah, and
It's
I'm
out
saying
of his
you could be
reach.
right about that, right? Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like the way you said, maybe 10% of guys might be into it secretly, but they'll never say it publicly, obviously. But those guys who secretly want what you want, they want a woman to dominate them and do that. Don't you think that a portion of those guys are going to pretend to be all dominant, going, "Oh, I'd never let a girl do that. That's disgusting. I'm an alpha man." Do you not think there's a decent amount of guys like that who are hiding
In
it?
look, you can ask me because in real life, what do I do in real life? What do most people think I am with women? I think most people think I am I don't know. I think in general they think I'm an asshole.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
always like with chicks, so they think I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
But they don't know that whenever I'm with any single chick, I'm a gentleman. Like
Yeah.
I'm as
What?
submissive as possible. I
Yeah.
always call them like princess and goddess. No, goddess is
Yeah.
advanced, but I call them princess all the time, and little baby and angel.
Yeah. But I'm saying if you were acting like the way, that's fine. Dominant man, I'm alpha. Don't ever call me submissive. Like you're not acting like that, but Alex actually does. He wants everyone to know, no, I'm not one bit submissive. I'm the alpha, not the alpha male in every situation. So do you not think that he could be just trying to masquerade his true intention, like
I'm
what he
saying
actually
he
wants?
but listen. I'm saying he fantasizes about being dominant. It's a fantasy. You can tell from his fantasy what his reality is. If you need to fantasize about something, that means it's not your reality.
But how do you know he's not just saying that to hide what he really wants because he doesn't
But
want people to
no,
know?
you don't need to go. You don't need to go there. He tells you, I fantasize about being dominant. If a person says to you, I fantasize about X, does you what you can conclude is he doesn't have X. I fantasize about having uh, a beach house. Well, obviously you don't have a beach house. Otherwise, you wouldn't fantasize. If you live in a beach house, you cannot fantasize about living in a beach house if you live in a beach house. You cannot.
Yeah.
So you cannot fantasize about being dominant if you are dominant. Impossible. Which means he's not
Yeah.
dominant, not in his own eyes. You cannot
Yeah. Yeah.
fantasize about what you are. If that is
Yeah.
reality, it's no longer a fantasy.
Yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just going to end it with saying that I just think guys who act extra dominant and alpha, I just think it's like they're hiding something themselves, that they just don't want people to know the truth. Like that's why with me, some guys think I look very
No, but
masculine,
you
but
don't
when you
have
hear
to
me
say.
speak,
But you don't have to say they don't want you to know the truth. They're telling you. If a guy says, "Look," if a guy says that it's his fantasy, that he does it for BDSM, that's it. If it's his BDSM, if it's his kink, then it's not his reality. Like my kink is to be submissive. Because in
yeah,
reality I'm
yeah,
not. In reality I'm dominant. My reality
okay,
is that
okay,
I dominate every space I walk into, almost basically.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm just saying, like, with people who act like very extreme with gay views, like, the guys like homosexuals, they're disgusting, they should be, burned, that's horrible. Like, I just find like guys who have that kind of extreme reaction, it's because they're like, self-conscious about their own sexual kind of pleasures and desires. I
I
always just
don't.
find that whenever someone acts like that, I would say he's probably gay deep down, like, because he has too much of an extreme reaction, like.
I I have nothing to say about that. Honestly, I don't know. It might be true. I don't
Have
know.
you never watched like a film? You ever see American Beauty, no?
No, never saw it. I don't see movies. Never heard of this movie, American Beauty.
What are some of your favorite films?
Star Wars,
Yeah?
The
Have you seen
Matrix.
all of them?
No, I noped out of Star Wars, a long time ago in a galaxy far away.
Okay. Any
I
other franchise that you watched or liked?
Not anymore. I don't watch anything. I just watch
No, no, I
YouTube.
mean old, when you were younger, when you were younger.
No. Oh, Star Trek. I used to watch the original Star Trek.
Star Wars, Star Trek. What about Disney? Did you watch any Disney growing up or what?
Like, I saw a Toy Story 1.
Okay.
I saw Beauty and the Beast like many times because like I have like whatever, in my family, the kids always watched it again and again, so I know it by heart.
Those are the only two Disney films? Well, Toy
I
Story
mean, I
6.
don't remember. What's your question? I mean, I know some movies. I haven't watched movies in years. I just gave up. I just went to the theater. We watched James Cameron, Avatar. We watched Avatar.
Was that good?
Yes, I loved it. I actually I hate most movies. This was a good movie.
Okay. No, I'm just asking. I'm just curious, Mr. Slave. I'm not trying to get a question out of you. I'm just curious to say what was your kind of things you watched as a child,
I wouldn't go to see a movie, but my girlfriend, she loves going to see movies, so we went to see a movie.
What about like cartoons growing up? Did you watch like Scooby-Doo, Flintstones, or Nickelodeon?
Not really, not so much. A little bit Scooby-Doo, a little bit Flintstones. We watched Birdman. You probably don't know Birdman.
No, I don't know.
So there was Birdman. We watched him. And then like in the last couple of years, I used to watch Futurama. Everything Futurama, I know by heart.
Oh, okay.
And Rick and Morty is also pretty good. In some respects, it's even better than Futurama. I like Family Guy. I like, what's the other one? There's Family Guy.
South Park.
Which
South
one?
Park? No.
South Park. I never really watched. I watched very little, but yeah, it was very good. No, but from the creator of Family Guy, there was also American Dad. American Dad is also pretty good, but Family Guy is a little better.
You mean you like the kind of newer Family Guy or the older ones, or what?
All of them, though, as far as I'm concerned, they're the same. I haven't watched anything in the last couple of years, so I'm completely outdated.
Yeah, I don't go to see films anymore either, and I don't watch much TV shows either as well. But so we're kind of similar like that. Yeah, no, but I'd say there definitely is a lot of good old films though that I think you should watch at some point in your life, if you missed out on them. I'll give you one quick one.
No, my very favorite movie that I've watched probably the most times, because I just watched it again and again. Maybe by now I probably watched it 100 times. Is The Day the Earth Stood Still from 1951.
Okay. Wow.
That is the best movie for me by far compared to anything else. There's like no comparison.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard of it, yeah. I don't think I've seen it though.
I should do a review probably of that. I should, do scene by scene review and discuss it. I mean, it's an incredible movie. I mean, I like it basically for one reason, because of the robot.
Okay.
Because that's my work, so it's my fantasy to have a robot. The movie is about the robot. Originally, the original screenplay, the original story, the original short story is about the robot. The robot control. But anyway, I'll have to do a review of that. Yeah, I love robots. I absolutely love robots.
Okay. Well, yeah, I gathered you're into sci-fi because of Star Wars and Star Trek. I gathered.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like, did you ever see? Is it 12 Monkeys or 13 Monkeys? I think.
I didn't like. No? Yeah, I saw it. I did not like it. Did not like it.
In the 90s, yeah, you saw
that? Yeah, I saw it. I did not like it. Did not like it at
Brad
all.
Pitt and Bruce Willis, right?
Yeah, did not like it.
Dang. Do you ever watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
No, never.
You've heard of it though, right?
Heard, yeah. Heard rumors about it. Never never looked into it at all.
Yeah. What about horror? Any horror films you liked? Or
I
no?
hate horror. I don't watch horror. I stay away from horror. I don't like it.
Dang. Yeah, man. Okay. All good, man. Yeah, good to catch up with you anyway.
Sure.
Always entertaining. I wasn't planning to stay on this long, but it's all good.
Are you
So yeah,
kidding?
look,
We've been on. How long has it been?
it says you've been 7 hours. Obviously, I went out for a bit, but still. Whoa.
Yeah, that's the movie. It's unbelievable. I know everything about it.
Well, yeah, maybe you could do a quick review. I could watch that at some point if you do.
Yeah.
Probably not if it's a super long review, but if you could do like a brief kind of 8 minute thing, I would probably watch that. Yeah, because I am subscribed to you, like, so I will watch your content when you post it. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, we should do a review. This is by far the best movie ever. Absolutely.
yeah, no,
There's nothing comes close. I'll skip like let me skip. Let me show you how realistic it is.
okay, really fast though, because I have to go soon.
Reports are coming in from all over the empire, from all over the world. Government has not yet issued any statement, but there seems to be
I mean,
no
you
question
can learn
that there
about the
actually is a large
1950s from
unidentified
this
object
movie.
circling
That's how
the Earth
realistic
at
it is.
incredible
Yeah.
speed. This is Elmer Davis again. We still don't know what
This
it
is
is
radio.
or where it
This is the
comes
days
from,
of
but there's
radio.
something there.
Yeah.
Been tracked around the Earth by radar, traveling at a
Anyway, yeah, I should do a review of this movie.
Yeah, no, but it's good that you can appreciate very old film like that, because some people be like, I can't watch that because it's like black and white, but it's good that you can still value what it's telling the story and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it when I was really, really young, and I
Yeah,
fell in love with it.
yeah.
But I think if you would tell me today, if I never watched it, and you tell me today to watch it, I might not even give it a shot because it does look outdated. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing with me. Like, I will try my best to like value it by the story and like how the characters are developing in the story compared to like the graphics and like how expensive it looks. I think people are blinded by that today. They think it's a good film if it looks good, but then if the story's trash, they still think it's good. And I'm like,
Look,
no, the
this
story's most
movie,
important.
this movie is proof that you can look good with very cheap special effects. I mean, the special effects here are very easy to reproduce today. I mean, at that time they were very expensive to make, but today
of
they would be
course.
very cheap. But still, it looks very realistic. You don't need like in today they would do it 3-dimensional and they would no, you don't want to do it 3-dimensional. You want to have this. And this looks realistic. This is if today you would see a saucer, a flying saucer landing, this is what you would see and hear and experience. This is so realistic. This is
Yeah, I find with the old style like graphics and all that, it does make things feel more organic. Like I do agree with that. Yeah. Because now everything is just computer graphics, like it's like a bit ridiculous, like, so I can understand what you're saying. Yeah, but
no.
yeah, okay, Mr. Slave, look, I'm gonna go. All right, so it was
All
great
right.
talking, and definitely I will try and pop on some other time, because yeah, I have been kind of away for a while, so I haven't been on any other stream, but yeah, it's cool to talk to you, like, so like you seem quite open and you're willing to like share your like personal stuff and all that, except the information, but that's fine. So.
Yeah. Sure. You're a good guy
Okay,
too.
so yeah, okay, good night.
All right, man. See you. Bye. All right, so we're left alone. Okay, it's been 7 hours and 41 minutes. I think we did our share. Let me see some comments. RT says, she has a nice rack. They look natural to me. I don't know which one you're referring to. Cranky Rick, older was better. Older what? This is from 6:47. That's 10 minutes ago. And then Javier, Mrs. Slave, did you ever watch the original Twilight Zone? The original Twilight Zone series? A little bit. But this movie, I should do a review of this movie. This movie is perfection, just perfection. More comment. Cranky Rick says, Ganstar, can you react to the comment I left to Natty on the Coach White Pill Omega review, Hormaxer roast, and BMAC contest? Well, maybe he's listening, so maybe. Javier says, yes, the Twilight Zone series. No, not really. Very, very little. Wait, RPG wants to come back? I was about to shut down the stream because we've been here for 1,000 years. So.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Javier says, Greg, I have a friend coming over. Should I do? Wait, Greg is here? Should I do slave game on her and suck her toes?
Yes.
But why are you asking Greg? And why is there like a cedilla on the E? Anyway, why is he asking Greg? I don't see Greg in the comments. And the answer is, I mean, I wouldn't do any other game because if she wants rough game, then I'm out. I'm noping out of rough game unless she wants to be rough, and then I'm all in. Anyway, RPG, I'm gonna shut down unless what you want to talk. I mean, I can let you talk if you wanna host. Do you want to host? I meant to say slave. My bad. Oh, okay. RPG, I gotta have an answer because I need to run to the bathroom to wee wee.
Oh, sorry, my phone exited me out. Sure, it doesn't matter. I'll run it if you don't care.
If you want to, sure, you can run.
Yeah, I got nothing to do.
Okay, excellent. So take it over.
All right, cool.
I'm around, so if you need anything, let me know. The movie will be playing in the background unless you want something
all right.
else.
All right, chat. I guess I'm taking over. If anybody has any questions,
I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and then I'll be available for anything you need. Keep going.
Alrighty. If anybody has any questions, drop them. I'll answer them. We're gonna wait for. Well, I'll answer any questions, but Mr. Slay will be back soon. So sorry if I sound like I'm like out of breath or something, but I'm walking right now. So.
Wait, RPG, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Wait, I didn't hear you.
Oh, my bad. I don't know if you heard me, but I said I was running to the store, so I'm kind of out of breath right now.
Wait, that's my phone. Oh, you have to run to the store?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of running to it right now, so I'm kind of out of breath.
Wait, okay, so what do you want to do? You wanna host the stream or not? Just let me know.
You can just end it if you want. My bad, bro.
No, what do you want? Do you want to host or not?
I mean, I can host it, but it's gonna be at least like 5 more minutes till I get home.
Fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll keep going. If you have a delay, let me know so that I know to kill myself.
All right, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right, so I'll keep going until you come back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess now we're all alone, all alone, all alone, all alone, all alone. Let's watch her. Wait, you know what we should do? We should continue what I started. Let's continue what I started. So let's continue. Let me stop her. I'm sorry, baby. And let's stop this. Let's make sure nothing else is running. All right. All right. Javier says, can I do a 24-hour stream? I mean, can I do? Yes. Do I want to? I mean, it depends on if people are around and and somebody's hosting because I gotta work. I can't. I went live in order to do a review. This thing is a response video to Sabine Hossenfelder, and it's not fair. I mean, we promised whoever's going to see this, the title, they're going to go, okay, and then like after I guess half an hour or something, we started talking about everything for 8 hours or something, and they're going to be like, wait, what? So that's not fair to the public. We have to take the public's emotions into consideration. Anyway, so what I would say is let's continue, if you guys don't mind. Let's continue watching Dr. Professor Sabine Hossenfelder. One second, here it is. Share this tab. All right, let's continue listening to her nonsense.
The same is going to happen with waste heat.
Yeah, about the exponential. So the thing with exponential is natural. Exponential, right? When you have money in the bank and they give you interest rate, let's say 1% interest rate, so the amount of money you have is always growing at the same rate, at the rate of 1%. Every year you get 1%. They take 1% of everything you have and they give you that 1%. Now, you could say after 10, 20, I think it's after 70 years, it's supposed to double. But but every year you're getting 1% of the cumulative. It's called cumulative interest rate. So every year or every month or every day or every minute, however they calculate it, you get something that is a constant proportion of the total that you have thus far. So at any 1 minute, you could say I think I explained it. Your quality of life grows by the same amount. So statistically, every year, my apartment is growing by 1%. My car is growing by 1%. My computer is capacity and ability is growing by 1%. Everything in my life is improving by 1%. So it feels like there's right. It feels normal. It feels natural. There's nothing weird about it. If it would grow in any other way, it would feel unnatural. Like if it would grow linearly, it would be very high growth in the beginning, and then as it progresses, the difference, the differential is going to be less and less noticeable. Anyway, I don't want to get into the math. I mean, I don't know if you guys know math, so let's continue listening to her nonsense. So she's talking about exponential. Jesus Christ! I mean, and she knows math. Obviously, I'm assuming. I cannot assume that she doesn't know math. She knows, but what is she saying? She's saying that suddenly after 70 years, the money suddenly doubles. No, the money doesn't suddenly doubles in the bank. The money grows at 1% a year. In its final year, you're getting 1% of almost double the amount that you started with. So you're getting double on the last year compared to the first year. But it's always 1%. Your quality of life always rises by 1%. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what she means. You suddenly notice that it's you suddenly what there's nothing sudden about exponential growth. I don't know what she's talking about. And that's if we're talking about exponential growth. She's talking about the fact that the wait, let me see some comments. Okay, Javier says, Mr. Slave, what happened to your last stream? I remember you were reviewing your mistress' new website. Yeah, there was no one there, so I shut it down. If you want to see, let me show you. I think I showed my website, but let me show it again. So hold on, let me open it. This is the website, and let me show it 1 second. I didn't open it yet. Hold on. No, not publish. I want to. Come on. I want to view publish site and share. This is the website. I'm actually kind of proud of it. I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's that bad. So all the pictures are legal. You got them from like a freepictures.com or something. So this is the welcome. So I'm thinking about purchasing either my femdom philosophy or femdomphilosophy.com. Or something like that. So that's it. And you can scroll, and this is the logo. And here is NoFap. So the main service. This is my philosophy. So I think the philosophy of femdom has to be NoFap, no porn. So that's the service I think she should be providing, because like we were having a conversation the other day, and she told me that her client he's actually upset that he's addicted to her, and she got upset that he's addicted because she doesn't like, because he hates himself, and she doesn't want to feel like she's giving a service to someone who hates the service but is compulsively consuming it against his will, as if. So she got upset. So I told her, yeah, your service should be NoFap. You should tell them that it's fine to be addicted, but she's going to bring the addiction under control. I'm addicted to her, but she helps me bring the addiction under control. That's her job. So this way we can practice NoFap, and then our lives are much better because we're fully, as it says here. So your time from now on is split in two: 1 serving your mistress and 2 serving yourself. So you can improve your life. Finally, you can concentrate on your life. And here is a page about the chastity cage with all its incredible benefits. This is amazing. The chastity cage is amazing, or the PP cage. And here's a page about the remote anal vibrator, which is amazing, with a link. I need to create an Amazon affiliate link so they can purchase and give her the commission. Here's the Zap collar, which is fantastic. Now, we invented this thing we call reverse Uber. Reverse Uber means you drive her and you pay her. You pay her to drive her. And you pay her whatever Uber says, that's how much you pay her. And we also have reverse Airbnb, which is the same thing. So you pay her to stay at your apartment. And what else do we have? Yeah, checking your phone. So if you ever meet with her, she's going to check your phone, make sure that you're not texting anyone else. You're completely committed to her. Anyway, and there is a link at the bottom to the My Femdom Philosophy Instagram account that I created with a bunch of pictures. But she doesn't like it. She doesn't like that I'm catfishing people. She says it's unethical. So I suspended all activity on the Instagram account. Okay. That was that. That was the website. I'm pretty much done with it. I mean, for now. How is your car growing by 1%? Doesn't it depreciate? No. I'm saying on average, our cars are growing by 1%. If you go to, like, the other day, a couple of years ago, I visited a car dealership and they had on display a car from when I was a child, like a Ford Escort. So I remember Ford Escorts from when I was a child. I remember it like a normal car. But when I saw it at the dealership, the original car, it's tiny. It's the size of a little motorcycle. It's like a baby car. This is what normal humans used to drive. It's a tiny car. Cars used to be tiny. And apartments used to be tiny. Everything used to be tiny. And now everything is much bigger. Our lives, that's what I mean. I mean, on average, the apartments have grown by 1%. New apartments and new cars grow by 1% every year. That's like I'm just giving an estimate. Obviously, I don't have any hard data on it. But you when you go to the store to buy a car, you see on display an old car compared to a new car. The new car is much more than double the size of an old car. It's, I would say, it looks like more than double, maybe 4 times the size. And it's at least 4 times safer. I mean, it's much safer, much more economical. I mean, cars used to break down all the time. Cars today don't break down. Our lives when I was a child, our lives were very difficult. And in my life, my childhood was much better than on average. My personal childhood was obviously traumatic, but on average, my childhood was much better than the average childhood of my parents, and it goes back. I think it's been on a trajectory. I think since basically the Industrial Revolution. Maybe before then, I think it traces back to the Black Plague. I think the Black Plague broke something in Europe. Europe was dying. Europe was really poor. Europe was a disgusting, stinking place. That's why it was hit by the Black Plague. Nowhere else in the world. I mean, this plague didn't go international. Why not? Because Europe was a bathroom. Europe was poop. Europe was full of poop. Europe was disgusting. It was overpopulated. It was the worst place on earth. That's why the Black Plague hit it. And when the Black Plague hit it, it killed 2/3 of the population. When it killed 2/3 of the population, the working class, so everybody until then was a serf. Everyone was registered to a land. You could not leave your land. You weren't free to leave your land. So But then when people died so much, so then the landowners needed workers, so they started negotiating and stealing away workers from each other. They said, okay, leave your master, leave your serfdom, come work for me. I'll pay you money like a free person. And then I think that's when it started. It started with the death, the Great Death, the Black Death. So that was that. That's my theory. It's my theory. Actually, I heard this theory, I think, from someone. I don't remember who. But I mean, I think it's a pretty popular theory. Okay, let's continue listening to Sabine Rosenfelder. These people are out of their minds. In 400 years, I'm not gonna, no one alive today is gonna be obviously alive in 400 years. Why do we care? This is how these people do their calculations. In 400 years, this is half of a millennium. Half of a millennium. They're talking about in half of a millennium. This is how, this is these people, these monstrosities. I'm supposed to take her seriously? I'm supposed to take her seriously? How? When her calculations are about 400 years? Who thinks? I don't think in 4 years. I barely think a year ahead. Who cares? We'll solve the problems as we move along. What is this nonsense? Ugh, terrible, terrible. And these, oh wait, I'm not showing the right I'm talking to myself. Jesus Christ. I'm not showing you the right screen. Let's do that again. Share this tab. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Sabine. I'm sorry, Sabine. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. Let's listen to you again.
Years of time, the surface temperature of Earth on to exponentially increase our waste heat output.
So if we assume that the Industrial Revolution growth in energy use is going to continue for the next 400 years, then the waste energy is going to boil the oceans. This is a serious person. I mean, these are the decision makers. Did you hear it? Let's hear it again.
If we go on to exponentially increasing for a long time, and then suddenly they blow exponentially, and the waste heat increases exponentially with that. Exponential increases have this weird property that they sneak up at you from behind.
They sneak up at you. I mean, only from behind. Only with hindsight can you see the exponential growth. But not, as long as you live through the exponential growth, they don't sneak up on you. They sneak up on you when you look at a graph and you see, oh my God, yeah, fine. But when you live through it, you're just experiencing a constant growth. It's a constant percentage growth, but it's a constant. It's a type of a constant rate. I think it's like a constant rate of the it's a constant rate of growth. It's a constant. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's go on.
They look like nothing for a long time, and then suddenly they blow up.
It's a constant percent rate growth. That's all it is.
And overtake everything. The same is.
What is she talking about? Overtake everything. What is this nonsense? Why is she speaking like the worst scientist, like a little baby, a 2-year-old that would say this sentence? I would ask him, "What the heck do you mean by that? What does that even mean? Overtake everything. What are you talking about? Are you a little baby? Do you want me to treat you like a little baby? Why are you talking like this? What is this nonsense? What are you trying to say?"
For a long time, and then suddenly they blow up and overtake everything.
They suddenly blow up and overtake everything. All right, good to know. All right, I'll keep that in mind. All right, okay. You know, the interest rate that we're getting at the bank, that's supposed to blow up and overtake everything. Let me ask you a question, Dr. Sabine Hostenfelder. Do you expect that to happen too? Do you expect our bank accounts to explode and overtake everything? But it's exponential, right? We're getting 1% or however many percent per year. So according to you, it should blow up and overtake everything. Do you see how ridiculous that is? My apartment is growing at 1% a year. Do you expect the apartment to overtake the universe? What are you saying?
The same is going to happen with waste heat. If we go on to exponentially increase our waste heat output, the result would be disastrous. Murphy calculates that in 400 years of time, the surface temperature of Earth would reach the boiling point of water.
So in 400 years, it's going to reach the boiling point, but at a growth factor of 10 per century. What do you mean 10 per century? 10 times per century? You expect the energy usage to grow 10 times per century? They would reach parity in roughly 400 years. You know what? If that comes to that, let our is it grandchildren? I don't even think it's grandchildren. 400 years is basically, how many generations is that? It's like what, every, let's say, 20 years you have another generation. So let's say even 40 years. So it's 10 generations. It's not our grandchildren, not not grand. It's 10. You have to say the word grand 10 times before you say the word children. That's who you're talking about that has to worry about it. Why are you doing this? So unprofessional.
That'd be unpleasant. Now, it's unlikely it'd get that far because we'd all die before that, which ought to slow down the economy.
So we're all going to die before that. So why are you saying, why are you discussing it? Obviously, if the oceans are going to start heating up, then life is going to die. There's going to be less food and less people will be able to live. So, and right? The universe, at least Earth, the Earth economy is a self-correcting mechanism. So really, we have nothing to worry about because the corrections are micro, nano corrections all the time. The economy is always, as long as you don't interfere, which people like her love interfering and then complaining that the free market is malfunctioning. But as long as you don't interfere with the free market, then the free market will micro correct all the time. So everything will be fine. Everything will be just fine. Pretty much by definition, this is what free market does. Free market means everyone, everyone is free to choose. So if there's not enough food, there's not going to be enough. There's not going to be as much humans. So there's going to be enough food. You see, it's really very simple. It's self-correcting, and no one suffers. The beautiful thing is if you don't touch the mechanism, no one suffers, because as the market micro corrects and the prices rise, so people have less children, and basically people have less children. Basically, you have less people, then you have more food. So you have more food, you consume less energy. It's self-correcting. The system will always be self-correcting, and the system will always optimize itself. So you really should, as long as you don't interfere with it, you should be very relaxed. You shouldn't be there's no issue.
Me a little, and I want to be clear that this is not something we need to worry about at the moment. At the moment, the carbon dioxide is the issue, not the waste heat. But waste heat is a problem that we'll have to find a solution.
Again, these people live in the future. They're talking about the future problems. Everything is in the future. The future in the 400 years, this, and the global warming in the future. Everything, they're always worried about the future instead of worrying about the now. This is not an engineering approach. In engineering, if you work as an engineer, very quickly you learn to stop worrying about the problems of tomorrow, because they will probably never arrive. So you're wasting your time and you're creating problems by trying to fix problems that haven't yet occurred, because you don't know if they'll occur, but your fix will definitely change the system, and then you get more problems because you change the system. Anyway, ridiculous.
For sooner or later. At the moment, we do.
That's incorrect. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know if it's sooner or later. You don't know that. You're not a prophet. Stop saying it.
Side is the issue, not the waste heat. But waste heat is a problem that we'll have to find a solution.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Stop saying things you don't know. You don't know that. Stop predicting. You don't know the future. Stop predicting the future. How about that? Stop predicting the future. Why? Because you don't know the future. You barely know the reality today. As you said in your previous video, you didn't know how global warming works. You thought one thing, you discovered another. We barely know what's going on in the world today. We barely know. Stop predicting the future and stop fixing the problems that you're predicting in the future. Stop it. Right now you're creating definite damage. You're definitely creating a problem by trying to solve a problem that you predict will exist in the future.
Solution for sooner or later.
Lie. Stop lying. You don't know the future. Stop lying. Stop pretending you know the future.
Waste heat is a problem that we'll have to find a solution.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. Maybe tomorrow we'll go to outer space. You don't know that. Stop pretending you know what you don't know. Stop lying. Stop being a liar. Stop being a liar. Stop lying. Stop.
Solution for sooner or later.
Liar. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Terrible. Just terrible. It's like what? There's not enough actual problems to discuss. There's actual problems to discuss. No, not good enough for her. She has to discuss problems that will occur in half a thousand years, in half of a millennium. That's what she has to discuss.
At the moment, we do, in fact, waste most of the free energy that we use. According to an estimate from a group of German researchers, we currently use only 28% of it. The rest is lost into the environment. So what can we do? To begin with, what the waste heat does depends on where the energy comes from. This is because the energy that comes from the sun is what's giving rise to the current temperature already. If we make better use of sunlight, this isn't going to increase waste heat because it's there anyway. Another way to say this is that the power from the sun is already included in the forcing that's responsible for the temperature increase. When we use solar energy, all we do is delay the time it takes for the incoming sunlight to turn into heat. This isn't only the case for direct solar energy, it's also the case for all energy derived from solar energy, such as biofuel and wind. Yes.
By the way, fossil fuels are biofuels. There's no difference between fossil fuels and biofuels. Like, wood is a biofuel. Coal is just wood, and oil is just coal. So coal and gas, natural gas, same story. These are all biofuels. They're all solar. They're all from the sun. That's a by the way.
Derived from solar energy, such as biofuel and wind. Yes, wind is mostly caused by solar energy. Sunlight heats the air more near the equator than near the poles, which, combined with the rotation of Earth, causes most of the big wind patterns. And hydropower partly comes from the pull of the moon, but mostly from precipitation that's again driven by sunlight. All this energy is in the system already and is creating waste heat anyway. So if we make use of it, that won't boil the planet. For the same reason, however, the amount of energy we can extract from those sources is limited. We are currently nowhere near those limits, But eventually, we'd have to find other sources of energy. That leaves fossil fuels, hopefully with carbon capture.
Hopefully with carbon capture. Why do you want? Because she doesn't want global warming. She's afraid of global warming. So she has to do carbon capture. Carbon capture, I mean, it's utter nonsense. I mean, the carbon from the fossil fuels, that carbon, right? It's oil, right? It used to be oil before we burnt it. Before it was oil, it was coal. Before it was coal, it was a tree. Before it was a tree, it was in the atmosphere. All the fossil fuels used to be in the atmosphere. We're just recycling them. We're just giving it back to the atmosphere. They just got buried 500 million years ago when trees were invented, when evolution invented trees. That's when trees got buried for a while. And so the carbon, we're just bringing the carbon back. So 500 million years ago, as far as I know, there was plenty of life on Earth. There was no global warming. It was warmer, but there was much more life on Earth than today, because there was more carbon, and carbon is the molecule of life. So the biosphere, that's like all the animals and plants, the biosphere was much bigger in the old days, like 500 million years ago, before trees were invented. So now, by burning fossil fuels and coal, natural gas, we're just putting that carbon back into the atmosphere where it was 500 million years ago, when everything was fine and dandy. So the worst case scenario is that we'll have a fine and dandy environment. So what are these people complaining about? What are these people talking about? These people make 0 sense no matter how you slice it. It makes 0.0 sense. Utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. No matter how you analyze it. No matter how you analyze it, it's utter nonsense.
Nuclear fission and fusion and geothermal energy. All of these will release extra waste heat that contributes to warming. To deal with this, for starters, we can reduce the amount of waste heat that is produced by power plants. If you remember what I told you about entropy, air that is warmed up by a power plant in one particular place hasn't yet reached maximal entropy. It'll only reach maximal entropy once the warm air has diffused into the environment. This means you can extract more energy out of power plants than we currently do in almost all cases. Another way to put this is that what engineers call the waste heat of a power plant is not already waste heat on a global scale.
The fact that no one tries to capture this waste heat right now is an indication that it's not economical, right? Energy is not free. So you would say, oh, we have free energy, we can use it. Yeah, but it's going to cost money to build the mechanism to extract this extra heat. It's not free. It's going to cost you money to build it. It's going to cost you energy on top of it. At the end, it's going to cost you energy to build the mechanism to capture it, but no one is doing it. So why don't you, Sabine Hösenfelder, why don't you do it? Become a billionaire. It's worth so much money. Do it. Do it. Why aren't you doing it? Dr. Sabine, why aren't you doing it? I'll tell you why you're not doing it. Because it is not economical. Very simple. Not economical. But why would you want to do it? Again, these people are idiots. She wants to do what is uneconomical. I don't know what to tell you. Do to yourself what is not economical. Do it to yourself. Look, when I scroll down your page, I see you're selling merchandise. So stop doing it. Stop selling merchandise, right? This is contributing to the global warming, Why are you selling merchandise? What, it doesn't take carbon to create or whatever. I mean, it doesn't produce energy, it doesn't create energy, it doesn't waste energy, whatever you want to say, whatever your theory of the day is. What, this doesn't cause global warming? According to you? Everything causes global warming, according to you. And apparently there's no other problems in the world, just global warming. So why are you selling merch? You're destroying the universe, Dr. Sabine Hustenfelder. Why are you doing this? And as if it's not enough, you're also selling your course. Doesn't that? What it's you're discussing how the iPhone creates heat. You said the iPhone is warm not because it loves you so much, but it's because of waste heat. Where's tried the quantum mechanics course? So, um, so you're saying, right? So according to you, using the iPhone causes the oceans to boil. So why are you selling your quantum mechanics course, Dr. Sabine Hossefelder? Why are you doing that? You're destroying the universe. Don't you know the universe is going to be destroyed because you're selling your quantum mechanics course? You are, according to you. That's your theory. So why are you doing it? Why are you trying to sell courses? You should tell people. I'm not going to say what you should tell people because YouTube would get me canceled. YouTube would take my channel down. But that is where you're leading people. That's your end game. That's your nonsense end game. Terrible, terrible person. Just a terrible person. Let's continue. Such a hypocrite. Total hypocrite. Global warming. The global is warming. The global is warming. But let me sell some merch. And why are you making this video? Doesn't this video cause the global to warm? The global is warming because of this video. Correct me if I'm wrong. What, this video? It doesn't need to be stored. Doesn't need what? It's free energy? No. At the end of the day, it causes global warming. Why are you making so much content? And if I understand correctly, you also fly around the world to all your conventions or who knows what. I don't know if you do that. But I think I saw you. I don't know. I don't know if you fly around, but if you do, I mean, a lot of these academics and a lot of the billionaires and all these people fly with their private jets to Davos to tell everyone the global is warming. The global is warming. We have to stop the global is warming. Obviously, these people are just terrific people. Let's continue.
The most obvious way to use waste heat from power plants is to use it directly for heating. This is done in some places already. Prague, for example, heats over 250,000 households with waste heat from a coal power plant. The Russians are doing the same thing in a town near the Gulf of Finland with waste heat from a nuclear power plant. This is a rather obvious thing to do that makes sense both environmentally and commercially.
It makes sense. So why don't you do it? I can't hear you. Why haven't you done it? Why are you giving this idea away? If it's financially, economically, why aren't you doing it? Why are you why are you talking about it? If I were you, I would quickly write a business plan, get investors, and let's go. Make your billions. Why aren't you doing it, Dr. Sabine? I can't hear you. What's the answer? Why aren't you doing it? I'm having a hard time hearing. Having a very, very hard time hearing. Why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you doing it? Oh, because it's not economical. Oh, it's not economical. Meaning you're going to end up possibly wasting more energy building this facility to extract the excess heat more than you're going to end up getting. That's basically what it means, that it's not economical. That's why you're not doing it. But you're going to now tell us that you're going to force it by law to do it, which makes no sense, but there you go.
And I expect that in the future it'll be done more often. There are other facilities besides power plants whose waste energy can still be put to use. For example, the Danish city of Aalborg provides about 24 households with waste heat from a crematorium, the probably only fat-burning exercise that actually works.
Oh my God, again with her cringe humor. Ugh. Oh, let's see, Javier. Javier says, that's like AI Gore. Oh, Al Gore. AI Gore. Al Gore, he goes around warning about global warming and he flies on a private plane. LOL. Yeah, these people are hypocrites. They're as bad as it gets. They're just terrible people. Terrible people.
Works. In Cologne, Germany, several schools use waste heat from sewage water, and the Islington district in London captures waste heat.
Of course, it's schools, because no private organization is going to do something like that. Schools, you know, they can burn as much money as they want. They're not private. They don't have to. They don't have to explain. Like, they can burn as much money as they want. They don't need to make money. They don't have to be accountable to anyone.
That actually works. In Cologne, Germany, several schools use waste heat from sewage water, and the Islington district. Several schools use
Unbelievable.
Heat from sewage water, and the Islington district in London captures waste heat from the London Underground. Big data is a district in London. Schools use waste heat from sewage water, and the Islington district in London captures waste heat from the London Underground.
World first scheme is launched using waste heat from the tube to warm homes, 2 leisure centers, and a school in Islington. Waste heat from the London Underground network is now capable of providing heating and hot water to more than 1,350 homes, a school, and 2 leisure centers in Islington, thanks to a pioneering energy center that opened today. It's too small to read. The Revolutionary Burnhill 2 Energy Center, the first of its kind in the world, provides a blueprint for the difficult to read the new energy. Anyway, of course, this is government-funded nonsense. I don't expect anything else. I doubt someone is making money from this.
Big data is a particularly great source for hot air, and that too is used in increasingly more places. For example, a Facebook data
That was another cringe joke, I think.
Center in Denmark donates its waste heat to a local hospital and other buildings.
Yeah, sure. They donate. It's because Facebook, it's all fake. It's all what do you call it? I'm forgetting words. It's virtual signaling. It's just Facebook virtual signaling so that because there's a lawsuit now. I'm hearing it on the radio. There's a lawsuit piling up against Facebook and Instagram. So they need to show the world that they are hyper good people, goody two shoes. So anyway, there's a lot of heat coming down on the billionaires. So the billionaires are faking being good people with this nonsense. A lot of global warming is driven by this fake narrative. The billionaires trying to pretend that they're doing something. It's all fake. It's just pretending to do something. There's nothing to be done. It's just a pretend problem and a pretend fix. That's why they're flying their jets all over the world. Let's continue.
Things in the area.
Yeah, so Facebook doesn't need this particular project to be economical. Facebook just looks good. Just the very fact that Sabine showed Facebook on this video is why Facebook did it in the first place, to get media coverage, so that the politicians would lay off the heat on Facebook.
An Amazon data center in Ireland heats parts.
Same thing. They're just virtual signaling, just to get the politicians off their back.
Of Dublin. Indeed, the Norwegian government now requires that data centers make.
Oh, the Norwegian government now requires. Oh, but I thought it makes financial sense. Oh, wait. You said it makes financial sense. So why does the Norwegian government have to force data centers to do it? This is really, really strange. Why is Facebook doing it if it's so? I mean, why if the If Facebook is doing it and it's economical, why does the Norwegian government have to require it? If it's economical, then you, Dr. Sabine Horstenfelder, should run and do it. Why aren't you doing it? Why does the government have to force people to do it if it's economical? Right? I thought private institutions are so greedy. They're so greedy. If everybody's so greedy, so why aren't they building these facilities to take away the excess heat and use it? Why aren't they doing it? Why does the government have to force them to do it? I thought people are greedy. Greedy. The capitalism is very, 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 very bad capitalism. Anyway.
Of Dublin. Indeed, the Norwegian government now requires that data centers make use of their surplus heat, and I expect that other countries will soon pass similar regulations.
If you expect other countries to pass similar regulations, then you know doesn't make financial sense. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Done. That's the proof. That's all I needed to hear. You know it doesn't make financial sense. Hypocrite. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Jeez, my nose is so dry. Today was really cold. Usually I wear nothing. Basically completely naked. Today I had to wear triple layers. Let me see the temperature outside. What's the temperature? Yeah, it's still freezing. It's 30 degrees. Yeah, it's going to go down. Keep going down. 26, 25. Perfect. I love it when it's freezing.
These are all examples for how energy can be used more efficiently so that less of it goes directly to waste. But again, there are limits to what you can do this way. This will slow down the increase of waste heat from energy consumption, but eventually it's not going to solve the problem. So what else?
No, eventually, it's not eventually, it's even now. Building these facilities, building this solution is uneconomical, not financially feasible, meaning you're going to spend more energy between the building and the maintenance than you're going to be getting out of it. It's already optimized. That's what it means. That is the beauty of the free market capitalism. It's already optimized. People are making the maximum. People are extracting every little bit that they can because they want to make money because they are greedy. That's the beauty of capitalism. The greediness makes people as efficient as possible. You don't need to worry about it. But what you're doing, you're creating not just excess heat, you're creating waste, actual waste. If you're saying the government has to force people to do it, that means the government is forcing people to be wasteful, to build these solutions. If it's uneconomical, when we know it's uneconomical because the government forces people to do it, because otherwise people are greedy, who will do it themselves, and so on.
What can we do? We can try to reduce warming the same way that people try to reduce warming caused by carbon dioxide. The most obvious way is to take carbon dioxide out of the air, which would cool the planet. But since plants need carbon dioxide, this too would ultimately not solve the problem.
What do you mean not solve the problem? Let's take all the carbon dioxide out of the air. How about that? Let's just take it all, right? You don't want carbon dioxide in the air? No problem. So what's going to happen? No plants can live without carbon dioxide. They cannot grow because plants and trees and all green, all plants. What's like the kingdom? I guess the plant kingdom. The entire plant kingdom needs carbon because it's made out of carbon, just like we're made out of carbon. So let's take out the carbon out of the atmosphere. What's going to happen? Well, obviously, all plant life will pretty much die very quickly. Okay. And then all animals will die pretty much very quickly because, there's a food chain. So if you want to take out, so you cannot take out all the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, but every little bit of carbon dioxide that you are taking out of the atmosphere, it's like taking oxygen from a human, from an animal. It's the same thing. Not really. We need carbon to, our bodies are made out of carbon. The oxygen is just to burn the sugars or whatever. Is just for the burning, it's just for the fuel. Like the oxygen is the fuel. The carbon for the plants is their bodies. Anyway, so I mean, the more carbon you have in the air, the more plants will absorb it, and the greener the earth will be, just like it was 500 million years ago before all the carbon got buried when trees evolved. It's so simple. Why are we having this discussion? We have today less biosphere than we did 500 million years ago, because we for the last couple, I don't know how many billions of years, since about 500 million years ago, trees evolved and started to get buried, and slowly more and more trees were getting buried, but they were getting buried with the carbon that they took from the atmosphere. So they started causing the biosphere to suffocate. They started reducing. The biosphere was getting reduced because the biosphere was in the trees that were getting buried, and some of the biosphere went underground. So the biosphere above ground had to be reduced. We live today in a reduced state of biosphere because we lost some of it to the fossil fuels, the coal, the gas, all the buried carbon, all the plants and animals that got buried through the years. So you're saying, so I mean I don't understand why we're having this discussion. Bring back all that carbon, burn. I mean, even if fossil fuels didn't, even if we didn't need fossil fuels, let's pretend tomorrow morning we're going full nuclear and we have all the energy we could ever use from nuclear. We don't need fossil fuels at all. Let's pretend. I would still say dig it up and burn it, because we want to recycle all the stored carbon, all the carbon that is buried. We want to bring it above ground because that will make the earth greener. We will have greener and more animals. It will just increase the biosphere. We would have more of a biosphere. This is simple science, straightforward. I'm not saying a vital message. Yeah, we're still alive. I went back to actually do what this title says. I don't know if I'll finish it, but I gotta make a few more points. And RPG is supposed to come back. You can hop on if you want to come back, Mr. Caduceus. I'm gonna continue. Anyway, continue.
Another option is to reduce the amount of power that comes from the sun. People have put forward a number of fancy ideas for that, such as putting huge mirrors between.
Fancy ideas. What's so fancy? She's going to discuss now the mirrors that people suggested to put between the earth and the sun. Why is that so fancy? That's like primitive. To block the sun? That's fancy? But she uses fancy because she hates the idea, because it actually solves a problem. And she hates actually solving actual problems.
Between the earth and the sun. For example, in 1989, James Early proposed to put a mirror near the first Lagrange point. The first Lagrange point is about 1 million miles away from Earth. It's a place where the gravitational pull of Earth and the sun almost cancel out, so spacecraft positioned there stay largely put. Early suggests that we put a reflective disk at this Lagrange point.
It's not exactly at the Lagrange point, because you have to take into consideration the actual sunlight and the actual solar winds. And you can use those to stabilize and to you can actually ride the solar winds in order to stabilize the location around the Lagrange point. So you can use the Lagrange point so that it's between the Earth and the Sun. So there is a place between the Earth and the Sun that the Earth pole and the Sun pole are the same. So since the Sun is much, much, much bigger, it has to be much closer to Earth. So pretty close to Earth, there is a place where on the line between the Earth and the Sun, where if you are there, you're unstable, but basically you don't fall to Earth and you don't fall to the Sun, but it's unstable. If you start falling towards one of them, you'll continue falling towards them, I think, pretty much. Anyway, so but you also have the solar winds that are pushing against. So anyway, it's really a good thing. I really thought this out. This is a terrific solution, even if we don't have global warming, because with these mirrors, I wouldn't call them mirrors, I would call them solar shades. Space-based solar shield to offset greenhouse effect. Terrible name. It's just solar levelers. It's just solar levelers. I don't know if people not from the United States, if they know what a leveler is. It's what leveler is? What leveler shopping. Terrible images. Okay, let me show you what a leveler is. These are levelers. These are shades. So you can change the angle of the leveler shades to let maximum sunlight in or zero sunlight in. Okay, so you could do the same thing. You can build these shades, these levelers, huge levelers between the Earth and the Sun, and you can control how much sunlight goes through. And you can also redirect the sunlight if you build it like out of aluminum or out of thin metal that is reflective. You can redirect the light. So you can actually, like, if you want to warm a certain place on Earth, you can do it. If you want to cool down a certain place, you can redirect the light however you want in order to control the weather. So we can have control of the weather. We can turn off tornadoes, we can turn on tornadoes, we can turn off and on whatever we want. I mean, this is terrific regardless of global warming. We need to do this yesterday. This is a good project. I'm 1,000% behind this project. So let's see what she says about this project. Our genius. Let's hear her. Okay, but he did the calculation in 1989. At that time, the space program, is there a date on this thing? 1989. I mean, since then, we had 10, 20, 30 years, actually 33 years have gone by. And thank God we have Elon Musk and he has Starship. And Starship is going to, I mean, he has already lowered. So you're only inflated, you're only adjusting for inflation, but you're not adjusting for the actual fact that sending things to orbit the price has gone down. You're not adjusting for that. And you're not adjusting for the future that we're going to get cheaper and cheaper space rides. You're not adjusting for that either. Of course not. I wonder why. I wonder. But made out of what? What did he assume it's made of? It says here a thin glass shield built from lunar materials. Oh, he proposed to make it out of lunar materials and located near the first Lagrange point of the Earth-Sun system could offset the greenhouse effects caused by CO2 buildup in Earth's atmosphere. Livermore National Laboratory. Terraforming the near planets of solar system is a long, complex, and ambitious undertaking lying well into man's future. There are two major problems to be addressed. Okay, whatever. Shield orbit. But what is the material? He doesn't say. He says lunar materials. Okay. So it's probably like, I guess, some silicone, some silica. Like he's making it out of like the dirt of the moon or something, or maybe some metals that we're gonna find on the moon. I don't know what he's assuming. Okay. Okay. $20 trillion, and she puts all the zeros. Let's count that the zeros are correct. So that's thousands, that's millions, that's billions, that's trillions, that's 20 trillion US dollars. Okay, fine. So she makes it sound like it's like an infinite amount. All right. How much did the moon landing project cost us? Do you know, Dr. Sabine Husenfelder? Did you take a look at that? Do you know how much we paid for the moon, for the entire moon landing project, for the moonshot? Did I close it? I guess I gave up on it, so I closed it. What was the link? Let me see. Reopen, closed. I need history. Let me open. Maybe I have Control H on this thing. Okay, so where is it? A long time ago. Can I do a search? Can I search my history? Search. I think it's called Planet. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. All right. So, how much do you think the moon landing, the Apollo program, how much did that cost? So, here are the numbers, and the number is it's $500 billion. So, we spent approximately $500 billion adjusted for inflation on this utter nonsense. The moon landing was utter nonsense. I don't mean we didn't land on the moon. I mean the project was utter nonsense. I mean, we did not need to do it. There was no benefit. It was a complete money burner. We just took money and burned it, which just means we just reduced our quality of life for no reason by $500 billion. Anyway, so that was $500 billion. So what if we plan ahead and start working on this new project? I don't think it's going to cost $20 trillion. I think that since 1989, I think we are. I think it's difficult to say how much less expensive it is now compared to then. I don't want to do the calculation right now. I don't want to waste anybody's time, but it's going to be much cheaper, significantly cheaper than $20 trillion. Let's say it's $1 trillion, which is a good number. I mean, to say that it's 20 times cheaper today to go, or especially with Starship, to go to do this compared to what it was in 1989, I think it's very reasonable. So it's going to be $2 trillion. That's very similar. It's not that. I mean, it's not an absurd number, and that's assuming we're going to do it from Earth, which is the expensive way. We don't need to do it from Earth. He proposed to do it from the moon. Let's hear what he has to say about that. And she says it's $20 trillion, which is, of course, infinity as far as she's concerned. It's not infinity. It's a realistic number that we can deal with. I mean, what is this number? This number just means a lot of flights. A lot. We need to pay Elon Musk again, to send his Starship again, to take materials from Earth, or maybe go to the moon, pick up stuff from the moon, and then shoot it. It's a good project. It's going to give us some control over the climate. What? It's not worth it? We're going to basically stop. We're going to have control over the climate. We're going to warm up places we want warmer, cool down places we want cooler, probably stop tornadoes because they need heat. We can redirect the heat. Anyway, this could be terrific. I mean, the damage just caused by all these weather patterns and just having a rainy day instead of a sunny day. Who wants that? So, well, it's okay to have rain at night when we sleep, but why would we want to have rain during the day when we need to drive? That's not good. Anyway, so it's a good project, and $20 trillion. It's a reasonable price. It's something we can live with for something worthwhile. I'm not saying it's for global warming. Of course not. I'm saying it's a good idea regardless, but she hates it because it's a good idea regardless, and she knows it. Yeah, there she goes. So he says that it could be built on the moon, and she says, yeah, it will happen around the same time that pigs will learn to fly. Why would she say that? I mean, this is in the cards. I mean, we're building up to that. I mean, we're going to have factories on the moon sooner or later. I mean, the moon is a godsend for factories. You can build factories on the moon, and then with a mass accelerator, like a train basically, you can use a train on the moon to accelerate stuff into orbit from the moon and shoot it to wherever you want, either to send back like products that you produced on the moon to send them to Earth, or to build these sunshades and send them to Lagrange 1. You could do that, and it's basically free, because once you start building factories on the moon, it's like a separate economy. It's like it's we on Earth, we're not going to suffer any consequences for anything that we build on the moon. It's going to be a separate economy. So whatever they do, whatever they need, they have there. They don't need us. They're not going to take anything from us in order to build those factories. They have all the materials they have there. So it's free. We basically get it for free. And that's why she says it will happen only when pigs will learn to fly, because she knows it's free, and she knows it's a great solution, and she knows it destroys her global warming. The global warming, it will go away, and she will have nothing to talk about and sell her bizarre cores and her weird t-shirts. And she knows it. She knows she's doomed. So she hates it. That's why it's only when pigs will learn to fly. By the way, what does it mean when pigs will learn to fly? What exactly do you mean when you say pigs will learn to fly? Because would you agree that humans have learned to fly? Did I learn to fly? When I say that I'm going to take a flight, so did I learn to fly? I mean, I learned to fly, right? I learned to go buy a ticket, go to the airport, get on the plane, not create a disturbance, and land safely. So I learned to fly. It wasn't that difficult. So we can probably teach a pig to fly. I mean, I'm sure pigs have been flown, so the pig learned to fly somehow. Anyway, utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. This is the point where I have to say evil. This is the face of evil. This is just the face. I have nothing. I mean, if I have to represent this woman in court, why she is destroying humanity, and I have to defend her, and I don't know. I mean, a guy says, here's the solution. He wrote a paper in 1989. It's been ready, waiting for us to implement. And she, no, this will only happen when pigs will learn to fly. Why? So the cross examination, they ask her, why did you say that? I mean, obviously, it's coming right up. I mean, it's one of the next big things. We're building up to it. I mean, there's a space race going on right now. You know, there's a space race. You've heard of Elon Musk. You've seen Starship. You've seen his Falcon 9. You know he's moving forward, and that's why she always makes fun of Elon Musk. She hates him because he's making a real difference. Anyway, so if I have to defend her in court, I got nothing. It's like I honestly, how would I defend her? How would you say that? Like, if she would be my client, I would actually ask her, why did you say that? I mean, you know all these facts. I mean, give me something. Give me something. I mean, you're not uneducated. It's not like you don't know who Elon Musk is. You don't know what Starship is. You don't know, but you do know you're on the bleeding edge of tech. You're one of the leaders of today's of modern science. How can anyone ever think you don't know the answers to what you just said? You know it's coming up, but you say it's when pigs will learn to fly. Why? Why? I have no answer. I cannot defend you. Honestly, I cannot defend. Why would you say that? And that's it. That is what these lefties are. They're indefensible. It's the only explanation. She's just trying to sell a course. She's just trying to get by. I don't know. Does she owe someone money? Does she need the money? What is going on? I don't know what's going on. Why would she say that? I mean, everything she says makes no sense. But this is like the cherry on the top of the cake at the end of the dessert after the whole meal. It's like another piece of this incredible meal that it's like, what is going on? Nothing you're saying makes any sense. Nothing. I'm cutting it left and right. It's all evaporating. Everything you're saying is nonsense. But you're not a nonsensical person. So if an idiot would say what you're saying, I would say, okay, fine, we can excuse him. But when a smart person says what you're saying, I don't know why you're saying these things. What is driving you to say these crazy things? Something must be driving you. The only thing I can imagine driving you is greed. You're literally greedy. You just want to sell t-shirts and your course and ad revenue. I don't know I got nothing. I got nothing else. You're just greedy. You're willing to destroy humanity just for a little bit of gain, which also doesn't make much sense because you could have had a great career. You chose the path to go against all your peers when you wrote your books and your lectures about how science is broken, how modern physics is broken. So I'm lost. So maybe you're virtue signaling to your friends, look, I'm one of you. I believe in the nonsense. Maybe that's driving you, so it's not the money. Something must be driving you to say this nonsense. I don't know what to say. It's bizarre. Maybe she's afraid. Maybe she's afraid because she knows the mob will come after her if she doesn't sell global warming. The politicians, everybody, but she's already going against everybody in her field. 1 second, let me put on some cream on my lips. Yeah, it's a very dry day and I need to get some water. Okay, let's continue. Again, you can, if you want to do that, you can build it of the moon. And then it's a good thing either way, because it's always good to be able to control sunlight, because you always want to be able to do that in order to control the weather, because you want to control the weather. Who doesn't want to control the weather? This is terrific. I don't see the problem. Both projects are good. Just do the calculations, and I think someone is going to do it. But I'll tell you the problem with this one. The problem with this one is that the astronomers are not going to let you do it, because yes, even even those that believe in global warming, there's no. We need to take a look at the stars. No, you cannot take our telescopes away, because this is it's gonna block. No, they're not going to complain because it's only at the equator. Wait a minute. If it's only at the equator, oh, she's just saying it's for global warming, so she can just reduce sunlight anywhere. I think it's important because I think the equator is getting too much sun as it is. It's good to cool it down. All right, but of course, it's costing too much. She needs to save us money. She wants to make us spend money on projects that make no sense, like extracting the excess heat, the waste energy. That's a good project. Okay, but a bad project is to actually do something about controlling the weather and cooling down Earth, even for good reasons besides the nonsense global warming. Okay. Why do you say that? Show me the paper that says that it's not economical. Show me the paper. What's your evidence that it's not economical? Because it costs a lot? But according to you, the world, the earth is going to boil. It's going to burn up. So everything is economical. You don't have a problem doing something that is literally uneconomical, like capturing excess waste energy. That you don't have a problem with. That makes zero sense, makes negative sense. But doing something like these projects that actually could be beneficial regardless of global warming, no, that doesn't make economic sense. All right, I don't know what to say to that. Bizarre, just bizarre. They love it. They love injecting the atmosphere with their nonsense. They love it. They love it. That they love, yeah, for sure. So we have another problem that she is inventing: ocean acidification. Tell me, Dr. Sabine, tell me something. So 500 million, I mean, all this carbon dioxide, where is it coming from? What are we bringing it from Jupiter? Are we bringing it from Mars? Are we bringing it from the sun? Are we bringing it from Alpha Centauri? Are we bringing it from the Andromeda Galaxy? Are we bringing it from the other side of the universe? Where are we bringing this carbon dioxide from? We're magicians? We're creating it out of thin air? Where is it coming from? Oh, it's coming from fossil fuels. Oh, interesting. Oh, well, let me ask you a question. Where are the fossil fuels coming from? Oh, they used to be coal. Oh, interesting. Well, where does the coal come from? Well, the coal used to be trees. Oh, really? Where did the trees come from? Oh, the trees, they just captured CO2 from the carbon from the atmosphere, from the CO2. Oh, so you mean we're just putting back the CO2 that got buried? So what's the problem? How are we causing ocean acidification? We're just putting things back to where they were until 500 million years ago. How could that be a problem? 500 million years ago, life flourished on Earth. How could it be a problem to bring things back Wait a minute. All this time I'm talking, I'm not sharing this screen? Oh, Jesus. Tell me I wasn't sharing the right screen. Oh, my God. And no one told me, so no one is listening. Oh, my God. My life is not worth living. Okay, guys. I'm going to quit this stream because I just realized I'm not sharing the right time. I need to stop switching, I guess, between shared things. Absolutely terrible. Let me see where we missed that. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? Let me see. 1 second.
Voice, feminization, surgery.
So, but I think that what we're discussing is very
Let's go. You're one of the leaders of today's of modern science. How can anyone ever think you don't know the answers to what you just said? You know it's coming up, but you say it's when pigs will learn to fly. I said the whole thing with the pigs will learn to fly. We didn't capture it. I'm gonna do a separate video about her. I guess this is too messy, and no one is listening. So what's the point? Anyway, there's 3 guys watching. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go kill myself because I'm hungry. And that's the way it is. That's the way it is. All right, guys. Thank you very much for watching. This has been yours truly, Mr. Slave. And I'll catch you on the next show. Adios and goodbye.